Going back to Snetterton, and what a difference. My word, it didn't half rain, didn't it? In fact, it was so bad at one point I could barely see my hand in front of my face. Today's a little bit different. I might even need the suntan lotion, who knows? But once again, we've got a lot of on-track action to bring you. It's going to be fast, it's going to be intense, and it's going to be exciting, just like it was yesterday. We're going to get out onto the track very, very soon. We've got the Superkarts coming up first. However, just before then, we do have a message of condolence. I'm joined by Gary James from the Superkarts. Gary, you've got a very important message to give, haven't you?
Morning, Ian. Morning, everybody. I'd just like to take this opportunity to pass on my condolences to, and those of the Superkart paddock, to the family and friends of John Wrigley, who sadly suffered a fatal accident while qualifying for the English Championship last Monday. Also a message to go out to Ian Harrison of Viper UK, who should have been here running Ben Davis in the 250 national class. Unfortunately, Ian's wife sadly passed away during the week. So condolences to both families.
Gary, thank you very much. Very sad indeed, but it is time to get out onto the track. Oh, just before we do, Gary actually caught up with a number of the Superkarts driver after their qualifying session yesterday, and here's what they had to say.
Well, good morning, race fans, and a very warm welcome to a thankfully rather drier than yesterday Snetterton circuit, the home of motorsport in the east of England, for the second day of action here on BARC TV. Dave Goddard here to take you through the action once again. We've got no fewer than 14 races to get through here today. Yesterday we began in something of a deluge, which slowly began to clear up as the day went on. Two excellent races from the Britcar Endurance Championship Endurance category. Also, we saw the Carbonate Hyundai Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres, and also the first action from the Mini 7 Racing Club. The Mini Milias had their first race of the weekend. They're out again today. A very busy programme of racing. 14 races plus one qualifying session, because we've got the Goodyear Britcar Endurance Championship trophy category here today. The slightly less powerful GT and saloon cars will be out on track today as well. Great to see plenty of you already watching on our streams. You can see the track and the pit lane much drier than yesterday. The sun is out here in Norfolk, and we will soon be ready for action. We begin at 9 a.m. with the first of 3 races today for the British Superkart Racing Club, their Super Series Round 2. And it will be Gary James who takes you through the action for that one. After the first race of the day coming up in about 10 minutes' time, we will see qualifying for the Britcar Endurance Championship trophy category. You can see the cars getting ready in the pit lane at the moment. They will have 2 50-minute races a little later on. The first race after qualifying is completed for the Britcar category will be the Caterham Graduates Racing Club, the Caterham 7s, the Sigma 150 category. Have 2 standalone races today, and then it's the first of 3 mini races today. The Mini 7s will be out on track with Jeff Smith, the reigning champion, looking for his first win of the season. Then the second Superkart race of the day, and then it's followed by more Caterhams, the Sigmax and Sigma 135 categories. They have a combined 20-minute race at about 11:30. And then the first race of the weekend for the Junior Saloon Cars, 14 to 17 years of age, their drivers in identical Citroën Saxos. Their qualifying session, unfortunately, was rained off yesterday, so they will line up in championship order for their first race. Normally it would be qualifying times for both races, but championship order for race 1, and the result of race 1 will decide the grid for race 2. Then there's about a half-hour break for lunch, and after that we will begin with the first of our Goodyear Britcar Endurance Championship trophy category races, a 50-minute race with mandatory pit stops. Then it's the Mini Miglias. If you saw them in action yesterday, yes, they're out again. Some great racing from the Mini Miglias yesterday, with former British Touring Car champion Andrew Jordan taking the win and extending his championship lead. The Caterhams then out again, the Sigma 150 category. Then the Mini 7s, a third Superkart race of the day. That's followed by the final Caterham race, the Sigmax and Sigma 135s at 4:10. The second race for the Junior Saloon Cars, and finally another Britcar Endurance Championship trophy category race over 50 minutes. Slightly different pit stop rules on today's race as well. If you were watching the endurance category yesterday, you will have seen that there was an incident in the pit lane caused by overcrowding when the field pitted under the safety car, and the pits window has been split into 2 effectively. We have 2 pit stop windows depending on which class the drivers are racing in, so that's a little bit different today from the Goodyear Britcar Endurance Championship. We will be getting underway fairly shortly then with the British Superkart Racing Club, their Super Series. Over 40 drivers racing here today, over 4 different classes. We will be handing over to their expert commentator Gary James fairly shortly. Already got nearly 300 of you watching on YouTube, so do subscribe to the British Automobile Racing Club on YouTube and give us a like on the stream, and follow us on Facebook as well, streaming via YouTube and Facebook. We got thousands of viewers yesterday. I know most of you watching the likes of Jimmy Broadbent and James Walker in the Britcar Endurance Championship, and top 10 results for both of them as well. Very good indeed. Weather a bit more pleasant, not only for the crews down there in the pit lane, but our marshals as well. Thanks to them as always. We could not go racing without our orange army of volunteer marshals. You can see a few of the Britcar machines there in the pit lane outside their garages. I can see Team Brit with their BMW 1 Series. Luke Pound will be racing that car today. Richard Higgins' Porsche is down there as well. Using the full layout at Snetterton this weekend, the long Snetterton 300 circuit, nearly 3 miles in length, one of the longest circuit laps in the UK. Circuit opened back in 1953 on the site of a former airfield, and has changed considerably in recent years with the acquisition of the circuit by Jonathan Palmer's Motorsport Vision Group, which also runs 4 other circuits around the UK. Really has improved the facilities immensely here at this venue near Thetford in Norfolk, where we overlook the Senna Straits at the moment. We will shortly have the Superkarts out on track. We've already got plenty of people asking if Jimmy Broadbent and co are racing today. Jimmy's not, I'm afraid. He is only in the endurance category of Britcar. It is the trophy category that he's racing today, but still a very busy programme of racing. 3 races from the Mini 7 Racing Club, 4 Caterham races. They're going to be brilliant slipstreaming affairs. 2 from Britcar, 3 from Superkarts, and a couple from the Junior Saloon Cars. I'm looking forward to seeing those youngsters out there making the move up from karting, or in some cases mini stocks, racing on the ovals. Well, the Superkarts will be coming out on track fairly shortly then. They had their qualifying session for this first race yesterday. And a very busy field of Superkarts indeed. We've got the Division 1 Superkarts, F450, F250 and Formula 125 open. If you've not seen the Superkarts before, you do have a real treat coming up. Certainly far from the karts that you have at your local arrive and drive circuit. And the man with all the information on them is Superkarts' very own commentator. We'll hear from him in just a moment or two's time. We say good morning to Superkarts expert commentator Gary James.
Morning everybody, and welcome back to Snetterton Circuit. As Ian alluded to earlier on, what a difference a day makes. Nice, well, can't quite see the sun, but clouds and some blue sky, so I think we're going to be in for some cracking racing today. And possibly lap records. I say there's some lap records that go back to 2013, and with some dry track, perhaps we're going to see some lap records going today. So qualifying from yesterday. So on pole position after a slightly soggy session where the track was still damp but people were out on wet tyres was the 24 kart of Lee Harpham. He's joined on the front row by his championship rival, the 47 kart of Lee Harpham. Row 2 is the 0 kart, the UK Cup holder Tom Rushforth, and he's joined by the 84 of Matt Robinson. Row 3, 31, Sam Moss, who set a new lap record at Alton Park a couple of weeks ago, and he's joined by Andy Waite. Row 4 is the 2 kart of Carl Hume and the 26 of Andy Gulliford. Row 5 is the first of the 250 Nationals. That's the 56 kart of Michael Goff. Quite surprised when we spoke to him yesterday that he'd got the quickest time in the class, but good luck to Michael for today. And he's joined by the 79 of Jason Dredge. Row 6 is the 101 of Lee Plain and 29 Tom Hatfield. Row 7 is the teammate of Tom Hatfield. That's the 4 kart of Curtis Seymour and 25 Luke Plain. Row 8, the GP, the Grand Prix holder and 5-time British champion Paul Platt. And he's joined by the 3 of Carl Kinsey. Row 9, 57, Mark Pask and 33 of Mark Newton. Row 10, one of the newcomers to the 250 national class. That's the 20 kart of Rob Stubbs. And he's joined by the quickest of the 125 class. That's the 23 of Clint Bridge. Row 11, 52, Steve Burton and 61, Dave Hevershaw. Row 12, 59, Nick Flint, quickest of the 454 strokes, and he's joined by 139, Rob Randall. Row 13, 69, Costa Karitzis and 35, Sam Hemschel. Row 14, the 50 of John Busby and 12, Kevin Ridley. Row 15, 83, that's the second of the Formula 125s, that's Paul Von Gerard, and he's joined by the 60 of Ollie Brown. Row 16, 127, James Hassel and 142, Peter Tilson Hawke. Row 17, 49, Michael Parr and 87, Jack Tritton, 2 more of the 125 class. Row 18, 53, Martin Marks and 43, Sean Lombardo. Row 19, Elliot Marks, that's the son of Martin, so father ahead of son on the grid. So 124, Elliot Marks heads up the row 19, joined by 62, Andy Powell. Row 20, 58, Mary Howarth and 15, Luke Clempson. Row 21, 133, John Blenkin and the 5 kart of Ross Allen. Row 22 is the 36 of Tom Baldwin and 41 Fletcher Hearn, and on his own at the back should be the 126 kart of Ronan McClintock. News from qualifying. Well, obviously Ross Allen, the 5 kart, well out of position. Would have expected to see him on the front few rows, but Ross Allen had a overheating issue in qualifying. Yes, he had to come into the pits to take some tape off the radiator, and by the time he got back out onto circuit, he'd lost time. So Ross Allen expected to come through from the back of the grid, and there's going to be some keen racing today. As I say, there's a good quality field of Division 1 karts occupying the first 4 rows of the grid. It's good to see the 84 kart of Matt Robinson, new into the Division 1 category this season. Had a few issues at Alton Park a couple of weeks ago, but qualified on the second row of the grids. That's the 84 of Matt Robinson. And also good to see the 26 of Andy Gulliford, another driver that's moved up from the 250 national class into Division 1s this season. He had a nightmare at Alton Park, couldn't get the engine to run properly, and then threw it off at Cascade. So Andy Gulliford there qualifying on row 4. Further back, as I say, the first of the 125s, Clint Bridge, sharing the BSRC Super Series Championship lead with the 87 kart of Jack Tritton. Jack tried starting back on row 17. And this is only Jack's second Superkart event. So the first time out was at Alton Park, moved up from short circuit karting, and Jack Tritton back on the row 17, but 4th quickest in the class, but still a steep learning curve for Jack. So the kart's weaving to get some heat into the tyres as they go through Agostini's and down towards Hamilton and Oggies on this warming up lap. Everybody seems to be in position. I say a full grid expected of 45 karts out there, just 3 short of the maximum actually, so we would expect to see action throughout the field. 4 classes out there. You've got the Division 1 twin cylinders, that's the yellow number plates with the black numbers. The 250 Nationals, that's the white number plates with the black numbers. The Formula 450s, that's the red plates with the white numbers. And the smallest capacity, the 125 Opens, that's the blue plates with the white numbers. 12-minute race, so we would expect, judging on times from yesterday, probably about 6 or 7 laps the race will be. Down the back straight they go, following the pace car, safety car. Lights on at the moment, but obviously when we see the lights go off, we will be going for a start. And the 124 kart not taking part in this event, so that's the 124 of Elliot Marks, already parked up at the side of the track. So not sure what the problem is with Elliot, but obviously out of the kart, safely across the barrier and out of the way. So unfortunately Elliot Marks not taking part in this first race. Okay, I can see the pace car coming round Coram, and the lights are off, so we will be going for a start this time. The pace, once the car does pull off, is dictated by the driver on pole position, so that's the 24 kart of Liam Morley. Very experienced driver, raced in Europe and multi-champion in the 125 class. And once the car pulls off out of the way, it will be up to Liam to dictate the pace coming up to the start line gantry. It should be slow rolling first gear, 2x2 formation. So car into pit lane, and it's Morley and Harpham bringing the field up to the start line. There's still karts going through Murray, such is the size of the grid today. Lights out and away we go, and it is Harpham that gets the jump from Morley, and Morley is getting swamped and dropping back to about 6th place, and it's Harpham that takes the lead as they file it into ridges for the first time. Tom Rushell was trying to go up the inside, but I think was back in 4th place, but Morley made a shocker of a start, so let's see if he's able to pick up places on this opening lap. But as they go into Wilson's for the first time, heavy braking, and it's Harpham from, that looks like the 18 car of Andy Wake. Then it's Sam Moss and Tom Rushforth. Those 4 pulling away at the front of the field as they go through Palmer's. And where is Liam Morley? Can't see. I think he's back in about 7th place as they head down towards Agostini. So Morley with a lot of work to do, but it's Harpham that takes the lead. Sam Moss up the inside takes 2nd place from Andy Waite, with Tom Rushforth, the Zero Kart, tucked in behind. Then it's the 79 of Jason Dredge. And that's Tom Rushforth taking a charge up the inside. And I think he's got 2nd place as they go into August, momentarily behind the Armco barrier. And yes, Rushforth takes 2nd, and I think he compromised the 31 kart of Sam Moss, because Sam Moss dropped back to 4th place. In fact, Moss looks as if he's slowing as they come onto the Bentley straight for the first time. And the 53 kart, so that's Martin Marks, so that's both the Marks family in trouble, but Tom Rushforth, an aggressive move, and Sam Moss, yes, he's crawling along the Bentley straight. So the championship, joint championship, sorry, 2nd in the championship, 31 of Sam Moss in trouble on this opening lap. Looking further back, and the leader in the 250 national class is the quickest from qualifying. That's the 56 of Michael Goff. And just seeing who's quickest, and Clint Bridge, the 23, leading the 125 class. But as they come across the line for the first time, and it's Harpham with quite a useful lead over the Zero kart of Tom Rushforth. And there comes Liam Morley past Jason Dredge to take 3rd place. So Morley up to 3rd from Dredge, and then Andy Waite. Then it's Curtis Seymour, who's now first in the 250 national class, ahead of Carl Hume. Then it's Michael Goff, Matt Robinson, the 84 kart, down in 7th place in class. But who is the man on the move? And it looks like it is the 24 kart of Liam Morley. Then it's Jason Dredge and Andy Waite. So the Zero kart of Tom Rushforth giving chase to the 47 of Lee Harpham, who is back. And someone else slowing as they go towards Oggies, and is that the earlier 53 kart of Martin Marks? A white flag being waved to indicate a slow running vehicle, and yellow flags being waved as they go onto onto Bentley Straight. And Sam Moss still circulating, but there's obviously a problem, whether he's got a loose plug lead, and I'm just trying to pick out who that other slow running kart is. It looks like one of the Red Speed karts. Now, is that the 15 of Luke Clempson? But it's Morley being chased by Dredge and Andy Waite. Then a big gap before it's the leader of the 250 national class. It's the 4 of Curtis Seymour being overtaken by the 250 twin kart, or tried to be overtaken. Carl Hume tried to go around the outside, but Curtis was having nothing of that. So the 250 single up against the twins, so it's 4 against 2, but different classes. But Seymour leading the 250 national class, and had a couple of good results here 2 years ago, was on the podium back then. But Harpham crosses the line to complete another lap, chased by Tom Rushforth, and Morley starting to close that gap on the Zero kart. The gap at the end of that lap was 1.1 second. Fastest lap so far goes to Lee Harpham at 1:51.577, which comparing with the lap record of Emmanuel Vinoir is 1:46.271, so still a few seconds away from lap record pace. But it's Harpham that showing the pace to everybody else at the moment, as Matt Robinson tries to get past the 4 kart of Curtis Seymour up at that was Wilson's hairpin. So Matt Robinson trying to come back through after a bit of a sluggish start himself from the second row of the grid. As I say, new into the Division 1 category this year, and had 2 non-finishes at Old Park, so keen to get some points on the board this time. Seymour coming under pressure from the 3 kart of Carl Kinsey, once again different class, so Kinsey in a twin should be much quicker than Seymour, but certainly a few of the twins trying to make their way through the field. And looking further back, Goff still holds 2nd place in the 250 national class. 3rd is the 29 of Tom Hatfield, that's the teammate of Curtis Seymour. And then it's Luke Plain. I'm looking further back to see where the GP kart is of Paul Platt. Certainly not in the top 20 or so that I can see on the screen, so I think we've got an early retirement for the GP kart of Paul Platt. Didn't see where he disappeared on the opening lap. So Harpham crosses the line to complete another lap, and another fastest lap for him, a 1 minute 50.884. Now Morley up ahead of Tom Rushforth and giving chase, and Morley now sets the fastest lap, a 1 minute 50.212. The gap now just under 4.2 seconds. 3 laps completed. Is there time for possibly another 4? So if we can go to 7 laps, so we're at just about on half distance at the moment, but it's Morley that's now putting the hammer down and trying to reel in his old enemy from 125 days, and also within the twin cylinder category as well. These guys have been providing some great racing for the last 5 or 6 years. Picking up the 127 of James Hassel back into the long circuit scene this year, ahead of the 25 of Luke Plain. That's the brother of Lee Plain. Luke Plain 4th in class at the moment, and in fact I think actually that's a move by Hassel to move up into 4th spot in the class. Sam Moss, now the 31 car of Sam Moss, looks as if he's back up to speed, but how much time has he lost? I think looking at our timing screen, Sam Moss down in 13th place, the 31 car, so we'll keep an eye on the progress of Sam Moss, but looking at the battle between James Hassel and Luke Plain for 4th place in the 250 national category. I'm trying to see further down who is leading the 450s, and I think it looks like, where are we? I think it could be Costa Correts, it's the 69 cart. No, it's not, it's the 50 of John Busby, but now Moss up ahead of now that's Michael Goff, the 56 car, but Harpham back across the line to complete 4 laps. And where has the 24 cart of Liam Morley gone? Liam Morley not come across, and Tom Rushforth now, actually no, sorry, it's the timing screen was showing a bit of a glitch, but sorry, Morley still there in 2nd place. The gap now down to 3 seconds, and Morley puts in a first sub 1 minute 50 lap, a 1 minute 49.376 lap for Liam Morley, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds on that last round. So Harpham through the second gear Agostini's, accelerating up to Hamilton, the quick flick left before its hard braking into the second gear Oggie's corner. And Harpham safely through the Williams and onto the Bentley straight for this, the 5th time. Let's see, looking further back down the list, I think we've got still leading the 125s is the 23 cart of Clint Bridge, and he's just ahead of the 59 of Nick Flint, 4th in the 450 category. So Harpham through Murray's and coming up to the line to complete 5 laps, and yes, Morley still there in 2nd place, and the gap now is 2.9 seconds, so another fastest lap from Liam Morley, but only a smidgen quicker than Harpham that time, so it's now 2.9 seconds is the gap, with I think about 2 minutes 22 on the clock, so I think we've probably got time for another couple of laps, but is Morley going to leave this for a last lap challenge on the 47 cart of Lee Harpham? Harpham coming up against a back marker as they come into Agostini's, but it's Harpham, Morley, Rushforth, Carl Hume now up into 4th place, and Morley gets compromised by the 83 cart of Paul Von Gerard in the 125 category, but no fault of Paul's. I say the difference in engine capacity and power, but just possibly got caught at the wrong moment. So Harpham onto the Bentley straight for the 6th time. The clock ticks down to 1 minute 30, and it looks like the 53 there on screen of Martin Marks back up to speed, but the camera looks as if it's foreshortened the gap, but Morley trying to reel in the 47 of Harpham. And we're still looking further back, the 250 Nationals, and I think it's now Tom Hatfield, the 29 kart, that now leads the 250 Nationals. Jack Tritton crossing the line at the 87 kart, had a good run out at Alton Park, and Harpham and Morley crossed the line with 45 seconds on the clock, so I think we're into the final lap. Tom Rushforth back there in a lonely 3rd place, but on screen we see Curtis Seymour now back into a 2nd place in the 250 national category, being passed by his teammates, the 29 of Tom Hatfield, both Parker Motorsport drivers, a team based up at Metheringham, not far from Cadwell Park. And I think Hatfield got team honours at Alton Park last time, so with Curtis's good runs here in the past, so can the 4 kart get back as they cross the line to start their last lap? And the gap about 8 kart lengths as they go into Ritchie's for the final time. Michael Goff and James Hassel battling away, and Lee Plain, the 101 stranger, a long way back in the class, as Nick Flint, the 59, pulls off. But we're looking for the leaders to come up to the line. And Morley up ahead now of Lee Harpham on this last lap. So pegging away, and the gap now, I say it's now in Morley's favour as they come round Coram for the final time into Murray's. No mistakes from Morley, and having given away 2 non-finishes, and it's Morley that crosses the line to take the win in the first race from Lee Harpham, the 47 kart. Big gap before we see the 0 kart of Tom Rushforth in 3rd place, and a long way back in 4th is the 2 kart of Carl Hume, and then it is Jason Dredge just ahead of Matt Robinson, and looking further back it's Kinsey ahead of Andy Waite, and Ross Allen well up from the back row of the grid. And let's just see if we've got time to see the 250 national battle across the line. That was the Hatfield Seymour battle. And who's going to get the honours in the 250 national class? And it is the 29 of Tom Hatfield. Now where is Curtis Seymour? Hand in, yes. So whether Seymour had a problem on the last lap, but Tom Hatfield gets the class win 250 nationals ahead of his teammate Curtis Seymour. And we'll try and get some interviews with the drivers as they come into Parc Fermé.
Park Ferme for the Superkarts. Gary, that was a great race. You're a busy man, aren't you? Commentary duties. Now you're in here, Park Ferme. You're going to chat to some of the drivers, yeah?
Yeah, certainly going to try and catch up with a few, Ian. Let's say it was a cracking race.
Right, we're just nipping around the other side here. Gary's going to grab a quick word. Here we go with your winners. There we go. There's Lee Harpham on the left. And Liam Morley as well.
So a quick driver debrief there between Lee Harpham and Liam Morley. But I'll catch Liam first of all. What did happened at the start?
It just wouldn't clear, it just kept popping and banging, and took to the hairpin to get it cleared out, and then luckily it ran faultless from there.
Some drivers say you were back, I think, about 6th or 7th place going into Riches for the first time. So we kept looking on the timing screens, and 4 seconds to go with about 2 laps to go, and we're thinking, well, this might not be close, but so you got it in the end.
Yeah, well, I was just talking to Lee, he said he was cutting out, and down the back straight, he just sort of lost all speed, and I managed to get him, otherwise, don't know if I'd have caught him or not.
Thanks, Liam. Well, Lee, what have you got to do to beat this man?
Well, if it didn't cut out, we probably would have done it. But I made some changes this morning, last minute, just to see if we can get rid of it was a bit loose on the rear end. So we made the changes and it sorted the rear end, but give it a touch of understeer. But we've gone in the right direction.
So next race about 11 o'clock. So you got time to make the changes?
Yeah, there's only some minor changes. And then just see what the cutting out was. But I think that's what lost us the race, really.
Great stuff. Look forward to another battle later on. Thanks a lot. And I think we've got time to have a quick chat with Clint Bridge. So Clint, first in the 125 category, good race for you?
Yeah, not too bad. A couple of little niggles held the lap times back, but got a signal on the wall there saying I was clear, so I knew we were safe. I think one of the other lads was catching me near the end, but I think we just had enough to keep it steady. Hopefully, find a bit more for the next race.
Stuff. Well done.
Fantastic. We will do, yeah. I think we're just going to hand back. I think we've got qualifying about to start, so I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to take you through that.
Cool. 29 and 4 because they were teammates.
Well, thanks very much to Gary James taking us through the Superkarts there. An entertaining race with Lee Harpham. A minor problem on the last lap, and Liam Morley, the king of British Superkart racing, getting through to snatch the win. A couple of karts just being recovered. We see the D&G Assist flatbed heading out. So you can fit a few karts on that. And then it'll be qualifying. We've got just one qualifying session today. This is the Goodyear Britcar Endurance Championship Trophy category. We saw the endurance category yesterday, 2 1-hour races for them, the endurance class and the Praga Championship out with them as well. Plenty of you were in attendance on our feeds to watch them. And I'd also, before we get this underway, like to extend my own condolences to the Superkart world, as we heard at the beginning of the programme. Very sadly, one of their number, John Wrigley, lost his life in an accident recently at the Darley Moor circuit in Derbyshire, and we extend our condolences to the superkarting world. But it's Britcar Trophy next up then. We saw the quicker cars, as we say, out yesterday, with wins for the Lamborghini of John Seal and Jamie Stanley, and John Dillon in his Ferrari. But these are the slightly less powerful smaller GT and saloon cars. They opened their season a couple of weeks ago at Silverstone. It was 2 wins on that occasion for the Woodrow BMW 1 Series M Coupe of Simon Baker and Kevin Clark. They're back again this weekend with the Class 1 Championship lead. It was a double win in Class 2 for the car we see at the front of the queue there. Richard Higgins with his Porsche 996, the County Classic run car. So he's on top in Class 2. And in Class 3, it was the little Ginetta, which is third in the queue there. The Ginetta G20 of Steve Griffiths and Formula Ford star Jamie Vinnell-Meyer. We've also got the Clio class. It was James Colburn and brother Ben who were the winners at Silverstone. And James Colburn is out again. He's got a new racing partner this weekend, Sarah Franklin, the Northamptonshire-based lawyer. She's been racing Clios for a number of years now, and Sarah, good to see her back racing. We've got one of the Junior Saloon Cars, I think, going around doing a couple of laps who wasn't here yesterday at the moment. Those of you who were watching yesterday, the Goodyear Britcar Endurance Series Endurance category will have seen there was an incident during the pit stops in the second race due to a rather overcrowded pit lane when everybody came in together under the safety car. To avoid a repeat of that happening, the pit stops are going to be split in today's trophy races. There's going to be two pit windows. The first pit window opens after 20 minutes of the first race, and that will be classes 1, 3, and the Clios come in together. And with the majority of cars being in class 2, they will have a separate pit window between 30 and 40 minutes of the race. And that will be swapped over for race 2. So the class 2 cars will pit first, between 20 and 30 minutes, and then the second pit window will be for the other classes. So that's how it's going to work. Because we do not want a repeat of the collision in the pit lane we had yesterday. Thankfully, everybody was okay. But bit of an unfortunate incident. Thankfully, everyone was all right. This is the Britcar Endurance Championship, supported by Goodyear tyres. This is the trophy category. And looking at the points, as we say, there were two drivers top of the points from the first round at Silverstone. Steve Griffiths and Jamie Vinnell-Meyer in the Ginetta. Also Simon Baker and Kevin Clark in the BMW. Behind them in the points, James Colburn with the Clio and Richard Higgins with the Porsche 996. Then we've got Peter Spano and Andrew Bentley. They're in Class 2 with their Ginetta G40. They lead the points there. We've got a real variety of cars out there, though. Class 1, we've got BMWs, we've got Ginetta of Mark Lee, the Ginetta G56A. Kester Cook in his very modified Ford Fiesta, number 93. Kester's Fiesta, as it's known. The Alfa Romeo Giulietta of Barry McMahon, the Irishman, is here. Now, he was running in Class 3 at the last meeting, but now in Class 1. So he's made some changes to that car. We should also see the Peugeot RCZ. Not many of those racing in the UK. Charlie Campbell and Rob Smith, they missed Silverstone. Class 2, we've got VW Scirocco's, Porsche Boxsters, Ginettas, Seat Leons, the Mini Challenge car. You can see second in the queue there, Daniel and Sean Woodard. We had plenty of the Woodard family watching on our YouTube stream last time, so hopefully they're watching on again. We've got about 750 viewers so far on YouTube, and over 150 likes. What we try for is 1,000 likes by lunch. That's what we want. We've got plenty of time to go before the lunch break yet. Mentioned Class 2. VW Golf of Stephen Chandler could be a threat in there as well. Class 3, we've got Ginetta G20, VW Golf, BMW 118. That's the Team Brit run car, run by the team of ex-servicemen. Mazda MX-5 and Honda Civic, and then the class for Clios rounds out the entry. We've just got one of the Junior Saloon cars out there at the moment, a car which I don't think was out yesterday. You have to do a minimum number of acclimatisation laps to be able to race. It's a minimum of 3 laps, and whichever driver was not out yesterday. I'm not sure who it is out there. You can see it coming out of Murray's Corner and out towards the Senna Straight behind the safety car. And that's one of the Junior Saloon cars ready for their race later on, because, of course, their qualifying session was cancelled because of the weather. But they still have to do those acclimatisation laps. That's the 333 car. That's Adam Harding. The Saxo there, the man from Grays in Essex, the RX competition car. Yes, he missed the acclimatisation session that was held yesterday. So he's just doing his mandatory laps so he can race later on. The Junior Saloon cars, they will line up in championship order in lieu of qualifying, which means that Charlie Hand, the leader after the first meeting at Cadwell Park, will be on pole. Little sneak preview of the Citroen Saxos that we'll see later on. Drivers as young as 14 in that series. We had a slightly chaotic opening round of the year at Cadwell Park in Lincolnshire. Charlie Hand and Harvey Caton doing the winning there. Identical Citroen Saxo VTS 1600cc cars. Used to be known as Saxmax. But as soon as the 333 car has gone round on his mandatory laps here, Adam Harding, we will get the Britcar Trophy cars out on track to do their qualifying session. Most of them with two drivers. As we say, the mandatory pit stops will see driver changes. And the way the pit stops work is you come in during your pit window. You've only got 10 minutes to do so in this race with the split pit window. It's a minimum stop of 120 seconds, 2 minutes. You have to be stationary for, including the driver change. And the top three finishers in each class have a penalty of a few extra seconds for the second race at the end of the programme. So if you win your class, you have an extra 15 seconds to serve. Second in your class, you have an extra 10 seconds, and third in class, an extra 5 seconds. We'll let you know who the starting drivers are when it's race time as well. And thank you to Stephen Wood from Britcar, their press officer, for sending us the details on that. Certainly a very busy weekend of motorsports. A certain Jimmy Broadbent is watching our live stream. He was racing yesterday, the top sim racer and YouTuber. Good morning, Jimmy. 10th place from the back of the grid in the second race for the Britcar Endurance Championship in his Praga yesterday. 5th in class, sharing with Jem Hepworth. So we'll shortly be completing Adam Harding's run in the Saxo, and then we'll have the Britcar field unleashed. Oh, the Team Brits BMW 118 pulling out of line. That's Luke Pound, number 71. Team Brits, the team, as we say, run by ex-servicemen. Oh, he's overheated. That's why. Bit of steam there. Milk, no sugar, please, Luke. It's Team Brit working away there, aiming to inspire people with disabilities and mental health issues, demonstrating what can be achieved through motorsports. Well, checkered flag waving, and it's the safety car that takes it because Adam Harding's pulled into the pit lane. Mentioning Team Brit, they've raced in the Fun Cup Endurance Series. They've done GT4 racing. We saw their Aston Martin out yesterday with karting ace Bobby Trundley and Aaron Morgan, the disabled driver, out in action. Aaron Morgan drove brilliantly in the BMW Compact Cup in the past. The BMW with a bit of overheating there, needs a bit of water. Okay, the pack is waved out then. Porsche, BMW Mini, Ginetta, VW Scirocco's have got in there. 77 is Matt Evans, 31 Paul de Hadre. Matt Evans didn't get far at Silverstone, involved in a first lap accident. The other team, Britcar there, Andy Tucker and Matty Street's BMW. There's the Peugeot RCZ. Very purposeful looking car that is. There's one of the favourites as well, Jasvir Sapra, number 40 with his BMW M3, the grey car. He hasn't got Lucky Kera co-driving with him this weekend. Lucky will be off racing somewhere else. There's the BMW 1 Series M Coupe, Simon Baker and Kevin Clark that we mentioned. That could be the pre-meeting favourite after 2 outright wins at Silverstone. It's all about points in your class towards the championship. Classes 1, 2, 3 and Clio. We've got another BMW 1 Series, I think that is there, the white car. Didn't see a number on that machine. We'll have to check who that is in a moment. That might be the M240i of Richard Evans. I've not got him on my list. The Team Brits BMW there gets going. So the main contenders at Silverstone were Simon Baker and Kevin Clark, Mark Lee in the Ginetta and Jasvir Sapra's grey BMW. Former class champion in the BMW Championship, Jasvir. You can see the Kumho BMWs out on our next live stream on Bank Holiday Monday, May the 31st, alongside the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. There's the Mazda MX-5. That's Ivor Mares, ex-Formula Ford ace. It's the white BMW that I couldn't identify. I think is Richard Evans. Number 82, he's running in Class 2, as are many of these guys. Oh, the Peugeot RCZ has spun already there, trying to warm the tyres up. Charlie Campbell and Rob Smith, number 20. Plenty of Ginettas and Porsche Boxsters out there. We should have just over 30 cars for this session. So we'll see representative lap times start to come in a couple of minutes' time once they're warmed up and are into flying lap mode, while Jasvir Sapra's up to speed already. He co-drove at Silverstone with Lucky Kera, a multi-talented racer. He was here yesterday with his Ferrari. Unfortunately, that broke down in qualifying for the Britcar endurance races, shared with Ross Wiley. And we've got, talking of breaking down, we've got a Boxster pulling over. That, I think, is the car of Richard Bernard, the Amigo Motorsport car, number 39, that has stopped there at the pit lane exit. And Paul de Hadre has spun his VW Scirocco at Wilson's Hairpin. Gets going again. Look out, Woodards in the BMW Mini. There's the grey Boxster, number 8. That's Kevin Hancock and Lee Smart. They struggled a bit with mechanical issues at Silverstone. So far we have had 29 cars on track, so we're missing just a couple from the booked entry list, possibly. Right, the flying laps will begin to come in. Fastest first sector has been done by Jasvir Sapra, no surprise there. Fastest second sector by Richard Higgins, that's a Class 2 car, the Porsche. There's the number 10, that's going to be the car to watch. Simon Baker and Kevin Clark. Kevin was racing with Matty Evans in his 1 Series M Coupe yesterday in the GT classes of the endurance segment of this championship. Green Honda Civic, that's the Cook family, Steve and Edward. Run by Derek McMahon Racing, as is the Alfa Romeo of Barry McMahon. Part of the appeal of this championship, of course, the sheer variety you've got out there. I mean, at Silverstone, we even had the Smart 4.4 of Rob Baker on the grid. Sadly, that's not here this weekend. Okay, the first flying laps will start to come in then. First to record one is Richard Higgins with a 2 minutes 12 precisely. But Jasvir Sapra has done fastest first and second sectors. If you're watching the timing screen, they show up purple, the quickest sectors. Across the line they come. Then we'll start to see the times come in. Who's going to go top after the A laps? Jasvir Sapra, no, he doesn't go quickest. He's 0.4 of a second down on Richard Higgins with his first lap of the session. There is the BMW, number 40. He's got Mark Lee behind him. He goes third with a 2:14.925. And Anthony Hutchins, number 80, with his Porsche Boxster is fourth. There's the blue and white car. Now, he didn't get to race at Silverstone. His engine failed in qualifying, so aiming to at least get a race this time. There's the Class 3 Championship leader, the little Ginetta G20. Steve Griffiths with Jamie Vinol-Meyer. He's been racing Formula Ford single-seaters the last couple of years. There it goes. So Richard Higgins goes quickest, the Porsche 911-996. Not quite a way to go yet. 2 minutes 12, the quickest time. It is a long lap here on the Snetterton 300 circuit as we watch the left-hander at Palmer's Corner, named after Dr. Jonathan Palmer, the owner of Motorsport Vision, who operate this circuit, an ex-Formula One driver, of course. Some British touring cars and many other disciplines as well. His son Jolion has raced in Formula One as well. And Dr. Palmer, a great visionary, as the name of his business suggests. Yes, the Woodard family have appeared in the YouTube chat as I expected. Hi to Jasmine Woodard, cheering on their BMW Mini. So just under 13 minutes of the session to go then. Higgins ahead of Sapra. Up to third is Richard Evans, number 82, with his BMW. Fourth quickest is Mark Lee. So everybody has done at least one flying lap. Now watch for Jasvir Sapra. I reckon he might go quickest this time through. And he does. 2 minutes 7.740 from the M3. That's fully over 4 seconds quicker than Richard Higgins. Mark Lee in third. 2:12.587 he improves to. Sapra fastest by a very clear margin there, but still plenty of time to go. He's got Andy Mollison and Ryan Firth's Clio behind him. That's not running in the Clio class. That's a more powerful Clio prepared by Prep Tech Limited. The grey car, he's running in Class 2. There are the class colours. We've got one unknown car out there on our timing screen at the moment. Hopefully that'll update to show us who it is. Yeah, I think it has now. I think that might have been the Woodards, actually. Transponder issue with that car. Scirocco's go through at Agostini, the left-hander, named after Giacomo Agostini, the most successful world motorcycle champion of all. And we've got a slowing Porsche. That's down at Nelson towards the end of the lap. That's a Porsche Boxster pulling off. It's the number 33. I haven't got a number 33 on my entry list, so I'm not sure who that is, unfortunately. Bear with me a moment, I'll do a bit of investigation. Qualifying continues. The driver we were missing a name for there, the boxer that's pulled off down at Nelson's Corner, that's Andy Porter in his Porsche Boxster. There he is. So problems for Andy Porter, number 33, a late entry on the programme, and now the car has unfortunately let him down, it appears. That's a great shame. Jasper Sapra quickest. It's Mark Lee that's gone second now, ahead of Richard Evans. Kester Cook in the Ford Fiesta goes fourth. So the Class 2 Porsche, the slightly less powerful car, goes down to fifth. Richard Evans now quickest in Class 2. Fastest of the Clios of the Thompson family, Stephen Aaron, number 41. And quickest Class 3 car is a bit further down the order. And that is the Ginetta G20. They could be one of the favourites for the overall title, I reckon, this year. There's your key for the colours on our graphic. Class 1 in blue, 2 in white, 3 in yellow, and Clio's in pink. That's a great effort by the Thompsons, up there in 6th overall with their Clio. We've got the Colburn family out there. Father and son Richard and James in their Clios. We usually see James's brother Ben racing as well. He's out in his Mini Miglia this weekend. We'll see all three of the Colburns out in the Mini Miglia a little later on. James sharing with Sarah Franklin in the Clios in this category, and Richard Colburn sharing with James Black. Mark Lee goes through. Does he improve? Yep, personal best. He's second. Jasvir Sapra with a 2:06.985. He's in the pit lane at the moment. Mark Lee's Ginetta with a 2:08.130, so 1.1 seconds down. Kester Cook has gone third, 2:09.975. 8 minutes of the session to go. And Richard Evans fourth quickest. Rounding up the top five is Richard Higgins. Then the Thompsons. Paul de Hadre in his Scirocco. Eighth quickest is another Scirocco just going through. That's Tony Prendergast in number 5. The Golf of Stephen Chandler and Joel Wren, new co-driver for Stephen Chandler this weekend, is 9th fastest. They picked up a bit of damage at Silverstone. And rounding out the top 10, the Mollison and Firth Clio. To Jasvir Sapra. Could he take his first outright win of the season? He and Lucky Kira finished second and third overall at Silverstone. There's the Alfa Romeo, Barry McMahon. And behind him, Charlotte Birch in her Ginetta. We've got a slow Honda Civic there. That's the Cook family, Steve and Edward. There's a change of second driver on my timing screen for the number 10 car. Simon Baker is now co-driven by Rubens. I don't think it's Rubens Barrichello. We don't know who that is at the moment, but the car has just gone quickest. Now it's listed as Kevin Clark, the second driver for that car, just going through the shot towards Rich's Corner there. So we'll have to try and find out who that is. Haven't been given an amendments sheet this morning. So a couple of changes of driver. Apologies we can't bring those to you at the moment. Wait info to come through from Britcar HQ. Stephen Wood from Britcar has sent it through. It's Ollie Reuben. He's the son of Nigel Reuben, who's been racing in the UK for many years. So replaced Kevin Clark on the entry with Ollie Reuben. It's Andy Porter, number 33 in the Boxster. So thank you, Steve Wood. Andy Porter running in Class 2. So we've got 4.5 minutes to go. I must say a very big thank you to Stephen Wood from Britcar for the flow of information. The black and white flag is out. That's the driving standards flag, so it might well be a warning of a car exceeding track limits. Of course, if you are a repeat offender on track limits, you can get a penalty. So the winning car from Silverstone, with its new co-driver Ollie Reuben, mainly competes in historic racing, sharing with Simon Baker this weekend. Number 10 on top there, 2:04.789, 2 seconds quicker than Jasvir Sapra now. Mark Lee third quickest in the Ginetta. Then we've got the Class 2 pace setter, which is now Peter Spano and Andrew Bentley with their Ginetta G40. Now fourth quickest ahead of Kester Cook in the Fiesta, fifth fastest. 6th, Richard Evans BMW. Richard Higgins in the Porsche in 7th. Then the Thompsons, the first of the Clios. Paul de Hadre in the Scirocco. And Team Brit BMW of Tucker and Streets were 10th, but Tony Prendergast in his Scirocco has just gone into 8th place. There's Sapra. Does he improve that time? No, he doesn't. That was a 2:09. 32 cars have appeared in this session. A couple of Boxsters in trouble already, unfortunately. Richard Bernard and Andy Porter. There's the number 4 Clio. That's Anton Spires. Been racing Clios for a number of years now. Sharing with Darren Gerhardt. He used to compete in the one-make Michelin Clio series. There's Charlotte Birch in her Ginetta. She's come through from Junior Saloon Cars. There's Kester Cook in that awesome number 93 Fiesta. An absolute pocket rocket, that car is. There's 62. That's the Clio of James Colburn and Sarah Franklin. Wonderful variety in this series. So just a couple of minutes to go now. It's looking good for Simon Baker and Ollie Reuben. The car just coming into pit lane now with the Woodrow team. They're running Matty Evans and Kevin Clark in another BMW yesterday. Can anyone knock them off pole position? Campbell and Smith Peugeot, it's just gone up into 5th place, so leaving it late with their effort. Over the line goes Mark Lee. Does he improve? No, he doesn't. 2:09.5. No purple sectors on the timing screens at the moment. Peter Spano and Andy Bentley have gone 4th. Class 2 pace setters in their Ginetta. Looking to make it first class win. They were beaten by Richard Higgins, 2 second places at Silverstone. There's the Alfa Romeo Giulietta. That now a Class 1 car. In comes Richard Evans, number 82, BMW. Will we see any late changes here? The checkered flag is going to go out in just a few seconds' time. Richard Higgins goes through. Does he improve? No, he doesn't. 2 minutes 15 that time through for the blue Porsche. Kester Cook over the line. New personal best, but stays 6th, 209.6. The top, 3 of the top 4 are now in the pit lane. Mark Lee is still out there. And there won't be time for them to start another flying lap, so it looks like the front row is set, unless Mark Lee does something special in the Ginetta. As I say that, the Peugeot goes third, Campbell and Smith. They have just got through to start another flying lap because the checkered flag hadn't gone out, so the Peugeot will start an extra lap. There's the checkered flag, and Andy Mollison and Ryan Firth's Clio is the first to take it. They're further down the order in 17th place. So the cars to watch: Mark Lee in the Ginetta and Campbell and Smith in the Peugeot RCZ. There is the Peugeot. Should be hoping for no traffic on this lap, just ahead of Richard Coburn and James Black in the blue Westbourne Motorsport Clio there. So the car to watch for could be the Peugeot RCZ. We'll see if that improves. Didn't start its session very well, had a spin on its first lap. That's Agostini. It's coming out of Agostini now up towards the left at Hamilton's. No prizes for guessing who that corner's named after. And round the right-hander at Oggies, up towards Williams Corner, onto the Bentley Straight at the back of the circuit, and down towards Brundle and Nelson. This is the bomb hole, then to Corham. And then Murray's the final corner, named after the voice of motorsport, of course, who we so sadly lost prior to the start of this season. We miss you, Murray. Just waiting for the Campbell and Smith Peugeot to come through. Mark Lee stays 4th in his Ginetta. Peugeot should be coming into our sight any moment now. Richard Higgins across the line. He slows up. Any further change? It doesn't look like it's down the order. Where is the Peugeot RCZ over the line? Does it improve? No, it stays 3rd. 207.988, its best time. That was a 209. So it looks like the grid is set then for Britcar Endurance Championship trophy category race number 1. Second fastest time in the session will determine the grid for race number 2. In pole position will be Simon Baker and Ollie Rubin with their BMW 1 Series 204.789. Second quickest Jasvir Sapra, number 40, with his BMW M3 E46 206.985, 2.1 seconds down. Third quickest number 20, Campbell and Smith with the Peugeot RCZ. And fourth fastest is number 74, Mark Lee with the Ginetta G56A. Fifth fastest and first in Class 2, number 2, Peter Spano and Andy Bentley with the Ginetta G40. Sixth quickest, number 93, Kester Cook with his Ford Fiesta. Seventh fastest, number 82, Richard Evans with his BMW. Eighth quickest, number 15, Richard Higgins with the Porsche 996. And ninth fastest, number 5, Tony Prendergast with his VW Scirocco. And rounding out the top 10, the first of the Clio class, the Thompson family with their Renault Clio Generation 4. 11th quickest, number 31, Paul de Hadre with his VW Scirocco. 12th fastest, the Team Brits BMW of Tucker and Streets. 13th, number 35, Chandler and Wren with the Golf. 14th, the Clio of number 4, Anton Spires and Darren Gerhardt. And 15th fastest, Matt Evans, number 77, with his Scirocco. Quickest of the Class 3 cars was in 21st overall, Steve Griffiths and Jamie Vinnell-Meyer with the Ginetta G20. Second fastest in that class, Luke Pound in the BMW 116. Just one car failed to do a lap there. That was, unfortunately, Richard Bernard, number 39, with his Boxster. Andy Porter with problems with his Porsche Boxster as well. And hopefully we'll see them repaired for the race. There is the number 33 of Andy Porter, about to be recovered. And once that is complete, we'll be underway with our second race of the day, the Caterham Graduates Racing Club, the Sigma 150 category. Well, we'll see the Caterhams on track fairly shortly. Before we introduce them, Ian Waterhouse has been busy grabbing interviews down in the paddock. We'll hear from them in a moment.
Which is great for us because it means we can chat to some of the drivers. I've got Christopher Buckley literally right here. Let's grab a quick word with Christopher. Chris, no, he's going to get on with stuff. Let's go over here. Let's go chat to Mark. Mark, you're in early doors. You're the first one here. Different conditions today, isn't it? How nice is it that you're not driving into a lot of spray today?
It's fantastic. Yesterday was it was quite awful. And the difference between having a clear track in front of you yesterday and driving behind somebody was just, it was just driving behind buckets of water.
These things I imagine are always a joy to drive, but particularly in the dry, I imagine, right?
It was great fun yesterday in the wet, but you just had to be a bit careful about who was around you and what they might be doing as well. Whereas at least in the dry, yes, it's just, you can play with it. Bit of fun.
And do you think qualifying might have thrown up a few surprises yesterday? We're in for an action-packed race.
I'm sure there are a few people out of position, and I'm sure they'll be trying to get their own way past again. But I think for a lot of us, we still don't quite know where we are in the overall grid. Because we don't know the people around us so well yet. So there's going to be a lot of just exploring and seeing what positions become available.
Fantastic.
And just trying to make the most of the first lap.
Well, enjoy it. Best of luck, Mark. Enjoy the weather.
Cheers.
Yeah, there's Mark Smith there. Let's go. I did want to see if we can find the man on pole position, Jamie Winrow. Let's go have a little look. Is he down there as well? Very different conditions to yesterday for qualifying, wasn't it? Be like driving on an ice rink yesterday with these Caterhams. Absolutely wonderful, wonderful pieces of machinery, aren't they? Let's go grab a quick word with the man on pole position for this race. Can he convert it into a race win? Number 46, Jamie Winrow, a man who's looking very confident, isn't he? Are you okay down there, Jamie?
Yeah, good. Looking forward to getting started.
Yes.
Yeah, really looking forward to it, especially being dry. Yesterday was a little bit tricky in qualifying.
Yeah.
But, yeah, 100% dry today and looking forward to getting out there.
You've clearly got the skills in the rain. Have you got the skills in the dry as well?
Well, hopefully.
We're going to find out in about 20 minutes, aren't we?
Exactly, yeah, and did a bit of testing on Friday in the dry. So, yeah, I've been here a few times, but not in this car yet, so it'll be interesting to see how it goes.
Fantastic. Congratulations yesterday. Best of luck out there.
Thank you.
Jamie Winrow is the man starting on pole position. I just wonder if I can, let's grab a quick word of Harry over here whilst like Jamie is starting second, just getting his gloves and hats on and stuff. Harry, What can you do from third? I'm very well, mate. How are you?
All right.
Good, good. Round the outside at turn 1.
That's the plan. Or inside, or any side.
This is a fine. Red's my favourite colour, so I wouldn't want to tell the other guys, but you know, come on, I'm going for it.
Your secret's safe, mate.
Very different conditions yesterday. I suppose this didn't provide you with much protection, did it?
Not a great deal, no. I couldn't bring the brolly out with me. It's not so aerodynamic.
No, but you can get the job done. You think in a race when you're confident, you're feeling good.
I'll tell you about half an hour.
All right, deal, done. I'll see you in the in Park for me. Cheers, Harry. They're going to go round the outside at turn 1. Keep an eye out on that. Right, it is time for these guys and girls to get out onto the track. I'm going to hand over to commentator Dave Goddard, who's going to talk you through the action.
Cars are on the grid then, just moving off for their green flag lap ahead of this 20-minute race for the Caterham Graduates Racing Club, the Sigma 150 category. So named because they use Ford Sigma 150 horsepower engines. Let's have a look at the grid then, this first of 2 races today. And in pole position it is car number 46 of Jamie Winrow. He did a 2:42.417 in qualifying in wet conditions yesterday. Alongside him is the championship leader, car number 2 of Jamie Elwood. Second row, we have 121 of Harry Kramer and 88 Adam Cottrell. On row 3, 38 Simon Goodwin and Andrew Whitten, car number 112. The fourth row, 66 Barry White and 110 of James Gilmore. On the fifth row, we have 102 James de Lusignan and 42 of John Benfield. The sixth row, 3 Jim Earlham and 99 Gideon Wilkinson. Row 7, 85 Colin Loughlin alongside 83, which is Jonathan Ems. Then on the eighth row rather, we have 26 Richard Lambert. He'll race that car in this race. His son Matthew will drive that 26 car in race 2 alongside 58 Rob Warner. On row 9, 172, which is Mark Smith, and 22 Chris Buckley. Row 10, we have number 15, which is Kim Raymond, starting alongside 21 of Roger Ford. The penultimate row, 84 Daniel Hamilton, 27 Chris Savage. At the back of the field, 19 Mark Gibson, 93 of Rob Appleton. Identical Caterham 7s. This will be a 20-minute race. Slipstreaming is the name of the game in Caterham racing, and the place you don't want to be is leading going into the final lap, because you're likely to get zapped in the last couple of corners. This is going to be a very close race indeed. First round was held last month at Alton Park in Cheshire. It's Jamie Elwood who won both races on that occasion. He's out in the black and orange number 2 car, second on the grid. Second in the championship, Doug Christie, number 167. He's not here this weekend, so Andrew Whitten could move up in the points. He's in third in the points, car number 112, and Harry Kramer's qualified well, car number 121. Fourth in the points, James de Lusignan, number 102, rounding out the top 5. The Winrow family have been with this championship for a number of years now, from Cheshire. Jamie Winrow on the pole. Don't think he competed in the first Sigma 150 round of the year. Looking for his first win of the season. Red car of Harry Kramer on row 2, alongside Adam Cottrell in black and orange. Then we've got the red and black of Simon Goodwin. Andrew Whitten in similar colours. Then Barry White, the grey car with the red wheels. James Gilmore in orange. Classic shape of the Caterham 7, of course, based on the original Lotus 7, designed by Colin Chapman. The Caterham Graduates Racing Club, set up in 1998 for graduates, if the name sounds unfamiliar, for graduates of the old Caterham Scholarship. A great fun place to race. We've had many different classes over the years, 3 of them here this weekend. We've got combined races later on for the Sigma 135s and the more powerful Sig Max cars, all using Ford engines. Onto the grid they come then. Jamie Winrow in the blue and red car on pole, alongside Jamie Elwood in black and orange. This is going to be a very close race indeed. Seen some entertaining racing from the Minis this weekend, while the Caterhams are going to be, if anything, even closer. Watch the back of the grid, wait for the marshal to wave the green flag. and then we will get underway. Okay, the last row into position. Green flag is displayed at the back, so the red lights will come on and we'll be underway over 20 minutes of racing. The Caterham Graduates Racing Club Sigma 150s, away they go. The front row leap away. A little bit of a slow start from Adam Cottrell in the 88 car. They charge down towards Rich's corner for the first time. It's side by side between Jamie Winrow and James Elwood. Third place is Harry Kramer. It is Winrow who has got the lead in the 46 car around the first corner. Are they all going to make it round? Yes, they are. Up towards Wilson's hairpin for the first time. Jamie Winrow in the blue and red car has the lead. Elwood second, Kramer third, side by side fourth. Looks like Andrew Whitten there at the inside into fourth place. They have all made it round okay so far. Next into the left-hander at Palmer's, and Jamie Winrow has already pulled out a gap of about 3 or 4 Caterham lengths. They slide their way through on the edge of adhesion there. These rear-wheel drive Caterham 7s. All 1600cc Ford Sigma engines, 150 brake horsepower, designed to be as equal as possible. The results down to the skills of the drivers. 88 Adam Cottrell said he'd made a poor start. He's dropped back into the pack, runs wide there on the exit of Agostini. But Jamie Winrow with a clear lead in car number 46, up towards Oggies for the first time. Clear of Jamie Elwood in second place in the number 2. Been with this club, the Caterham Graduates Racing Club, for many years. Car's also running on identical Yokohama tyres. Yokohama, a big supporter of Caterham Racing. No need for rain tyres today, though. They stream their way towards the Bentley Straight, down to the back of the circuit for the first time. Number 93, Rob Appleton, running at the back, the Nottinghamshire driver, trying to close in on the rest of the field. Into Brundle for the first time, under the bridge into the left-hander, then into the right at Nelson, then on towards the bomb hole, so named because the circuit drops down into a bit of a depression. Jamie Winrow has the lead as they head round towards the bomb hole for the first time. Then it's through to the long right-hander at Corham, then into the left flick of Murray's. Barry White there on the inside in 66, side by side with the 42 car. It's John Benfield. Had a couple of spins in qualifying yesterday. Coming towards the end of the opening lap, it is Jamie Winrow has the lead in car number 46. We'll see what the gap is as he crosses the line. 1.3 seconds is his lead over Harry Kramer, who has got up into second place. Elwood down to third. Andrew Whitten is fourth. Simon Goodwin in car number 38 is fifth. Then we've got the 110 car, which is James Gilmore. He's made a good opening lap. Slightly a higher roll cage in that car. A bit of dust being kicked up there. Somebody's run wide. Down to the hairpin. The lead has run way wide on the hairpin. Harry Kramer could have chance to take the lead here. Barry White gets through in the 66 car with the red wheels. John Benfield behind the number 110, James Gilmore. Yes, Harry Kramer definitely able to close up there. Jamie Winrow, I think, pushing a little bit too hard into this second lap. Plenty of laps to go yet. Down towards Agostini. Harry Kramer, number 121, pulls out to have a look. Not able to take the lead this time. Elwood third, bit of a lock-up there as they slide their way through the left-hander at Agostini. Elwood under pressure here from Andrew Whitten, car number 112 for third place. It's Harry Kramer getting ready to attack for the lead here. The man from Northwich in Cheshire on the back of Jamie Winrow. Based not far away from him, Macclesfield, so a bit of local rivalry going on between these two. He's right on the tail of Winrow here. He could slipstream him as they come towards the Bentley Straight. Still Elwood in third place. Then Whitten, Goodwin, Gilmore next in the order. Back of the field starting to spread out. They could be side by side here going towards Brundle and Nelson. And Harry Kramer does pull ahead as they come towards the end of the Bentley Straight. 1-2-1, Harry Kramer, your new leader. Jamie Winrow down to second place. Wonder if he's pushing those Yokohama tyres a little bit too hard in the early stages. Through the right-hander at Nelson. And Andrew Whitten's got through into third. Elwood, the championship leader, is down to fourth. Adam Cottrell a bit wide onto the curves there. He's got the number 3 of Jim Earlham behind him there. But it's Kramer from Winrow through the long right-hander of Corham, and onto the brakes for the left at Murray's. Third place it is now the 112 of Whitten. James Elwood, the championship leader, down into fourth. They start to bunch up once again at the front of the field. The back of the pack is a little more spread out. You can see them trying to slipstream each other, getting close in behind the car in front. And then pull out to get the extra momentum. That's what Jamie Elwood has done. He's retaken third place from Andrew Whitten, and he runs wide there, gets a wheel onto the grass. Coming out of Rich's corner, up towards what used to be Sears, now the Wilson hairpin. He's under fire there from Whitten, the red number 112 car. Then we've got 38, which is Simon Goodwin. First two pulling away very slightly, Kramer and Winrow. Barry White in there with John Bentfield behind him. Next behind them, 102, that's James de Lusignan. We've got a train of 7 cars at the front of the field. De Lusignan under fire from Adam Cottrell, who's trying to recover from that poor start. Simon Goodwin with the gold wheels there, having a look for 4th place. John Benfield with the yellow roll cage on the tail of Barry White in the 66 car. And James Gilmore has dropped back a few spots and trying to recover as well. This is the fight for 3rd place. Still got over 14 minutes of this race to go. Harry Kramer holds the lead. He was half a second ahead of Jamie Winrow at the line last time through. There's de Lusignan 8th. 9th behind him is Gilmore. Is Cottrell rather, then Gilmore has dropped back a little. Here come the leaders. Harry Kramer down towards the left at Brundle. Chased by Jamie Winrow trying to get his lead back. James Elwood chasing them down in car number 2. Sideways there, he's going to run wide onto the curb. They're really thrashing these cars around here. Look at this for 4th place. Whitten, Goodwin and Barry White, 3 of them, and Goodwin is in attacking mode, so is the 66 of Barry White. John Benfield wants a bit of this as well. Here they come towards Coram. Out of the bomb hole. Through towards the end of what will be the 3rd lap. Harry Kramer, still your leader of this Caterham Graduates Sigma 150 race. First of 2 races for them today. We'll see the Sigmax and Sigma 135 split as well. Over the line they go. Lead gap that time was about the same, 0.538, but Winrow has done the fastest lap of the race, 2:11.406. There's the very snazzy liveried car of Jim Earlham. He's got ahead of Adam Cottrell in the 88s. I think we described that livery of Jim Earlham's Caterham yesterday as a 1990s goalkeeper's shirt. He hasn't managed to save that one because Adam Cottrell has got through in car 88 on the hairpin. Trying to fight back. And look at the way Jamie Elwood is throwing his car around there. Needs to be careful to preserve his tyres a little for the final push at the end of the race. Here come the leaders, Kramer, Winrow, Elwood. And here's the battle for 4th. Andrew Whitten and Simon Goodwin swapping places. Whitten up the inside. Barry White tries to get through as well. Over the curves they go. John Benfield runs a bit wide in 7th place. He's got James de Lusignan up behind him. Then it's Adam Cottrell, Jim Earlham, and the 110 of James Gilmore. In 11th position now. He's dropped back steadily as this race has gone on. Behind him, Gideon Wilkinson in number 99. This is great stuff from the Caterham Graduates, as always. Starting to get a little more spread out now, but not these two. What's Jamie Winrow going to do? He'll be on the outside for Brundle, but has he managed to slipstream into the lead? Yes, he has. So Jamie Winrow back into the lead ahead of Harry Kramer. Coming up towards half distance now. Through the left at Brundle, onto the brakes for Nelson's corner. Jamie Elwood going with them. The first 3 starting to break away now. It's Harry Kramer. The Smart Clinic liveried car. Here comes the number 2 of Jamie Elwood. He's reeling Kramer in now. He wants 2nd place. Of course, the harder they battle, the easier it'll be for Jamie Winrow to pull away. 4th place is Simon Goodwin. Then it's Whitten. Barry White in 6th. Here come your leaders. What's the gap going to be over the line? We'll check the lap times as well. Winrow from Kramer by 0.7 of a second. Through Rich's corner. There is Jamie Elwood, the double winner from Alton Park Championship leader. Looking for win number 3 this year, but he's going to find the going tough against these two. Jamie Winrow has also got a lot of experience. Swings it through the 180-degree hairpin at Wilson's. Used to be known as Sears corner. Some call it the Sear pin these days. Named now after Justin Wilson, the great IndyCar racer. And of course, so sadly lost his life in an accident at Pocono, Pennsylvania. Here's your first 3. Winrow, Kramer and Elwood. Andrew Whitten under fire. Here comes Simon Goodwin on the inside into Agassi. These two have been swapping places all race long, and he goes up the inside. Barry White is next. Adam Cottrell making a move on James de Lusignan as well. He takes the place away. Qualified well, but made a slow start. He's slowly but surely climbing his way back up the order. Jamie Winrow still leads. Is Harry Kramer going to be in a position to slipstream him once again? Elwood's dropped away from them a little now. Then the fight for fourth. Goodwin, Whitten, White. Cottrell's back up there as well ahead of de Lusignan and the rest of them. Here we come. Down to Brundle once again. Just over halfway in this first race of the weekend for the Caterham Graduates Championship Sigma 150. Championship supported by Yokohama, Ryan Motorsport Insurance, Downing Intellectual Property, Molson and Associates and Classic Carbon. A lot of sponsors for this championship. Racing for charity as well in aid of Purple for polio and for Sporting Bears as well. I'll give you a bit more info when we have chance later on those. Starting to get a little bit more spread out. There go the leaders. You can see the gap between now. 0.7 of a second in it, and Elwood a further second back now. Simon Goodwin in fourth place. Still under fire from Barry White, and in fact Andrew Whitten got through there as they came over the line, so he's back ahead again. The two red and black cars frantically fighting it out. Up the inside there, Adam Cottrell slings his way past Barry White. Great fight going on here for fourth, fifth, sixth and seventh. James Earlham next in the order. Here comes the 38 up the inside. Again takes the place away. Cottrell past White as well. Hard to know where to look in this one. The first three seem to have stabilised a little at the front. Jim Earlham runs wide there in the number 3. Still your leader is Jamie Winrow up front in the 46, looking for his first win of the season. Just over 7.5 minutes to go in the sunshine of Snetterton. What a contrast to yesterday. Still this fourth place fight rages on. Good win from Whitten. Moving to defend there, Jamie Winrow. Harry Kramer in his slipstream again. Good defensive work there by Jamie Winrow. And Elwood losing touch with them just a little. And they're all over each other. This could be 3 wide for fourth place. Adam Cottrell had a lunge there at the inside. Thinks better of it. He's up into 6th, having a go at the 38 car of Simon Goodwin. Then it's Barry White. Then Jim Earlham. Behind him, de Lusignan. They're all over each other. Look at this. Frantic there as they came out of Nelson up towards the bomb hole. James Gilmore back in touch in the 110 as well. Now John Benfield has dropped to the back of that group in car number 42. Onto the brakes as they come into Murray's. Over the line go the leaders, and Kramer is right on the tail of Winrow. He's just done the fastest lap of the race, 2:10.773. Third place still Jamie Elwood. Next Whitten, Goodwin, Cottrell and White. There's the order over the line. It's probably all changed again as they went into Riches there. Earlham, de Lusignan and Gilmore completing the top 10. Has the order changed since I read that out? It has. Yes, Goodwin's got back ahead. I said it would have changed by the time I'd finished reading the top 10 out. Here they come. Simon Goodwin, the red and black car's got back ahead. There's a green flag waving there. We've got possibly a spinner at the hairpin. Try and work out who that was in a moment. We keep our eyes on this fourth place battle. Cottrell up to 6th. There's Earlham 7th. James de Lusignan slides at the inside. Barry White's dropping back in the 66. Gone wide onto the grass there. Under attack from Jim Earlham. That was Cottrell in 6th position. I'm losing track of this. Now this is frantic. Superb stuff. 5.5 minutes to go. Down towards Brundle come the leaders once again. Harry Kramer getting ever closer to the 46 of Jamie Winrow through Nelson. Running wide over the curb there slightly. 5 minutes to go. Can Jamie Winrow hang on in front? He goes through the bomb hole. Up towards Coram. A long right-hander. Leaders, you can see, more spread out now. The main focus is the battle for 4th position. Over the line they come. 2.3 seconds back off our leader now. Jamie Elwood starting to lose touch, and new fastest lap for Jamie Winrow, so he's pulled out about half a second on Winrow and Kramer over the last couple of laps. The order for 4th place over the line that time was Goodwin, Cottrell, De Lusignan, Earlham. So Andrew Whitten's been shuffled back. There he is. He's lost 4 places on that last lap. He's got Barry White with him, who runs wide onto the grass there briefly. Coming out of Riches, side by side with Gilmore now, who gets through. Now Barry White, I think, might be struggling with his tyres. He's dropped to the back of this little group fighting for 4th place. Cottrell side by side with De Lusignan in there. James De Lusignan, the big winner on that last lap, he gained 3 places into 6th position. Cottrell back ahead of De Lusignan now. There's Jim Earlham behind them, number 3. He competes in the trophy category of this championship rather than the main championship, so I don't think he's going to score points today. The trophy only on certain rounds, and this isn't one of them. Alton Park was. So we could see Jim Earlham pick up the trophy category this year in the Sigma 150s. Here they come. That's Simon Goodwin. He's pulled away slightly into 4th place now. Cottrell is 5th, De Lusignan 6th, Earlham 7th, having a look there through Williams. Down to 8th is Andrew Whitten. Here come the leaders, and Harry Kramer having a look on the inside there. Doesn't quite get the overlap on Jamie Winrow, who holds on. 3 minutes to go. Couple more laps left in this Caterham Graduates Sigma 150 events. Jamie Elwood keeping in touch. It looks like his unbeaten run this year is going to come to an end at this second meeting of the season. Pleasingly, we've had no retirements so far. All 24 cars still running. Jim Earlham still battling it out with Andrew Whitten in the 112 car. We're in the closing stages now. Winrow led by just under half a second up the line. He's still got the fastest lap of the race, though. Andrew Whitten has just done the fastest second sector of all. Elwood keeping a watching brief in 3rd place, then a gap of about 7.5 seconds back to the 4th place fights, led by Simon Goodwin. Over the line goes the midfield. Wait to see if it's going to be checkered flag this time, or whether they'll get one more lap out of this when the leaders come round. Here's some of the lower runners. That's number 26, that's Richard Lambert. Shares the car with his son Matthew. We'll see him out in race 2 in that car. They both set qualifying times in that car yesterday, sharing it during qualifying. Ahead of him, the very green car there. That's Kim Raymond, number 15, the Warwickshire driver. Been with this club for many years now. Here's a battle between John Benfield, who was originally in the 4th place battle, attacking Mark Smith in the 172 car. This is a fight further down the order, and this one's for 11th place. Gideon Wilkinson, I think that is behind them. And the leaders are heading down into Brundle. Less than a minute on the clock. It is still Jamie Winrow. Here they are. Harry Kramer giving chase. Oh, Kramer's gone straight on. Disaster for Kramer. I think there might be some fluid down there, because Elwood hit problems as well. Yes, there's some fluid down. Look on the outside. They're all going straight on. Simon Goodwin hits it. Jim Earlham's going to hit it as well. So somebody has dropped some oil. 102, James Lusignan has spun. Yep, there's fluid down, unfortunately, on Brundle and Nelson. They're all going off. Oh, dear. Now, who has dropped that? I think I put the curse on that one, because I said that we'd had no retirements. James de Lusignan spun there. He's lost a rear wing. There's loads of cars going through the escape road. Oh, what a mess. There's oil down on the entry to Brundle. You can see it there. Somebody's blown an engine, I would think, there. Now the leaders have gone through. We're on to the last lap now. They did get through before the clock went down to 0, but it's going to be interesting if they hit that oil on the run through on the last lap. Let's give you the order. It's Winrow from Elwood, Kramer is third, Adam Cottrell now up to 4th place, Simon Goodwin is 5th, James Gilmore is up to 6th, then it's Witten, White, de Lusignan with that spin has gone down to 9th, Gideon Wilkinson is up to 10th. The whole order in the midfield has changed. Jim Earlham was the big loser there, he's dropped down to 11th. I don't know who it is. You could see, oh, Jim Earlham's out. He came across the line. He must have picked up some damage when he went off there on that oil. You can see the wheel arch is missing. Now, is Jim Earlham going to get going again here in the number 3, or is he out of the race? Along the grass there. I think that's race over, sadly, for Jim Earlham. Now, we'll wait and see what happens when they get to... I don't know who it is who's dropped the fluid there. One car has come into the pits. Rob Appleton, number 93. It may have been him who's lost his oil up there at the end of the back straight. The oil flags are out up there. The red and yellow striped flags, warning of a slippery surface, and it is very slippery indeed up there. The leader is coming in now. He needs to be careful. He's hit it. He's gone. Jamie Winrow sideways. He's lost it. And it's Jamie Elwood who's come through into the lead. Oh, Jamie Winrow will be cursing inside his crash helmet. You can see the oil there on the outside, and Adam Cottrell's going to hit it as well. Look out, Adam. He's going to go straight on, I think. No, he's just about got it round the corner. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Yep, they've all made it round. The oil flag's waving. Barry White's going to go straight on. There's more oil round there. They can't see where it is. That's the problem. The 110 of Gilmore has spun. Barry White goes grass tracking. Right, who is going to win this? I think it's going to be Jamie Elwood. He's going to make it 3 wins out of 3 this year. He's only going to lead 1 lap of this race. It's going to be the most important one. He's going to lead the last lap. Here he comes up to the line. Number 2, Jamie Elwood. Can't believe his luck. He inherits the win, and by a very clear margin. Second goes to Harry Kramer. A gutted Jamie Winrow takes third. 4th place will go to Adam Cottrell. It's Simon Goodwin in 5th. Who's going to be 6th? It is Andrew Witten. Barry White 7th, despite that moment on the last lap. 8th will be James Gilmore after that spin. 9th, it is Gideon Wilkinson. John Benfield comes over in 10th. Well, it was all going so nicely at the front of the field, and then I think it was Rob Appleton who lost all his oil at on the entry to Brundle, just on the racing line, and it was a case of slip and slide to the finish, and poor Jamie Winrow, you have to feel for him there. He hit the oil as he braked for Brundle. The car came round on him, and he was helpless to do anything but watch Jamie Elwood go through into the lead. Well, next up here today, once that track is clear, we have the first race of the weekend for the Mini 7 Racing Club, the Mini 7s and 7 scholarship class. Fasten your seatbelts ready for those. But the track will have to be cleared up at Brundle and Nelson first by the excellent marshalling team, of course. Cars head back into Parc Fermé. Well, a lucky victory for Jamie Elwood there ahead of Harry Kramer and the unfortunate Jamie Winrow. And I'm sure our very own Penelope Pitstop, aka Ian Waterhouse, is going to be down there ready to talk to the top 3 in just a few moments' time.
Right, hello everybody, welcome down to Parc Fermé. Oh my word, that was huge drama. That was massive drama, wasn't it? Oh my word, here we go, Jamie Elwood. Jamie, I couldn't keep head to toe of that. It was so dramatic, wasn't it? At one point it looked like Jamie had it in the bag, and then you guys just never let him go, and late drama.
Oh, to be honest, I was absolutely hanging on there. There's nothing I could do. I've got a bit of a problem with the brakes, but yeah, I was kind of planning on third. Then the oil came out and everyone just started spinning, so I absolutely looked into that.
Well, it's very good of you to say. However, you say that you were connected, your top three were connected pretty much the whole race.
I was waiting for something to happen, but if they just kept swapping places, it was a third place. But no, I couldn't take the smile off my face.
Congratulations, Jamie. Well done. Fantastic stuff. Let's grab a word with Harry if we can. He's just having a quick chat. Whilst he's doing that, let's grab a quick word actually with Jamie Winrow. Jamie, absolute carnage there right at the end, wasn't it? It's, I mean, you were up there, you were leading pretty much the entire race, and then oil.
Oh my! I was going into that last corner where the oil was. I must have been doing about 15 mile an hour. I was going so slowly. I was like, just keep it on the road.
Yeah.
And I just sailed straight on under the bridge. I was like, just don't. I could see they were way back. I was like, just don't throw it off. And I was like, going so slowly into that last corner, but I just went straight on and miles off.
Well, look, podium's a podium though, Jamie. You've got race 2 coming up a little bit later. What's the plan?
On to the next
more
one.
of the same, only a bit up there instead of parking here next time.
Hopefully, yeah, no, exactly. It was really good fun, and I had a great battle with Harry for 3/4 of it.
Yeah.
But on to the next one.
Congratulations, anyway. Podium's still a podium, mate. Well done. Let's grab a quick word with Harry whilst he's here as well. Harry, my word, it was you three going toe-to-toe the entire race, and a huge drama at the end, and here you are, second place.
Pretty hectic. I feel sorry for Jamie. He deserved to win that, he really did, but he just got bad luck. There was a patch of oil down at the end of the whatever straight it is, Bentley Straight, and I hit it the lap before, so I knew it was there. That's why I lost all my pace, so I knew it was there. So I tiptoed round it, but Jamie got caught out, unfortunately.
That is motorsport. Does happen, doesn't it? It's part of the game, but we go again a little bit later this afternoon. Plan of attack, more of the same.
More of the same, hopefully.
Fantastic. Thanks for chatting to us. There we go. That's your top three in a very dramatic Sigma 150 race. It was wonderful, wasn't it? It is almost time, but we've got the first Mini 7s race coming up very shortly, so I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard. He's going to take you through all of the action. Enjoy. Let's grab some of the drivers whilst we're here.
Yes, thanks, Ian. Now, there is going to be a short pause before we get underway with the Mini 7s, of course, because as you can appreciate, there's quite a bit of oil to be cleared up by the excellent marshalling team out there on circuit, so we'll let them do their work. Next, it will be the Dunlop Mini 7 Challenge, supported by Mini Spares. You can see there's the clear-up operation going on, the powder being put down on that oil slick. As we say, we think it's from Rob Appleton's at Caterham. Unfortunate for him. He was the only retirement in that race, apart from Jim Earlham. Thanks to the Orange Army. If you've ever wanted to become a marshal, get close to the action, you can volunteer. Look at the British Motorsport Marshals Club online. marshals.co.uk is the website. Or you can check out barc.net, and there's information on volunteering on there. There's the recovery team, D&G Assist. Thanks to them for their services this weekend as well. Recovering Jim Earlham's Caterham. Picked up some damage on the oil and had to retire. Well, looking at the Mini 7s, we'll give you the grid shortly. They opened their season at Silverstone a couple of weeks ago on the international circuit, and a superb meeting it was. It was young Joe Thompson, the Motorsport School sponsored number 80 car. He was only 10th in the championship last year. He scored both wins at Silverstone, holding off the reigning champion 0-1 Jeff Smith, the ex-British touring car racer, in a couple of frantic fights up there. Jeff, I can tell you, has taken pole position for this first race of the weekend. Third position in the championship coming into this weekend is number 41, Jonathan Lewis, ahead of Nick Croydon-Fowler, number 99. He got some excellent results at Silverstone in the opening round of the season. But there are, of course, two championships on this grid. We've got the S-Class, S for Scholarship, for the newer drivers. It was Conor O'Brien who won the scholarship title last season. He's moved up into the main 7s category now. And the scholarship class being led by Michael Winkworth, who scored 2 wins at the Silverstone season opener. And he's taken pole position in their category. It's a split grid for the Mini 7s. The main 7 category will go off first. Then 10 seconds later, on a wave of the Union flag, the scholarship class start from a separate grid. Mini 7 Racing Club one of the oldest established one-make racing clubs in the UK, dating back to 1966, the Mini 7s. If the name sounds unfamiliar, when the Mini was launched in 1959, it was originally going to be called the Austin Mini 7, after the Austin 7 pre-war car, or the Morris Mini Minor, but they became known simply as the Mini, and the name has stuck ever since. One of Britain's most famous cars ever made. Cheap and cheerful, great fun to race, as we've seen yesterday with the more powerful Mini Miglia category. The Mini 7 class originally used the standard 850cc Mini. They now use 1000cc engines. The Miglia slightly bigger 1293cc. We'll see them later on. They had their first race yesterday. Clear up going on, as you can see. So while it's going on, I will take you through the grid for the first Mini 7s event of the weekend. In damp conditions, they did their qualifying session yesterday. And it was the reigning champion 01 Jeff Smith who took pole position, the man from Kettering, with a lap of 2 minutes 50.815. And alongside him is number 77, Andrew Devaney, a former champion. He's 5th in the points coming into this weekend. The second row is the championship leader, number 80, Joe Thompson. And alongside him, number 99, Nicholas Croydon Fowler. Third row, 41, Jonathan Lewis, alongside 87, Conor O'Brien. Then on row 4, it's the championship runner-up from last year, number 2, Spencer Wanstall. He had a few problems in qualifying yesterday. Hopefully he's rectified those. Alongside him is number 20, Darren Thomas. The fifth row, number 4, Lee Roberts, and 6, Graham Davis. Another car that had a few issues in qualifying yesterday. Then on row 6, number 76, Joe Polly, the daughter of hot rod racing legend George Polly. Alongside her is number 8, Julian Proctor. And on row 7, on his own, number 7, Jordan Sims. Then there's a gap of a couple of rows, and we've got the scholarship class on row 10 of the grid. Number 728, Michael Winkworth, heads them up, the championship leader, alongside 711, Damien Harrington. Row 11, 742, Ben Butler, and 758, Matt Ayres. On the 12th row, 777, which is Dave Rees, alongside 712, Greg Dorr. Row 13, 784, Ryan Taylor, starts alongside 732, Darren Cox. Row 14 is 766, Jeff Williams, alongside 729 of Darren Jeremiah. Row 15, 733 of James Bryant and 715, Johnny Kent. And the final row, 796, Mark Chappell, and 763, John Coburn Evans. So they'll be underway as soon as the clear-up operation is complete. Jim Earlam's car being recovered and also the oil being cleared. On the grid then, the Dunlop Mini 7 Challenge, supported by Mini Spares. They will get a green flag lap. That will be followed by a 20-minute race. In pole position, it is the reigning champion, 01, Jeff Smith, in the General Lee liveried Mini. Will we hear the Dixie horn if he takes the win, I wonder? He has got one fitted, that car. Alongside him, the green and white, number 77 of Andrew Devaney. Second row, in white and red, number 80 is Joe Thompson, the championship leader, alongside the black car of number 99, Nicholas Croydon Fowler. Third row, number 41, that's Jonathan Lewis in the green machine, alongside number 78, number 87, Conor O'Brien, the blue and pink car, powered by Paul Inch Classic Race engines. Take you through the full grid once again. Jeff Smith in pole position alongside Andrew Devaney. Second row, Joe Thompson and Nick Croydon Fowler. Third row, Jonathan Lewis and Conor O'Brien. Fourth row, number 2, which is Spencer Wanstall, and 20, Darren Thomas. Fifth row, number 4, Lee Roberts, and 6, Graham Davis. The sixth row, 76, Joe Polly, and number 8, Julian Proctor. And on row 7 on his own should be number 7, Jordan Sims. Then there's a gap, and we've got the first of the scholarship cars. Michael Winkworth alongside Damien Harrington heads them up. Michael Winkworth with 2 wins in that category in the first rounds at Silverstone. And behind them will be 742, which is Ben Butler, alongside 758 Matthew Ayres. 777 Dave Rees next alongside 712 Greg Dorr. Teenager Ryan Taylor is next in 784. He starts alongside 732 Darren Cox, 766 Jeff Williams and 729 Darren Jeremiah. 733 of James Bryan and 715 Johnny Kent. And finally Mark Chappell in 796 and 763 John Coburn Evans, the 700 numbers you can identify as the scholarship cars. So there'll be a green flag lap first of all, just to get some heat into their tyres. It looks like everybody is there. I can't see any gaps on this grid. All the 7 category, the 1000cc engine cars are certainly there. Just awaiting the all clear then from the clerk of the course to get the green flag lap underway. We saw the Mini Miglias out yesterday. They're out later on today, and a second race for the 7s as well. We're spoilt in terms of mini race action from the Mini 7 Racing Club this weekend. Jeff Smith was a winner here last year en route to taking the title, ahead of Spencer Wanstall. He's a bit further back on the grid. The light blue car you can see on the inside of row 4. He had 1 or 2 problems in qualifying yesterday, as did the yellow machine of Graham Davis. We saw him being towed back into the paddock at the end of the session, but he is there. He's repaired his issues. Good to see Jordan Sims there as well, the green car at the back of the 7 group in car number 7. Sims family have been involved in this Mini 7 Racing Club for many years now. We see Mark Sims racing with the Mini Miglias, the more powerful cars. Scholarship class headed up by Winkworth and Harrington. Damien Harrington had problems in one of the races at Silverstone, so eager to make up the gap in the championship, led by Michael Winkworth ahead of Matthew Ayres. Greg Dorr third in their points, and then Ryan Taylor, the teenager from Warwickshire. Quite a few drivers out there with short oval connections. I mentioned Joe Polly in the turquoise number 76 car. Ryan Taylor as well. He began his career in national mini stocks. Bit of a different kind of mini racing on the quarter mile ovals. They have a bit more armouring than these cars do. A lot of drivers from that have gone into the likes of Formula 1 stock cars and the like, but Ryan choosing to race on the circuits. Okay, the green flag lap gets underway, so thanks for your patience there. The delay while the marshals cleared up the oil slick up at Brundle. Thank you very much to the Orange Army. It's an orange Mini that leads the field round, Jeff Smith. With no spectators, sadly no Jeff Army, as his fans are known, to cheer him on. There's Spencer Wanstall. Number 20, Darren Thomas. Jordan Sims at the back of this group in the number 7. Then the scholarship class. Don't forget there's a 10-second delay before the scholarship class gets off the line. They start on the wave of the Union flag. See lots of sideways driving for the Minis. They throw these cars around as much as they can. Jeff Smith heads them round, throwing the car side to side to keep the tyres warm. These Dunlop slick tyres. Championship supported by Dunlop tyres for many years now. Club also supported by Mini Spares and by MED Engineering, supplying Mini race engine parts. Let's hope not too many Mini Spares are needed by a lot of drivers after this race. There's the scholarship class, Michael Winkworth at the head of it in number 728, the blue and white car. (742) Ben Butler in his very pale blue car there. Dave Rees, the pea green machine. Three-wheeling it already around Agostini there. We haven't started racing yet, Dave. Saving a bit on tyre wear. Good to see the retro liveried car there of Johnny Kent at the back, the grey car. John Coburn-Evans in his bright green car at the back as well. And there you can see another hazard, rather a lot of dust as they head through Brundle because of the dust put down the oil. The slippery surface flag still out from the marshal's post on the left. It is still going to be a bit slippery for the first couple of laps there. They'll just have to be careful. (729) there. That's Darren Jeremiah, his first appearance of the year. First group will be coming up to the grid now. Let's line up for this 20-minute race. First of 3 races from the Mini 7 Club today. Front row already on the grid. Taking their time lining up here. Jeff Smith on pole then for the first of 2 races today for the Dunlop Mini 7 Challenge, supported by Mini Spares and MED Engineering. Scholarship class into line. They have the 10-second delay on the starts. They start on the flag. 7 start on the lights. This is going to be a good one. Fasten your seatbelts and we get ready. Jeff Smith and Andrew Devaney on the front row of the grid. Green flag waves at the back. The marshals are happy. The clerk of the course is happy. We're ready to go. Mini racing here on the Snetterton 300 circuits. Revs rise and away go the Mini 7s. Good start by Spencer Wanstall from the middle of the pack there. First pack heads down towards Rich's corner for the first time. The flag goes down in the background. The Union flag unleashes the scholarship class. They're underway, but it's Jeff Smith who leads the way into Rich's for the 7s. Michael Winkworth takes the lead from pole position. There's one car going off. That's Nick Croydon. Fowler has gone wide at Rich's. He drops to the back of the pack in the 7s. Jeff Smith leads into the hairpin for the first time. Andrew Devaney in second, side by side between Spencer Wanstall and Joe Thompson for third place. They've all made it round the hairpin okay for the first time. Michael Winkworth in the background has already got a clear lead in the scholarship category as they head through Palmer for the first time. It's Smith from Devaney. Wanstall at the inside takes Thompson for third place. Then it is Darren Thomas in fifth. Bit of smoke there from, I think that's Lee Roberts, the orange number 4, further back in that group. Here they come then down towards Agostini for the first time. Smith from Devaney. Spencer Wanstall with a quick start up into third position. There's the scholarship class making their way through Palmer's corner. Michael Winkworth, their early leader. Dave Rees has made a super start in the pea green car, number 777. He's up into second place. Then it's Damien Harrington, Greg Dorr, and behind him Darren Jeremiah. So a bit of a mix from the scholarship girls. A super start by Dave Rees, up into second in that group. Here come your overall leaders coming through Williams' corner. Jeff Smith flings his Mini through. First four breaking away slightly. It's Conor O'Brien up into fifth ahead of Jonathan Lewis. Joe Polly behind them. Jordan Sims, the youngster, at the back of that group. Down the Bentley straight they come. Now let's hope everybody makes it round okay. Remember, it is very slippery here, so let's hope we don't see any spinners into Brundle. They'll try and avoid where the oil is. Jeff Smith is a little bit sideways there, but that's just how he drives. Spencer Wanstall has come through into second place. Andrew Devaney goes down to fourth. Yes, they've made it through so far. Conor O'Brien side by side with Jonathan Lewis in the 41 car. Then it's Joe Polly. The car that was smoking a little there was the number 8. That's Julian Proctor. Seems okay now. Leaders head towards Corham. Joe Thompson, the championship leader, double winner on opening weekend at Silverstone. Away goes Jeff Smith, though, already in the clear at the front of the field. Graham Davis there, veteran mini racer in the number 6 car, under attack from the recovering Nick Croydon Fowler. Yes, there is a bit of smoke from Julian Proctor's right front wheel there. Whether that's bodywork rubbing on the tyre, whether it's a sticking brake, I'm not sure. They complete the first lap then. Jeff Smith leads already by almost 2 seconds. Spencer Wanstall, superstar, has gained 5 places on that first lap. Joe Thompson, though, trying to get round the outside of him as they go into Riches. Michael Winkworth leads the scholarship division. Damien Harrington is now come through into second after a slightly slow start. Then it's Rees in third and Greg Dorr in fourth. Here are the S-Class drivers. There's Greg Dorr, 712. Behind him, the 732. A rather muddy 732 car of Darren Cox. Whether he's gone off on that first lap, we didn't see. It looks like he's been rallying there. Well, the Mini was a famous rally car, of course, back in the 60s. The likes of Paddy Hopkirk and Timo Mäkinen, famous for rallying their Minis. Rano Aaltonen as well. There's Ryan Taylor under fire from the very green machine of 763. That's John Coburn Evans. Green, a popular colour in mini racing, it would seem. There's Joe Polly, the leading lady of the Mini 7 Racing Club. Races historic minis as well. The Polly family, I think every single one of them have raced something or other over the years. Here comes our leader, Jeff Smith, already in the clear. It's Joe Thompson, the championship leader's got ahead of Spencer Wanstall up into second place. Then there's a gap back to Jonathan Lewis, Andrew Devaney, and Conor O'Brien. Next to is Lee Roberts. There's Nick Croydon Fowler, the 99. We did say black for that car. It's actually a very dark green you can see in close-up there. Recovering from that off on the first corner. Here come the leaders. Moving across there just to avoid the remnants of the oil on the outside, to avoid kicking up the dust, Jeff Smith. Andrew Devaney trying to fight back. Started second on the grid but has dropped back a little in 77. He's a former champion of this division. Attacking Jonathan Lewis in the 41. The Snetterton Speed Shop car brought out a red flag in qualifying when he got stranded at the hairpin with a mechanical problem yesterday, but he's fixed that. He's up there in third place. In fourth place, I should say. Wanstall in third, Joe Thompson second, but it's Jeff Smith with the lead. Now here comes Conor O'Brien, last year's scholarship champion. It's all over the back of Andrew Devaney. Thought about having a look there into Murray's, but thought better of it. There wasn't room on the inside. It's Croydon Fowler, Polly, Roberts. Behind them, Darren Thomas, who's dropped back after a quick start. Lead up to nearly 3 seconds now. Jeff Smith with a lap of 2:27.302. And the wet in qualifying, SD was at least 20 seconds down on that. Starting to spread out now, the Dunlop Mini 7s. Devaney holding off at Conor O'Brien, who tries to go round the outside into the hairpin. That's a brave move under braking. I don't think he's going to do it. No, Devaney stays ahead. O'Brien now to the outside for Palmer's. Good defensive driving by Andrew Devaney, battling for 5th position. There's our second placeman going through. That's Joe Thompson. Then Wanstall, Lewis, and round the outside, Conor O'Brien. Oh, he's tagged the 77 of Andrew Devaney there. I hope Devaney has survived that. Yes, he has. Or he'd have needed the services of Mini Spares there to replaced a bit of bodywork on that car. There was a little bit of contact there, but they've survived it. Next is Croydon Fowler. Roberts has got ahead of Joe Polly in the 76. And then we've got the 20 of Darren Thomas. Graham Davis is next in number 6. And then we've got the first of the scholarship cars headed by Michael Winkworth. Conor O'Brien pulling away from Andrew Devaney now. Got a bit close between them through Palmer's. Good move around the outside by Conor O'Brien. There's Darren Thomas in the green car. Graham Davis in yellow, number 6. And here come the scholarship leaders. And the gap coming down slightly to Michael Winkworth now. He's got Damien Harrington, 711, closing him down. Through the dust come the 7s. On the run into Brundle. Darren Thomas challenging the number 4 there of Lee Roberts, the KAD prepared car. There's the scholarship class, the 2 blue cars fighting it out together. They've got ahead of Jordan Sims at the back of the 7 category, the Rune Speed tuned car. Dave Rees still battling away in there, and he's in among the 7s as well. He's got ahead of Julian Proctor in the number 8. Greg Dorr side by side there with, I think that's Darren Jeremiah. Darren Cox is next through. There's Ben Butler, the car prepared by Ian Slark, another long time mini racer. There's Ryan Taylor, the former stock car racer. Won the Graham Hill Trophy last year for Best Under-17 driver for his debut at Thruxton. Graham Hill, of course, the former Formula 1 world champion, was involved in mini racing back in the 60s through his tuning business, Speedwell Motorsport. Tuned minis and other small cars for racing. Ryan Taylor learning his circuit craft well in the e-car run by Southam Mini and Metro Centre based in Warwickshire. The lead is up by another second. Smith ahead of Thompson. Third place is still Spencer Wanstall ahead of Jonathan Lewis, then O'Brien, Devaney and Croydon Fowler. Jeff Smith out on his own, nearly 4 seconds. That's an eternity in mini racing terms. There's his championship rival. He'll just wait to see if he'll keep his title lead. They were equal on points after the second round at Silverstone. Thompson in the lead in terms of race wins, but Jeff Smith got the fastest lap in both races, so got an extra point. So is equal on points. Fastest lap at the moment in this race is with Jeff Smith, so if he wins this, he will take the lead of the championship, despite Thompson having 2 wins to Smith's 1. We'll see how things work out later on in the second race as well. One stall coming under fire now from Jonathan Lewis. Then it's O'Brien 5th. Devaney's lost another place because Nick Croydon Fowler has come through. An excellent performance at Silverstone for him to take 3rd in the second race. 4th in the championship coming into this round. Leaders are heading down into the dust at Brundle Corner. There's a yellow flag out on Bentley Straight, so somebody has possibly pulled off up there. As we watch the nose-to-tail battle for third, the Mini Spares motorsport car of Spencer Wanstall, chased by Jonathan Lewis in the 41. Sponsored by Motul. Lovely retro livery on that car. Also sponsored by Snetterton Speed Shop, so it's a locally based team. Coming up towards half distance. Joe Thompson thrashes his car through Murray's there. Here's a battle among the scholarship class runners. Greg Dorr, the 732. Darren Cox. He's definitely been doing some rallying or rallycross in that car. Somebody going off ahead of him. I think that was Jordan Sims running wide, the number 7. And Ryan Taylor, hey, he's going rallycrossing as well. Threw his car through Nelson there. I think that might be what Darren Cox did earlier on, because now Ryan Taylor's covered in mud as well. Maybe a pressure washer company could sponsor these cars as well. It's great stuff though. They really do fling these cars around, as Julian Proctor's doing there as well. They are loving this. Smith has extended his lead again on that last lap. He's done another fastest lap, 2:26.292. .75 seconds now the lead as the midfield heads over the line. Jordan Sims in among the scholarship runners and Julian Proctor battling away. Latest generation of the Sims family to join this Mini 7 racing club. Julian Proctor in a Rune Speed tuned car there as well. And Greg Dorr signalling out of the window there. I'm not sure what that was all about. Saw the arm go out of the window. Has he got a problem? I'm not sure whether somebody has... there's a green flag there. There may have been a yellow flag at the hairpin. Has somebody gone off up there? Looking to see if we've lost anybody. Just looking at the timing. There was a green flag coming into Palmer's, which suggests that there was somebody off at the hairpin. Maybe Greg Dorr was signaling... there's the problem. John Coburn Evans has pulled over. That's on the exit of the hairpin. So what Greg Dorr must have been doing there was signalling that there was a yellow flag out and warning drivers not to pass. Because if you pass under yellow flags, you will be penalised. So John Coburn Evans, number 763, is out of the race. Mechanical issues for him by the look of things. We've got 8 minutes of the race to go. Here is Lee Roberts, car number 4, chased by Joe Polly. They're battling over 8th place in the 7 category. The scholarship class, incidentally, still led by Michael Winkworth. Less than a second ahead of Damien Harrington. Third in their group is Dave Rees. He's running well. Still leading the way, Jeff Smith. He's completed his 5th lap. 5 seconds clear of Joe Thompson, his championship rival. Jeff looking to take the lead in the points race. There's Julian Proctor. Still see that little bit of smoke. The wheel, I think, fouling against the arch there. Chasing Greg Dorr. And 732. Darren Cox. How can Darren Cox see where he's going through that windscreen? I think he needs to contact Mini Spares to fit a washer kit to that car. Still going strong. Lapping in 19th place behind Greg Dorr. Well, there's your race leader, Jeff Smith. He's out on his own. It's rare we see dominance like this in Mini 7s. Joe Thompson on his own in 2nd as well. And here's the fight for 3rd. Spencer Wanstall and Jonathan Lewis now being caught by Conor O'Brien and Nick Croydon-Fowler. We could see a 4-car battle for 3rd place, sorry. As Croydon-Fowler closes up as well. This is good stuff from young Conor O'Brien. Scholarship class winner last year, chasing after the very experienced Jonathan Lewis. Swing their way through Oggie's corner up towards Williams. Named after Sir Frank Williams and his eponymous Formula 1 team, of course. So here are your leaders. See, the dust has been dampened down somewhat at Brundle now. It has been cleared. And here comes the battle for 3rd. Jonathan Lewis is having a look. He goes tight to the inside on the way into Brundle. No, you don't, says Spencer Wanstall. He doesn't want to get too late on the brakes, else he'll overshoot at the next corner at Nelson, as we've seen a couple of drivers do. Hustle their cars through there. There's 3 cars line astern now. Conor O'Brien behind them in the Paul Inch powered car. Paul, another long-time mini racer. Pair of classic minis. Here's a couple of cars further back in the order. 715, the grey car there, Johnny Kent. He's raced minis with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, among others as well. And Mark Chappell closes up on him, but misses his braking point there. Ryan Taylor says thank you very much and goes through to gain the place. Mark Chappell braking too late there for Oggies. Some of these drivers don't really use the brakes. They just slide the car around on the tyres to scrub off speed. Here's the scholarship lead. Michael Winkworth ahead of Damien Harrington. They are currently 11th and 12th overall behind Joe Polly. No, they've moved up a couple of spots. They've got ahead of Darren Thomas, the number 20. So they're now up into 10th and 11th. Great to see the scholarship drivers mixing it with the main 7 category. As up the inside, Nick Croydon-Fowler goes through on the hairpin, takes that is 4th place because they've already got past Jonathan Lewis while we were watching the scholarship battle. Impossible to know where to look in this race. Really hotting up in its closing stages. Jeff Smith still sitting pretty out in front in the 0-1 ahead of Joe Thompson. Here's the battle for 3rd place. Croydon-Fowler up into 4th ahead of Conor O'Brien. Here's a replay. This is Johnny Kent and Ryan Taylor. And Taylor sideways. Oh, goodness me, up on the curb. How did he not roll that car over? That is the luckiest escape of the weekend. Ryan Taylor. How did he not roll that car? That's incredible off the curbs there at Nelson. Wouldn't be surprised if he comes into the pits for a change of underwear after that one. Well, still Jeff Smith out front by 6 seconds now ahead of Joe Thompson. He's reeling off the fastest laps. Spencer Wanstall in third place. Here's a battle at the hairpin. 742 Ben Butler gets past Darren Jeremiah, who ran wide there. Behind them, 766, that's Jeff Williams from County Durham. Here's the scholarship leader, Michael Winkworth, number 728 from Suffolk. He's looking to make it 3 wins out of 3 in the class this year. Chased though by Damien Harrington in 711, the Londoner. A breakdown at Silverstone lost him some points. There's Graham Davis, been racing at the club for many years now, another man from London. He's in 11th overall. He's in 11th in the sevens class at the moment, I should say, down in 13th overall, with Darren Thomas behind him. With Jeff Smith heading for victory, just under 2.5 minutes of this race to go. Spencer Wanstall still third. Here's the battle towards the back, Johnny Kent. What's Ryan Taylor going to do this time? Takes it a bit more easy, I hope. And he clips the curb again. There's a stunt driver coming up for Ryan Taylor, I think. There's a battle between Winkworth and Harrington. They've got Joe Polly separating them now. Jeff Smith continues to lead. There he is. Up towards Oggies. They may get one more lap out of this. Onto the Bentley straight he goes, just controlling the pace, looking for his first win of the season. Came close at Silverstone, finished second behind Joe Thompson. There is Joe chasing hard. Trying to close the gap a little. He may have to settle for second place here. Young Joe Thompson in the Altered Images sponsored car. Also sponsored by the Motorsports School. Here's the battle for third. Still Spencer Wanstall ahead of Nick Croydon-Fowler. Conor O'Brien. Further back, Jonathan Lewis and Andrew Devaney, the front row starter, has dropped away into 7th place now. Didn't have the best of times at Silverstone either, unfortunately. Next group is headed up by Lee Robertson. He's been caught by the scholarship leaders. 728's Michael Winkworth. Harrington's got back ahead of Joe Polly now. They don't need to race each other, the two classes, of course. They have their own championship. You try telling that to mini racers, they don't need to race each other. They do this just purely for fun. Graham Davis and Darren Thomas together. Through Nelson, tricky corner that one. Leaders are on their last lap now, just heading out of the Wilson's hairpin. Jeff Smith is leading now by 8 seconds over Joe Thompson. A fastest lap of 2:25.705 for Jeff Smith. And a win with the fastest lap here will take him into the lead of the championship. Clear of Joe Thompson. We'll see what happens later on as well. There's a green flag waving at Palmer, so somebody's possibly hit trouble. You can see in the background there the green flag, so somebody's possibly hit trouble in the first part of the lap. It's been a change for 4th place. I can tell you as well, Conor O'Brien is up into 4th ahead of Nick Croydon-Fowler. We know catching Jeff Smith though. There's the problem. That's why the yellow flags are out. Jeff Williams has gone off on the exit of the hairpin. Thumbs up from Jeff, he's okay. But the car certainly isn't. That's going to need looked at by mini spares. Looks like he's spun. It looks like he's got onto the mud, exiting the hairpin on the outside, and has spun into the barrier. That's a great shame for the man from County Durham. Climbs over the barrier, he's all right. Well, Jeff Smith heading for victory then. He's coming round towards Corham for the final time. The man from Kettering in Northants. Here he comes. Lapped one of the back markers there. That's the white car of James Bryan. It's going to be a win for Jeff Smith. Bit of showboating through Murray's for the last time. And here he comes in the General Lee Mini up towards the line for his first win of the season and to take the championship lead. 0-1. Jeff Smith takes the win by a very clear margin, absolute eternity in mini racing terms. Congratulations, Jeff Smith. And he'll take the lead of the championship from Joe Thompson, who comes over in second, nearly 10 seconds behind him. Completing the podium, we should see Spencer Wanstall. Yeah, he comes home in third ahead of Conor O'Brien in fourth place. And Nick Croydon-Fowler will take fifth. There he is, ahead of Jonathan Lewis in sixth. Andrew Devaney will come over in seventh. Now, who's going to win the scholarship category? It looks like it is going to be Michael Winkworth. He's pulled away a bit from the 711 of Damien Harrington. So here they come up over the line. Winkworth wins it. Harrington second. They are 0.6 of a second apart at the line, just behind Lee Roberts there. Jeff Smith gets fastest lap of 2:25.459 on the last lap as well. So he gets the point for fastest lap, and that means he will go top of the championship ahead of Joe Thompson. It's going to be a good fight between those two this season for the title. Rest of the cars come across the line. Here's a replay of the last lap at Nelson. Oh, Nick Croydon-Fowler. Contact with Jonathan Lewis, and he goes rally crossing. Well, they finished in that order. An interesting little contretemps there on the final lap. Last couple of cars coming home. Greg Dorr there, alongside Julian Proctor over the line. That's for 17th and 18th places. Ryan Taylor managed to finish, our stunt driver from that race. As I said, how he didn't end up on his roof at Nelson, I have no idea. I've never seen a car at that angle. He gets the finish in 19th place, 6th in class. Looks like we lost Darren Cox on that last lap as well. Okay, now hand down to Ian Waterhouse then. He'll be down in Parc Ferme to talk to our race winners.
Driving right past me, I'm going to try and grab Spencer Wanstall over here who finished. Actually, they're just down here, we can get them. They have parked up, I'm pleased to say. Caught me out a little bit there, but they have parked up. We can go grab a word with Jeff Smith, your race winner. He looked relatively in control, didn't he, in that race? The top three, in fact, looking good. Here comes Spencer Wanstall as well. This is your top three indeed. Let's go grab a quick word with the chaps if we can. We'll speak to Jeff Smith first, your race winner. I think it's going to be fist pumps all round and smiles and happiness from everybody. General Jeff, as it says on the car. We'll let you guys have a little fist pump there. I don't want to say it was easy because it's never easy, is it? But you had a bit of a gap and you looked in control, I would say.
Yeah. With these, it's when you're on your own now and there's a couple of cars behind together, it makes a massive difference. So luckily Spencer and Joe were fighting a bit. I could see in the mirrors. If they'd have worked together, they'd have soon cleared that 3 or 4 second gap. They had no problem.
Exactly, it does. And this is what we love about motorsport, isn't it?
Yeah.
Although you got 6-7, you just never know what's going to happen. We saw it in the previous race. There was oil on the track. But you guys managed to just keep it out there and take it home. Happy?
Absolutely, yeah, really good.
He's got a big smile on his face. There he is, General Jeff himself. Let's chat to Joe Thompson. Congratulations, you're quite happy with that? You kind of looked like you're out by yourself a little bit in second.
Yeah, it was quite lonely. I mean, the first couple of laps were quite a lot of squabbling around with some of the other guys, which obviously let Jeff get away. And then once he broke that toe, it was just a case of trying to reel him in. But once you've not got a toe, it's pretty same for like. So
it's quite hard.
Yeah,
then, isn't
very,
it? I mean,
very
you
hard.
managed to keep Spencer at bay quite comfortably and then get away. And maybe next time you could have a passenger. I could come for a little ride. Give me a little ride out there and see how it goes.
For that.
Cheers, thank you very much. Let's go have a quick word with Spencer if we can as well. Spencer, congratulations, third place. You're having a bit of a battle with Mr. O'Brien there as well. But you managed to kind of get through in the end and take it home.
Yeah, it's a brand new car, so we was having a few little handling issues, so that's why I wasn't on the pace of the front two. But we'll get there. It was a big effort from Arnold Duncan at CAD last night and Right on Motorsport to get the car fixed after a big crash yesterday in qualifying.
Yeah.
Done quite a bit of damage, so happy to.
So you came through the order quite quickly, getting to grips with the car pretty quickly.
Yeah,
then.
yeah. I mean,
in about 20 minutes.
Yeah. They're all pretty similar, but yeah. I mean, I'm disappointed with the third. To be honest, I wanted to be on the pace of Jeff and challenge him for the win, but can't win them all. And this is a special track for Jeff. He's very good here. Yeah. But we go again this afternoon, and I'm sure we'll make a few adjustments and we'll be up there again.
Can you get him later?
Yeah, I'll get him later.
Spencer, good lad.
I'll try anyway.
Cheers. Right, there you go. That's your top three in the Mini Sevens. I believe we've got another race coming straight up for you. I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard.
Yep, thanks very much, Ian. I can tell you Jeff Williams is okay after that incident at the hairpin.
So we're just going to get some other drivers.
We also lost a couple of cars on that last lap. We lost Darren Cox as well. I've just seen his car being towed in. Jeff Williams spun into the barriers at the hairpin. The medics have checked on him. He's okay. There he is. Man from Consett in County Durham. Yeah, minispares.com on the side of the car. I think he might be on the phone to them fairly shortly. Get the front end of that car repaired. Hopefully he can get that car out again for the race this afternoon. Now, next race on the programme will be the Superkarts for their second of three races today. Saw a good battle between Liam Morley and Lee Harpham, the two Division 1 Superkart stars, at front of the field in the first race this morning.
Yes, I can. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes, I am.
So a couple of races left before the lunch break. Got the Superkarts next, then it's the Caterham Sigmax and Sigma 135. And then it is the Junior Saloon Car Championship. So recovery vehicle on its way out to pick up Jeff Williams' car at the moment. Got nearly 900 of you watching on YouTube. That's great to see, and over 400 likes. Come on, we need 1,000 likes by lunch. Come on, all of you. There's a short pause here before we bring out the Superkarts for their second race while the track is cleared by the marshalling team. And of course it will be over to Gary James to take you through the Superkarts. Here's the remaining schedule for this morning. We'll see the Superkarts out next. 12 minutes for their second race of the day. The Caterhams were next out. The other group, the Sigmax and Sigma 135 categories. 2 races in one. That'll be run as a split grid like the Minis were. And then we've got the Junior Saloon Car Championship. 14 to 17-year-olds in Citroen Saxos. It sounds a bit chaotic on paper, but it is great entertainment, the Junior Saloon Cars. A lot of top saloon car racers in particular in the UK have come through that championship, the likes of William Davison and Wart Neals as well. Seen quite a lot of rookies who've made their way up to karting or short oval junior racing coming into the series this year as well. They had their first meeting at Cadwell Park a few weeks back. Harvey Caterham and Charlie Hand did the winning there. They're both here this weekend. So just waiting for the circuit to be cleared then. Just waiting for Jeff Williams' car to be recovered. You can see the recovery operation going on there. It seems to be a bit stuck in the grass. Obviously, you're quite muddy here at Snetterton on the side of the track because of all the rain we had yesterday. Now, the marshals have got the Mini moving now. There'll be a recovery vehicle from D&G Assist coming round to pick it up. Nice to see the officials replacing the divots in the turf there as well. There we see the damage. Not quite as bad as it first appeared. They'll hopefully have that straightened out for race 2. That's going to be pushed behind the barriers there. And then we should shortly have the Superkarts out on circuits for their second race.
Yeah, I'm here, ready and waiting.
Okay, so while we await the Superkarts to be led out for their second race of the day, which will take place over 12 minutes. I believe the grid for race 2, just checking on my paperwork, set by lap times from during the first race. Slightly different way that Superkarts do it. But the man who can tell us more on that, of course, and bring us the race coverage is Superkarts expert commentator Gary James.
Well, good afternoon. Sorry, no, we're still in the morning. I say time's moving on, but we are running a little bit behind schedule. I think there was there was a bit of a problem in that last race when the Minis buried itself against the Armco barrier, but I think that's all been pulled out of into a safe position now. And the second race due to go off, as I say, once the track is clear. But some interesting dices in that earlier race, and I can't wait for this second one to run off. And I think if we have got grids that we can show you while we've got a little bit of time to hand. And on the front row, say, is the pole position goes to Liam Moore. Now, in race 2, the grid positions are decided by a driver's fastest lap from the first race. So obviously the qualifying session that we had yesterday determined race 1. Race 2, the grid positions are determined on the driver's fastest lap. So obviously if they had a dodgy qualifying but had a good run in the earlier race, then obviously they can sort of move further up the grid. And similarly, the final race of the day will be determined on the lap times from this next race. So on the front row is the 24 kart of Liam Morley. Came through the came through from 7th place after the engine bogged down badly at the start, and picked them off one by one, and then took Lee Harpham on the final lap to take the win. So he's on the front row, and he's joined by Matt Robinson, one of the new guys into the Division 1 category, and moved up from 125. So we're looking forward to seeing Matt challenging, in fact, both Liam and Matt used to race in the 125 class, so that's a renewed rivalry there. Row 2, we have the 47 kart of Lee Harpham, and he's joined by the 2 kart of Carl Hume. Row 3 is 3 Carl Kinsey, and 5 Ross Allen. Ross drove from the back of the grid in that last one, so he's pleased with his performance to then find a slot on the 3rd row of the grid. Row 4 is the 0 kart of Tom Rushforth, and he's joined by 79 Jason Dredge. Row 5, 31 Sam Moss, and Sam set the new lap record at Alton Park a couple of weeks ago, but had some issues in that earlier race, and I think he spun it on the opening lap, dropped down, couldn't quite clear the engine properly, but once it was back chiming, he made up ground, but sits there on the 5th row of the grid, and he's joined by the 26 of Andy Gulliford. Andy also had a spin at Agostini's on the opening lap. I think it was Paul Platt, the GP kart, had a hose clip come off and dumped a load of water at Agostini's on the first lap, and Andy Gulliford, unfortunate to spin on it, but got back on circuit. So he sits there on row 5. Row 6, 18 Andy Waite, and the 101 of Lee Plain. Lee Plain finished in that earlier race when a reed valve broke, but takes his place on row 6. Row 7, the 250 national winner in that early race, the 29 of Tom Hatfield, alongside his teammate. Those two battled for the class win, the 4 kart of Curtis Seymour. Row 8, 127 James Hassel and 33 Mark Newton. Row 9, the 25 kart of Luke Plain and Michael Goff. Then we move to row 10 and the 20 kart of Rob Stubbs and the 35 of Samantha Hempshall. Samantha Hempshall didn't have a particularly good run in that one, and unfortunately the brake bias wasn't to her, or she changed the brake bias and then it was all on the front, and unfortunately she threw it off at Wilson's hairpin halfway through the race. But Sam perfectly okay and back out in action for this one on row 10. Row 11 is the 43 of Sean Lombardo, and the 450 class winner, that's the 12 of Kevin Ridley. Row 12, 69 Costa Karitsis and 57 Mark Pask. Row 13 is the 52 of Steve Burton and 36 Tom Baldwin. Row 14, the class winning 125, 23 of Clint Bridge and 53 Martin Marks. Row 15 is the 60 of Ollie Brown and 142 Peter Tilson Hawke. Row 16, 49 Michael Parr and 59 Nick Flint. Row 17, 62 Andy Powell and 50 John Busby. Row 18, 87 Jack Tritton and 83 Paul Von Gerard. Row 19, we see the 139 of Rob Randall and 61 Dave Hevershaw. Row 20, 58 Mary Howarth and 133 John Blenkin. Row 21 is the 41 of Fletcher Hearn and the 15 of Luke Clempson. Luke had problems with an ignition and misfire in that race, so they've been frantically trying to change all sorts of electronics on the kart to try and make that run properly. Row 22, the 124 of Elliot Marks and 126. And on the final row, the GP kart of Paul Platt, and we will be watching in anticipation of the 5-time British champion trying to make up ground from the final row of the grid. So a big field of karts again, 45 on the grid. And I did notice in the earlier race that, well, it wasn't from the minis, but one of the earlier races, somebody's dumped a load of oil on the approach to the Nelson Brundle complex. But fortunately enough, it's off of the racing line. There's nothing worse than with superkarts driving into a cloud of cement dust on the opening lap. But I think obviously with this sighting lap, we're all aware of the location of where it is. And the pace car coming round Coram, lights are off, so we will be going for a start this time. Front row, as I said before, pace dictated by the pole man, so 24 kart of Liam Morley. So he missed the 2 rounds at Alton Park, so keen to get points on the board. Got 20 points from that first race. Can he make it 2 from 2? As they approach the line, lights out and away we go, and Morley gets a much better start this time. Oh, and it was 3 abreast, and Carl Hume and Matt Robinson touched, and somehow Matt Robinson kept it off the grass, but a nasty little moment there as they all three abreast charged towards Riches, but everyone got away with it, and it was Morley that got the jump this time as they head down towards Wilson's for the first time, as everybody streams through Riches. And let's see, Matt Robinson back down, I think that was about 7th or 8th place, but everybody juggling around to try and find positions. Oh, it's three abreast through Palmer's, and I think that was the 5 cart of Ross Allen. Yes, so as they come towards Agassiz for the first time, it's the 24. It's Morley from Harpham. Ross Allen and Andy Waite took for a move up the inside, but not quite, and Jason Dredge was looking to put a pass on Tom Rushforth as the 3 cart of Carl Kinsey, arm in the air, pulls off. So Carl Kinsey out of the race already on this opening lap, which is a shame because he picked up a good 7th spot in the earlier race. But it's Morley that's scampering away at the front, chased by the 47 of Carl Hume. Then it's Ross Allen in 3rd place as they stream onto the back straight, the Bentley straight, for the first time. Heading down towards the complex, just trying to pick up who's in 4th. I think that's the 18. Yes, it's Andy Waite. Then it's Jason Dredge, who's coming under pressure from the 0 of Tom Rushforth. And then it's Carl Hume trying to make up a couple of places. Got tangled up, as say, with Matt Robinson heading towards Riches for the first time. And then it's Sam Moss there, the 31 cart. And then it's the Tarka Motorsport guys, Hatfield heading Curtis Seymour there in the 250 national class. So that's a battle that's has picked up again from the first race. So across the line to complete the opening lap, and it is Morley from Harpham. Those two have broken clear, and then it's Allen, it's Andy Waite, Jason Dredge, Tom Rushforth, Sam Moss, Matt Robinson, Carl Hume. Then a bit of a gap, and we've got 3 abreast, and it's the 2 Parker Motorsport guys, but it's Lee Plain that now the 101 cart, and does he get the move? Yes, he does. He chops across the front of Curtis Seymour going into Riches. So Lee Plain now heading the 250 national class, but up at the hairpin it's almost 5 abreast, and it's Dredge that's now got ahead of Ross Allen, and Sam Moss trying to tack onto the back of that group. But this little group of 5 racing for 3rd place, and as they head towards Agostins for this second time, Andy Waite jinks out of the slipstream of Ross Allen, gets the move. Yes, so Andy Waite moves up 1 spot, demotes the 5 cart of Ross Allen, and Sam Moss now up ahead of Tom Rushforth. And Sam Moss is the one that's looking racy in that group. And is he going to put a move on Allen as they go towards Oggies? Not quite close enough, so onto the Bentley straight, and it's Andy Waite from Ross Allen and Sam Moss, and that's allowed the 79 cart of Jason Dredge to get away, but it's still the leader. That's the 24 cart of Liam Morley being chased by Lee Harpham, and it's this scrap for 3rd place. Now something flew off of a cart in the background as they came towards the Nelson Brundle complex. Lee Plain leading the 250 nationals from the 2 Parker's Motorsport boys, and there's the GP cart of Paul Platt, so already up from the back row of the grid. So Paul Platt on a charge. We'll just keep an eye on, I say, at the end of the opening lap where he was, but Morley and Harpham across the line to complete 2 laps, and Sam Moss now up into 3rd place ahead of Jason Dredge. Then it's Waite, Rushforth, Allen, Matt Robinson and Carl Hume. Then it's Lee Plain who's pulled away from the Curtis Seymour Tom Hatfield battle, and they're going to be joined fairly soon by James Hassel. And then looking further back, and Paul Platt homing in onto the back of the 20 cart of Rob Stubbs. Kevin Ridley, the 12 cart, leads the 450s, and it's Tom Baldwin, the 36, that's leading the 125 category, with Clint Bridge not far behind him. And Platt making a move on the 25 of Rob Stubbs, and trying to also get a pass on Luke Plain as they head towards Palmer's. Gets the move done. So the GP cart of Paul Platt now up into, let's see, that's going to be about 15th overall, but let's see, about 4th in class. So great drive from Paul Platt to pick up all those places on the opening lap. Rob Stubbs back into karting after a 6-year break, the 20 cart, previously raced in the 125s. In fact, I raced against him here at Snetterton about 6 or 7 years ago. So Rob took some time off studying, and Lee Harpham getting caught up on that cement dust that's on the Nelson Brundle complex, but keeps it all together. And Morley round Coram, and it's coming up to complete 3 laps. And so we had 7 laps last time, so I would expect a similar sort of race distance this time around. 6.5 minutes on the clock. Morley crosses the line, and that's a lap time of 1 minute 50.253, pulling further away from Lee Harpham, and it's Jason Dredge now on his own. So it's now Waite, Ross Allen, Tom Rushforth and Matt Robinson. So we've lost the 31 kart of Sam Moss. Can't see him in pit lane, but certainly the 87 kart of Jack Tritton, the 125 driver, in pit lane and out of the race. So we've lost Sam Moss somewhere, but it's now Dredge. It's up into 3rd place, and you've got that fourth place battle. It's now Ross Allen ahead of Andy Waite, the 18 kart. Then it's a 0 of Tom Rushforth ahead of the 84 of Matt Robinson, and Carl Hume trying to get onto the back of this little group of 4 as they head through the infield down towards through Hamilton and down towards Oggies on this 4th lap. And certainly the lap time for Liam Morley last time, yes, a 1 minute 49.186, so not quite as quick as the race earlier on, but the only driver to get under 1 minute 50. Dredge broken clear of that group for 4th place. The 79 car. Jason spent most of his time racing in France last couple of years. He was 2nd in the French Championship. Oh, and Andy Waite made a mistake there at the exits of the Brundle corner and allowed Matt Robinson to get through, and that's somebody thumping, and that could be the 83 kart of, is that Paul Von Gerard? Not quite sure, but car out of sight, but I think that could be the 83 of Paul Von Gerard in the 125 class. Morley across the line and through Riches, chased by Lee Harpham. Jason Dredge goes through. Then it's Ross Allen who's broken clear of Tom Rushforth and Matt Robinson. So Andy Waite been shuffled to the back of that group. And yes, it was the 83 kart of Paul Von Gerard. So looks like he understeered off somewhere, and he's okay. Slightly dinks the tyre wall, but pulled perfectly safe and out of the kart. So Morley through the infield on this 5th lap, and we pick up, that's the 58 of Mary Howarth in the 450 class, just ahead of the 41 of Fletcher Hearn. And looking back down the classes, it's still the 36 of Tom Baldwin leading Clint Bridge and Michael Parr. And Michael Parr crosses the line now, but a long way behind the other 2. As I think is Jack Tritton has been pushed off, so I think Jack Tritton trying to get back out onto circuit to get some valuable track time. I say it's his only 2nd Superkart race, so Jack Tritton back on track to get some mileage under his belt. But here comes Morley, and that's 2 minutes 46 on the clock, so we complete 5 laps. I reckon about another 2 to go, and Morley now got almost 3/4 of the length of the start finish straight. Harpham goes through, and in fact, if anything, I'd say that Jason Dredge closing in a little bit. No similar lap times that time round, but yeah, 3.3 seconds between Lee Harpham and Jason Dredge, 79 kart. Then it's Ross Allen, Matt Robinson now ahead of Tom Rushforth. And then Lee Plain comes through, so running a lot better in this one. Lee Plain leading the 250 national class, as they had a reed valve break in that earlier race. Has always been the bridesmaid in the 250 class, and Paul Platt now close up onto the back of James Hassel, and didn't quite get the move going into Rich's. The 127 kart chopped across the front, so Paul Platt now up into third place. So what has happened to the Parker Motorsport guys? Both Hatfield and Curtis Seymour have disappeared off the scene, so I just hope that and it looks like Hatfield into pit lane and out of the kart, so a problem for the 29 kart, out of the race in pit lane. So Lee Plain now leading the 250 national class and looking to see where his brother is, and brother Luke is fifth in the 250 national class. And a bit of a coming together between Rob Stubbs and Luke Plain up at the hairpin, so they were dicing for that fifth place in class, and unfortunately Luke Plain came off worse, but brother Lee is leading the class quite comfortably as Morley completes 6 laps, and we're now on to the final lap with 26 seconds on the clock. So is it going to be 2 starts, 2 wins as Lee Plain crosses the line to start his last lap, and the 29 kart of Tom Hatfield gets pushed away into the Parc Fermé area. So a class win last time out, but no points this time. And Platt now up ahead of the 127 of James Hassel. So fantastic drive from Paul Platt from the final row of the grid to come up into second place in class. Kevin Ridley crosses the line, the 12 kart still leading the 450s. And Luke Plain, the 25, who had that spin up at the hairpin, back up and running. So Luke Plain making his way through the infield as we look towards Coram for the final time to bring home Liam Morley, and I think that's him coming around into Murray's for the final time. Out of Murray's, and here's a 24 kart of Liam Morley, so 2 starts, 2 wins. Nice little sort of thumbs up to the team on the pit wall. And looking for the second place, and here comes the 47 of Lee Harpham, safely clear of the 79 of Jason Dredge, who picks up a good third place. And then Matt Robinson, 4th place, just ahead of Ross Allen and Tom Rushforth, with Andy Waite coming through next ahead of the 2 kart of Carl Hume. Andy Galliford quite pleased now that he's got a second finish in his debut season in the Division 1 category. And here comes the winner of the 250 national class, the 101 of Lee Plain, gets maximum points, which is good for him because certainly for last season he's always been the runner-up in this class. So first class win for the 101 of Lee Plain, and we'll just pick up who is second, and it is finger in the air, so Paul Platt quite pleased that after all the efforts of doing a quick engine rebuild after that first race, comes through to second place. So we'll try and get some words with the leading drivers again.
Count us in.
And this is a bit of deja vu because I'm back with Liam Morley, so 2 starts, 2 wins, Liam. Bit easier that time?
Yeah, I made it a bit easier for myself on the start. Actually managed to get away, but we'd left a bit of cement dust down there, so a bit tricky on lap 1, but tried to stay off it, just put a bit of a gap and just fly on pit signals for my dad, tell me how much of a gap I had, and just brought it home.
A lot of arm waving from the pit lane, was it?
Yeah, we have our own little signals that we do, so it works out quite well. It means I can just focus on what I'm doing and not have to look round.
Excellent, well done, Liam. Okay, and we'll have another quick word with Lee. So, 2 seconds. What are we going to do for the last race?
Make some changes. It was on the old tyres as well for that race. We had a bit of an issue with the tank. That's what was happening in race 1, so we had a big change and had to fit another tank and everything, so we didn't get time to do tyres. So we'll see. A few more changes for the last one, and hopefully we'll be somewhere there.
Stuff. I'll be looking out for that one. And we'll have a quick word with Jason. Jason Dredge 3rd in that. So that was a good little scrap between about 4 or 5 of you in the early stage, and you managed to sort of break away from them.
Yeah, no, it was a really good race off the start. You know, everybody got grouped up, really fun. You know, it's hard work. Like the rest of them said, there's a bit of oil down the bottom, which made it a bit more trickier for all of us. But yeah, it's really enjoyable.
Good job.
Hey, Paul, just 1 sec. Just 1 sec.
Right, yes, I think we're actually going to have to hand back now to our commentator Dave Goddard for the rest of the action. Enjoy.
Can we pre-record these? Is that right? Yeah.
Okay, well done to Liam Morley. 2 out of 2 once again there. The other classes you can find on our results later on. The screen has just gone blank. I was about to read them out to you, but we're getting ready to go Caterham racing once again because it's the Caterham Graduates Championship Sigmax and Sigma 135 categories. And these will start from a separate split grid like the Minis did. They had qualifying in the wet yesterday. The first group is the Sig Max division for the quicker cars. In pole position is number 28 of Harry Senior. Alongside him, 72 Glenn Burtonshaw. Second row, 25 Stephen Clark, a former Superkarts racer, alongside 24 Ben Winrow. The third row, 71 Adam Bettinson, alongside 117 Ollie Gibson. Fourth row, number 16 Simon Griffiths and 82 Matt Willoughby. Fifth row, number 9 Neil Sturgis, 33 Gareth Cordy. On the sixth row, 43 Nigel Smith and number 119, which is Andrew Sagar. Then we've got on row 7, number 6 Stephen Arnold and 91 Charlie Cahill. Peter Marsh, number 8, the club treasurer for the Caterham Graduates Racing Club, is on row 8 on his own. Then there's a gap, and starting with a 10-second delay, same as the Mini 7s did, we've got the Sigma 135 cars. Ford Sigma engines, 135 brake horsepower. Pole position for them, it is number 50, James McCall, alongside 62, the championship leader, David Reed. Behind them, 142 on row 11, Ian Fortescue, and 73, Dan Clayfan. Number 60, Alaric Barney on row 12, alongside 77, which is Robin Webb. Row 13, we've got 29, Alistair Curry, and number 68, that's Mr. Chairman, the chairman of the Caterham Graduates Racing Club, Mark Navarro. 14th row, 34, Neil Evans, and 95, Alistair Melton. 15th row, 90 of Andy Cooper, and 100, Stuart Hatzel. 16th row, number 12, which is Paul Gardner. 57, Simon White. And the final row of the grid, 13, Merton Wood, and 17, Michael Seagal. That's your grid then. We'll have the Caterhams coming out onto track fairly shortly. But before we get this race underway, Ian's been busy interviewing again. We'll hear from them down in the pits. Apologies there, a slight problem with that interview. We'll be back down to Ian and Gary shortly down in the paddock if we can. Sorry about that, viewers. getting ready for the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. Once again, these are the Sigmax, which is one of the more powerful classes, and the Sigma 135, which is the less powerful cars. Oh, we'll try a second attempt at our interview with Ian and Gary down in the paddock. Take 2.
With the Caterham Graduates, I'm here with the fastest Ian I know. It's Ian Fortescue. Ian, how did qualifying go yesterday for you?
Remarkably well, the end result, but I don't know how I managed it because I spun 4 times. So
Tom, let's look out for some more later on, yeah?
So, yeah, I'm really pleased with the end result. Obviously trying a bit too hard, I think.
Well, we saw it at Mallory, but I know you've got a lot of pace in you.
Well, it's kind of to say so. Last time out at Dalton I got a 3rd, which I was well pleased with, because it's quite a large grid there. Hopefully, you know, can do the same today. But I don't want to tempt fate.
Yeah. We've spoken about the weather a lot. It's people probably get a little bit bored talking about it, but to drive one of these in the wet is so difficult. As you said yourself, you spun 4 times yesterday. I mean, I probably wouldn't even make it out the pit lane, to be honest.
Yeah.
But
well, part of it is probably my fault. I think the setup was quite, well, not quite right. I've got an imbalance in the brake pad material. I was locking the fronts up rather a lot, so you know, got no steering, and by the time I came off the brakes, it was too late.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's very hit and miss out there. There was lots of standing water, aquaplaning. The main thing was trying to avoid other people spinning and avoid it. You know, hopefully they would avoid hitting you as well. You know.
Is it much,
all back in one piece.
Is there much work to do changing it from sort of wet to dry for today, or is it just literally just change the tyres? Or
no, the tyres would be the same. Obviously, you need plenty of tread in the wet to try and get the water. But also, you know, these are better in the dry when you've got a bit of tread anyway.
Yeah.
Just the front anti-roll bars, you take these off.
Nice.
And the rear anti-roll bars, put a bit more pressure in the tyres, so it pushes the water away.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Simple.
It's quite simple.
Lovely. Ian, thanks for chatting to us. Best of luck for the race. Thank you.
Cars on the grid then, ready for the green flag lap for the Caterham Graduates Sigmax and Sigma 135, just getting assembled there by the marshals. 28 Harry Senior, who was a race winner in the opening race of the year at Alton Park, on pole in the grey and red car. Alongside him, number 72, that's Glenn Burtonshaw, been with the Caterham Graduates for a number of years now. He's down in 8th in the points at the moment, looking to improve. The other winner on opening day at Alton Park was Ben Winrow. He's there in the red and yellow car. I've already seen Jamie Winrow in action today in the Sigma 150s. 25, Stephen Clark, a former Superkart star in the blue and black car there. He's 5th in the points after the opener at Alton. While for the Sigma 135s, David Reed and James McCall did the winning at their first meeting of the year. McCall has out-qualified Reed. They're on the front row of the second group, and they will again start with a 10-second delay on the wave of the Union flag from the starter's gantry. Sigmax cars, the more powerful Ford Sigma engined machines. We've given you the grid, so it gives us a chance to look at the various sponsors and the charities that the Caterham Graduates Racing Club are competing in aid of this year. One of the main sponsors is Yokohama Tyres. No rain tyres needed today, thankfully. Ryan Motorsport Insurance, who do insurance not just for on-track, but for storage and transit of race cars as well. Run by Ryan Moan, a club racer himself. Downing IP. Michael Downing is one of the Sigmax drivers. I don't think he's out this weekend, though. He owns Downing Intellectual Property. Independent attorney specialising in patents, trademark and design protection. Also, Molsom and Associates. They are an opticians. The notes have been given here says, have a look at his website, molsom.co.uk, and if you're struggling to read it, you probably need their services. Yeah, Andy Molsom, long-time Caterham racer, with his opticians business, sponsoring the series, and also Classic Carbon, provider of carbon parts for various Caterhams and other cars. as the pack heads around the Wilson hairpin on this green flag lap. It's warming up their Yokohama tyres. As for the charities that money is being raised for, one is Purple for Polio. Mark Treadwin, the man behind Purple for Polio, competes in Sigma 150, attempting to eradicate the disease of polio from the world. An attempt to declare the world polio free. Also Sporting Bears. Rob Oldland, the man behind the Sporting Bears Motor Club. Group of classic sports car enthusiasts. They raise money for children's charities through social events, sports car rides, and even touring events, going on tour with their cars. They've raised over £2.5 million for children's charities in the UK. Rob Oldland is the man associated with Caterham's with them, and he is actually marshalling here at Snetterton this weekend, so fair play to him. Not racing this weekend, he's out in orange. It's a good fun club, the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. First is the philosophy they live by. First for Caterham Club Racing. First stands for fun, inclusive, respectful, safe, and cost effective. It is great fun, as we've seen from the Sigma 150s already earlier this morning. Jamie Elwood taking the win there. An oil slick catching out a fair few drivers. Hopefully there'll be no repeat of that. There's our split grid. There's number 50. That's the pole sitting Sigma 135 car, the green car, James McCall, David Reed. And the rest of them come through. Ian Fortescue, Dan Clayfan, and the rest of them. Blue and orange car there, Alistair Melton. Right at the back, 89. That's Michael Seagal. Number 12, Paul Gardner. So we will see two races in one here. The Sigmax cars will pull away from the Sigma 135s quite substantially. So they come up to the grid, and this will be a 20-minute race. Harry Senior in pole position, the championship leader. Ben Winrow second in the points, fourth on the grid. Glenn Burtonshaw in the green car alongside him. Stephen Clark. Behind them, Adam Bettinson and Oliver Gibson in the red car. Fourth row, Simon Griffiths in whites and Matt Willoughby in red. Let's keep our eye on the Sigma 135. So it's going to be difficult to know where to look in this race. Is there a problem there for Harry Senior? One of the marshals talking to him. So the all clear has not been given at the moment. There may be a problem here with the pole man. Marshals are with him. Well, there seems to be some sort of issue at the moment. I'm not sure what's happened here. I think they've now got the all clear. Just a minor delay there. It's waiting for the green flag from the back of the grid. And away they go. Good start by Simon Griffiths in the white car through the middle there. So the Sigmax away. And then a 10-second delay before the Sigma 135s get underway. It is Harry Senior who has got the lead into the first corner. Ben Winrow trying to get round the outside in the red and yellow number 24 car. Simon Griffiths, quick start, putting him in the middle of the pack there. So they charge up towards Wilson Hairpin. Here comes the charge of the Sigma 135s. From their 10-second delay, the second race effectively gets underway. David Reed in the striped car there on the right. James McCall in green. We head round the first corner, number 73 there. That is Dan Clayfan.
But you're going to be out there, that's the main
thing. They've all got round the first corner okay as well. They start to sort themselves out then. There's the leading pack in the Sigma 135s. David Reed's taken the lead around the outside, the championship leader after the first round at Alton Park. Here's the lead pack in the Sigmaxes. 82 Matt Willoughby there in the red car. Now, who's come out of all that with the lead? It is Harry Senior with a clear lead. Ben Winrow up into second place in the 24 and Stephen Clark in third. So Glenn Burtonshaw's gone down from second to fourth. He's got Oliver Gibson behind him in the 117. Then it is Simon Griffiths. And here's the charge of the second pack. It's Reed with the lead ahead of McCall. Out onto the back of the circuit they go. Then out of the infield loop onto the Bentley straight. They're starting to spread out already. Spinner at Agostini, that's on through the number 100 of Stuart Hatzel, had a spin. He's rejoined. Here comes your leader, Harry Senior, leading the Sigmax category down into Brundle for the first time. Ben Winrow in yellow and red in second place. We'll see if we can get a replay of that spin from earlier on as the leaders head through towards the end of the lap. Yep, Stuart Hatzel just got a wheel onto the grass there on the outside. Around went the number 100, running in the 135 class. And rejoined at the back of the field. Leaders heading round to complete their opening lap then. It's Harry Senior in the clear from Ben Winrow. The rest of the pack fairly well bunched up behind him. Get ready to see some slipstreaming as they go down towards Riches for the second time. Senior leads by over 2 seconds ahead of Winrow. It's Clark in third place, side by side between Burtonshaw and Gibson. Next up then Griffiths. Gareth Cordy has gained 3 places on that first lap. He's up into 7th. Ollie Gibson round the outside of Glenn Burtonshaw. He takes 4th place away. Now here comes Griffiths in the number 16. Gets a wheel on the grass on the inside. Doesn't want to do any corner cutting there. Senior already starting to pull away. And they're all over each other behind. Simon Griffiths on the inside. Burtonshaw's lost another place in the 72 car. Whether he's got a problem, I'm not sure. Meantime, there's been a change of leader in the Sigma 135 class. Here they are. It's James McCall who has gone to the front there. They're running about 11 seconds down on the Sigmax pack ahead of them. McCall on the inside, Reed on the outside. In there in third, tucked in his 142 of Ian Fortescue. We heard from him earlier. Trying to take second place away, but the duel is on. Here comes David Reed on the inside at Palmer's. Can he take the lead here? Not quite. Holding on around the outside there, James McCall. So great battles in both classes already, and we're only on the second lap of the race. James McCall in the green, number 50, holds the lead. As they file their way through. The overall leader coming down the Bentley straight as off goes the number 60 there, Alaric Barney, running wide at Agostini. Very easy to do that. Well, Harry Senior, as I can tell you, is checked out at the front of the Sigmax pack. Here they are in a Brundle. Ben Winrow in second place. It's Stephen Clark third. Then Ollie Gibson in fourth position. Fifth is Simon Griffiths in the number 16. Down to sixth is Burtonshaw. Then in seventh place, Gareth Cordy in the orange number 33. And eighth place, number 82 rather, of Matt Willoughby. So the first 8 have broken away. Next in the order, Adam Bettinson, number 71. And Neil Sturgis rounding out the top 10. Check on the leaders of the Sigma 135 class in a while. As the leader goes over the line, look at the lead that Harry Senior has got here. Well and truly in the clear ahead of Ben Winrow by 4.3 seconds. 2:11.56 is his fastest lap. That's 2 seconds quicker than anyone else that time through. Further back in the pack, there's the number 77. That is Robin Webb in the yellow car. Running down among the Sigma 135s in 9th place in that division. Over the line goes the lead battle in the Sigma 135 division. McCall and Reed. Reed's going to go around the outside. Retakes the lead. Beautifully done there by David Reed. These two battling for the championship lead as well. They're in 16th and 17th overall. In the less powerful cars further back. Reed sideways, dancing that car through the hairpin there. Superb to watch. McCall in green in second place. Up to Palmer. Still plenty of racing to come. 14.5 minutes to go. Fortescue still third in that division. Then we've got Dan Clayfan and Mark Noiro. Mark Noiro, the club chairman, in the orange car there. He's got the green number 34 behind him. That's Neil Evans. We're up in Settle in the north of Yorkshire. Swing their way through Hamilton up towards, and there's one car there with its nose cone missing, and somebody off. Alaric Barney has gone off again. He's tangled with somebody else there. Try and identify that car in a moment. Let's rejoin. They appear to be okay. That's the second off Alaric Barney has had in this race at Agostini. He's been on the grass there already. We saw one car with its nose cone missing as well, so that might have been involved there. There's the lead pack in the Sigmaxes. I think it might be Charlie Cahill at the back of the Sigmaxes that has lost his nose cone. 34 there going through in this group. That's Neil Evans. Still David Reed holding on ahead of James McCall, while Harry Senior is checked out at the front of the Sigmax pack. The Sigma 135 division is where the action is. Yeah, there's the car with its nose missing. It is Charlie Cahill. Lost some bodywork there. Now here come the leaders. Is James McCall going to bob out of the slipstream? Here he is. He goes to the outside. He's going to do what David Reed did to him a lap ago. Around the outside, and he's done it. James McCall retakes the lead of the category. Well, the lead for Senior is now up to 5 seconds over Ben Winrow at the front of the Sigmax in the overall lead battle in this race. Down towards the hairpin, 50 and 62. The main battle, McCall sideways. Reed in second place. Still Ian Fortescue in third, ahead of Clayfan, Naro, Evans and Alistair Melton in number 95 in the Sigmax, in the Sigma 135 division. Sigmax, the overall lead, Senior from Winrow. Ollie Gibson has now got ahead of Stephen Clark up into third, and Simon Griffiths behind them. So he concentrates on the Sigma 135 division. These two had a win and a second place each at Alton Park, so they are pretty much inseparable on track, these two. Here's your overall leader, Harry Senior. The number 28 from Ascot. And he's certainly galloping away at the front, isn't he? Well clear of the battle for second between Winrow, Gibson and Clark. Back with our Sigma 135 leaders. James McCall, the man from Thatcham in Oxfordshire, continues to lead the way, chased by the 62 of David Reed. He comes from Ormskirk in the northwest. Still McCall holding on. It's all slipstreaming on the centre straight past the pits. Oh, and off the curb there, James McCall. It looked like there was a bit of damage to his exhaust silencer as well, possibly there on the right-hand side of the car, I noticed there. We'll check that when we can see it, see a clear view of it. If the exhaust is kinked, that might slow him down a little. Might have clipped it on that curb on a previous lap, perhaps. Is David Reed going to slipstream him again this time? There's a battle ahead of Charlie Cahill. That's a fight between Peter Marsh, number 8, and the 43 of Nigel Smith. Yep, David Reed goes to the outside. He's going to do it again as they head down towards Riches. And he retakes the lead. They do that every lap. They swap places there into Riches' corner. Still a busy battle in the midfield of the Sigmaxes. Here they are. Ben Winrow second. Ollie Gibson in the maroon red car in third. Then up to fourth now. we've got Stephen Clark, Griffiths 5th, Burton Shaw still 6th. So the order hasn't majorly changed, but they are still all over each other. There's Harry Senior, he's missing all the fun out in front. So the battle is for 2nd. There's Winrow. There's Gibson in 3rd in the dark red machine. Then Clark, Griffiths, Burton Shaw. Cordy is back there as well, along with Matt Willoughby. And next through it is Adam Bettinson. There he is, number 71. A rather lonely run for him. Their line astern as they head down towards Brundle. What will be the 5th time? Nobody able to keep pace with Harry Senior, though. Ben Winrow hanging on to 2nd place. It's a great pack of 7 cars fighting for 2nd. There's Matt Willoughby at the tail of it, number 82. I know Matt and his wife do a lot of work behind the scenes for this club as well, so fair play to them. Ben Winrow dances the car over the curbs at Murray's. Harry Senior's already gone through. He's checked out 2 minute 10.931, his quickest lap of the race so far. He's 9 seconds up on Ben Winrow now. Winrow can't shake off the rest of the pack, and Oliver Gibson is trying to go round the outside into Ritchie. He's trying to do a Reed and McCall move, as in the Sigma 135s. Can he get all the way around the outside? I don't think he's going to do it. He's going to have to be very daring on the brakes here. Slings it round the hairpin sideways. He doesn't take 2nd. He could lose out to Stephen Clark. That was a bit of a risky manoeuvre there by Ollie Gibson in the 117. Winrow in 2nd place. And yes, Clark has now got through for 3rd. Down to 4th goes Ollie Gibson. Griffiths, Burton Shaw and Cordy chase behind. A little further back is Matt Willoughby. Griffiths up the inside. He's going to try and take Gibson as well. You can see if you lose the slightest bit of momentum, like Gibson did at the hairpin, you just lose places and have to start again from the back of your group. There's Glenn Burtonshaw, I think, he's going to try and get through now as well. When Winrow a little bit wide there through Oggies. This could give Stephen Clark a chance to attack for 2nd place. Are we going to see some slipstreaming this time down the Bentley Straight? We've got 7.5 minutes of the race still to go. There's Senior. Probably enjoying the action in his mirror down the straights, because here comes the 2nd place fight. They all start to pull out. So I thought we'd see this happen. Simon Griffiths to the inside on Stephen Clark. Winrow's held 2nd place. Yes, Clark had to attack and defend at the same time there because he had Griffiths trying to make the move on him. Ollie Gibson next, Glenn Burtonshaw wide over the curbs. He's in 6th position still. Ollie Gibson down from 2nd to 5th. Ben Winrow clinging on in 2nd place. Not clinging on to our race leader though. Harry Senior is already away up the centre straights. Looking for his 2nd win from 3 races this year. Over the line comes the 2nd place battle. Winrow, Clark and Griffiths nose to tail. And here's the lead battle in the Sigma 135s. It's still David Reed up front. What's going to happen this time? Is he going to swap places with the number 50 of James McCall again? 3rd in that division. We have Ian Fortescue still. These two have pulled away slightly. They're coming up on the red machine there as well of Peter Marsh, number 8, the treasurer of the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. Been racing with them for many seasons, as have many of these drivers. It's such a popular and friendly club. There could be a change here. For 2nd place in Sigmax, as up the inside, Stephen Clark, side by side with Ben Winrow. And he's through. Good move, Stephen Clark. Then Griffiths and Gibson. Still behind by over 10 seconds on Harry Senior. So Stephen Clark up into 2nd place now. Been watching his old friends in the Superkarts out earlier on. And he is loving this, up into 2nd place now ahead of Ben Winrow's. Well, this group has split into 2 factions now, and Glenn Burtonshaw's lost more places, I noticed there. Cordy and Willoughby have got through, so Burtonshaw was ahead of them at the line, so whether that was at the hairpin, I'm not sure. We were watching this 2nd place battle. Ben Winrow on the outside. Is he going to retake the place? Yes, he is. Good bit of slipstreaming there by Ben Winrow. Can he get the car stopped in time for Nelson? Yes, he can. There's a back marker there as well. That's number 13 car of Merton Wood being lapped. Stephen Clark dodges from side to side. He's frantic to get back ahead of the 24 of Ben Winrow. Just over 4.5 minutes of this race to go. Through to the end of another lap. Here, Harry Senior's already gone through a 2:11. His last lap, 2:11.1. Still well and truly on it, our overall race leader. Over the line they go. Winrow back up into second place now, and Griffiths was ahead up the line as well. So Winrow back in second, and Simon Griffiths has slipstreamed Stephen Clark. Looks like he's going to hold third place in the white car with the yellow wheels and roll cage. Ollie Gibson fifth behind them, and then a small gap back to the next group, which is the Burtonshaw, Willoughby and Cordy fight. Burtonshaw's back ahead there, up into sixth position, so he's yo-yoing up and down the order now. Through Palmer's goes the second place fight. There's Burtonshaw. Behind him, Willoughby has got ahead of Gareth Cordy in the orange car. And here's this fight. They're still attached by a piece of string, I think, these two, or a piece of elastic, maybe. 50 and the 62, McCall and Reed. It was the same at Alton Park in the Sigma 135 races. James McCall has it at the moment. Third in this group is Ian Fortescue. The two battlers have got ahead of Peter Marsh in his Sigmax, so great to see that the less powerful Sigma 135s are able to keep up with some of the Sigmaxes. There is Marsh. Blue flags waving to the back markers there to tell them to hold their lines while the quicker runners are passing them. Here's the battle for second into Brundle, and Simon Griffiths gets through this time. He's going great guns in the 16 car. Ben Winrow at the inside retakes Stephen Clark. Clark loses 2 places, just positioned himself wrong there into Brundle. And 117 Ollie Gibson is having a good go as well. Simon Griffiths now up into second in the white car. Into Murray's. What's the gap going to be this time to Harry Senior? Well, there he goes. Just caught a glimpse of him. It's at least the length of the centre straight. Now there he is. He's lost a front wing, but he won't let that slow him down. Over the line, Griffiths and Winrow. Winrow goes to the outside. Nearly 13 seconds behind the leader now, and Winrow pulls off the Reed-McCall manoeuvre, I think we'll call that one, as does Ollie Gibson. Goes around the outside. Winrow second, Gibson fourth. But Simon Griffiths tries to fight back, tries to get down the inside into Wilson's hairpin. Doesn't manage it, but he's pressured Ben Winrow into a mistake there. He ran wide, he did brake too late, and Simon Griffiths back up the inside, trying to retake second place. Terrific dice here for that second position in Sigmax. Sigma 135 still led by James McCall ahead of David Reed. By the time they got to Riches, that's probably changed again, because Reed will have probably gone round the outside. Here comes Ollie Gibson dodging about, having a look at Ben Winrow for third place. Stephen Clark has dropped to fifth behind them as Gibson goes to the outside as Agostini. That's never going to work, surely. Oh, and Griffiths has run wide. He'll lose second place as a result of that. Yes, Winrow goes through. Gibson had to take to the grass with 2 wheels in avoidance there. And Griffiths trying to hold the place, and he's done so ahead of Ollie Gibson. They're on an absolute knife edge out there, right on the edge of adhesion. There's 1 minute of the race to go. So wait to see if it's going to be checkered flag this time, whether they'll get one more lap in. Ben Winrow still second. Harry Senior is away and gone. He's almost the length of the Bentley straight clear now. Surely going to be a dominant victory. Win number 2 of the season for Harry Senior to put him clear at the top of the championship. While in Sigma 135, I don't know. We'll pick them up on the last lap of the race, I think, to see where David Reed and James McCall have got to. Harry Senior comes through. Is it going to be checkered flag of style? I think he's going to be a few seconds too early. I think we'll get one more lap out of this. Here's the battle for second place still raging on. It's Ben Winrow who has it at the moment. Griffiths third. He stayed ahead of Ollie Gibson. Then Stephen Clark. Then the next group, Burtonshaw's lost a place again. That's Matt Willoughby who's got ahead of him. David Reed, I can tell you, is still ahead of the Sigma 135 vision. Look at Ollie Gibson up the inside here into Riches. We're on the last lap now. Griffiths around the outside. Gibson up the inside. Winrow loses 2 places. I think he clipped the back of Ollie Gibson there as he came across in front of him. And Stephen Clark has got through as well. Winrow's lost 3 places in one corner. Simon Griffiths up to 2nd place. Gibson is 3rd. Well, Harry Senior's heading for victory. We're on the last lap now. What can Ben Winrow do? Can he fight back from 5th position? He was 2nd a few seconds ago. 6th is Matt Willoughby. Well, Ben Winrow is in attacking mode. Stephen Clark jinks to the inside there to defend from him. So Winrow says, OK, I'll try and break late and go round the outside of you. I don't think he's going to manage that. No, he doesn't manage it. Still side by side with Stephen Clark. Oh, he's hanging on in there, Ben Winrow, and he's got through on the outside on the run into Hamilton's. That's a rare passing place. We've got a bit of it. We've got a collision. That's between the Sigma 135 leaders. I saw some bodywork come flying off there. Now we'll try and pick that up in a moment. There's Ian Fortescue going through. And they're still going. There they are going into Palmer's. I think it was a wing from David Reed's car that came off there. We caught a glimpse of. Well, James McCall is in the lead of the category. There they are. So McCall leads. Let's have a look at the back of David Reed's car. Yes, the rear arch has come off. So that was the bit of bodywork we saw go flying. There was a bit of contact in there as they came out of Riches. That's for the lead in Sigma 135. And we know who's going to take the win in the overall classification. That's going to be Harry Senior. Checkered flag has gone out and he has taken the flag. We concentrate on the Sigma 135. So Harry Senior wins it overall. It's difficult to know where to look with all that going on. 2 races in one. What's the order going to be over the line for second? Simon Griffiths has taken 2nd overall ahead of Gibson, Clark and Winrow. So no changes there on the rest of the final lap. It was Willoughby 6th, Burtonshaw 7th. We concentrate on the Sigma 135 race. James McCall ahead of David Reed. Can he hold on to it through the last couple of corners, or is David Reed going to slipstream him on the run to the checkered flag? Here they come then through Coram. What's David Reed and the black car going to do? So, and James McCall a little bit sideways through Murray's there. They're coming up towards the line. Is James McCall going to hang on? Is David Reed going to be in his slipstream? Here they come. They're going to finish side by side. I think David Reed's going to do it. Just over the line. Reed gets it. That was terrific stuff. And the gap at the line was 0.051 of a second, the closest finish we've had this weekend. David Reed does it, despite that damage. I thought he'd slipstream him, and you saw James McCall get a bit sideways out of the last corner. He'll be kicking himself, James McCall. So David Reed goes to the top of the championship as a result of that win, and Harry Senior won by nearly 14 seconds in the Sigmax category. Well, the Sigmax drivers are already in Parc Fermé, so I'll hand down to Ian Waterhouse in a moment to talk to them, and hopefully we'll get to talk to David Reed and James McCall as well in the Sigma 135s shortly.
We're almost on the line, didn't we? However, it is this man, Harry Senior. Harry, we really must stop meeting like this. People are going to start talking, aren't they? Another race week, it goes by, another win. It looked like you had that quite under control.
It was the perfect race. Perfect.
The perfect race?
I knew from...
Does such a thing exist?
Well, yeah, in Caterham racing, you know, it's always... I mean, last time we were here, last year, I won by 1/10 of a second across the line.
Yeah. I think I was here for that as well, actually.
Yeah, no, today, though, I knew if I was going to build a gap, it had to be from the start.
Yeah.
So I was just flat out from there onwards. And second lap, I think I was about 2 seconds up, and then from then on, just slowly building the gap as the rest of them kind of gave up on catching me.
Well, they were battling amongst themselves behind you.
I'm sure it was much more interesting than my race.
Race 2 as well. What's the plan for that?
Well, I have a slight feeling it might not be as easy, but hopefully, same again.
Fantastic, Harry. Well done. Congratulations. Let's chat to these guys over here. Simon, that was quite some race because you were quite well down in qualifying.
That was where the battle was today. Yeah. Unfortunately, Harry got in front of the toe. Couldn't do much about it. Then it was scrapped for second.
Can you do something about it in race 2?
Oh, there's more to come.
Yes.
Yes, there's more to come. The lap times don't suggest what we can do. So
you could go quicker and quicker and quicker.
It's only because of the scrapping. So.
Griffiths v Senior this afternoon, live. Cheers, Simon. Thanks for chatting to. I do want to chat to Ben as well if he's gone around. Where is he? Ben, quick word if that's all right, pal. I know we had a chat, didn't we, in the paddock a little bit earlier, but you come third in class. Pretty. How are you feeling about that?
To be honest, I thought I was 5th.
Oh really? Oh, not according to my TSL, no.
Well,
so
that's great if so.
We'll double check that, but yeah, as it came over the line.
Pretty disappointed, really. I was looking good in second for the whole race, and then some pretty dodgy, aggressive moves on the last lap were sort of set me back a bit. But yeah, no, good fun overall.
Well, we'll double check that. Don't take that as gospel because the last thing we do is want to give you incorrect information. Thank you very much, Ben. We also have the 135 class. We've got David Reed over here as well. David, talk us through that race. It looked full of action.
It was exciting from the start. Yeah. So James and myself had a really good battle. Got tangled with a back marker with about 2 to go. James went one side and I went the other, and had a bit of contact, but it was a really, really good race. Really good race.
It certainly was. And James, let's talk about your qualifying, because that was some lap you put in qualifying as well.
Yeah, it was great. It was a great quali. I liked the wet. I was mixed up with a Sigmax who was quicker than me in some places, and I was quicker than him, so we learned from each other. Yeah. Had a great quali. Shame it wasn't wet for the race.
It's not going to rain for this afternoon. Please don't rain for my sake. What's the plan for race 2? More of the same?
Hopefully in front of him this time. According to Dave, my brakes were on fire and I could feel it on the back.
Really?
But yeah, he got me on tactics today. He was the tactician today. I thought I wanted to be in front earlier than I did. He knew he could get it done on the last corner up to the line, and he did it. So
fantastic stuff, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right, it is now time for the very first Junior Saloon Car Championship race. They're waiting in the assembly area, about to head out. So I'm going to hand back to Dave Goddard to talk you through the action.
Thanks, Ian. Cars already on the grid then for the last race before lunch. This will be the first of 2 races this weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Identical Citroën Saxo VTS at 1600cc saloons, driven by drivers aged 14 to 17. This is the training ground for the saloon touring car stars of tomorrow. Now, qualifying yesterday was rained off, unfortunately. So the field lines up in championship order from the first round up at Cadwell Park. In pole position, it is number 55 of Charlie Hand, and alongside him, 754, that's Alfie Jeekins. Second row, number 80, Aaron Walker, and 600 of Reuben Hage. Third row, Oliver Cottam, number 98, alongside 260, James Wallace. Then the fourth row, 322, Jamie Petters, 34, Tommy Gillam. Familiar surname there. Fifth row, 29 of Scott Sumpton, and 54, that is Harvey Caton. Sixth row, Louis Hansel in number 28, and 22, the first of the lady racers, Ashley Gregory. Seventh row, 16, that's Jacob Heap, and 40, Matt Cripps. The 8th row, 66, Ollie Handley, and 46, that is Harry Hickson. On the 9th row, number 8, Harry Rice, and 77, Travis Chapman. Then on the 10th row, the second of the girls from Scotland, 23, Arwen Graham. Alongside her, we have the 333 of Adam Harding. We saw him doing his acclimatisation laps earlier, a late addition to the grid. 11th row, the scholarship winner this year, 63, Chloe Grant, alongside 92, that's Adam Parker. Row 12, we've got Jamie Good in number 30, 19 of Rhys Blakely, 87 Deegan Fairclough, last year's scholarship winner on row 13, alongside CJ Morgan in number 59, the back of the grid, number 57, that's Ben Carter. So a very good field indeed, 27 of these Saxos out there. The championship used to be called Sax Max. A number of these names have come through from the world of karting. Several from the short ovals as well. Charlie Hand was a race winner of the first weekend of the year at Cadwell Park. Took the win in one race and was second in the other to take the championship lead. The other race won by Harvey Cater, number 54, but he failed to finish the second race. He's in the green and white Maximum Motorsport liveried car there in the background, the man from Cannock in Staffordshire. So he's a little further down the championship table. Alfie Jeekins on the front row. He's had a slightly different route into motorsport. He's done short oval racing and also junior rallycross with a Nissan Micra in the BTRDA Clubman's Rallycross series. He's on the second row. On the second row we have number 80 Aaron Walker and 600 Reuben Hage in the number 600 car. He's a fairly experienced name at this level. Charlie Hand, the pre-season favourite. Another quite experienced name, Harry Rice, number 8, will be worth looking out for. He's back on row 9 after a non-finish at the first round at Cadwell. Leading lady out there, number 22, the blue and pink cart, Ashley Gregory. She's an ex-mini stocks driver on the short ovals, as is the driver of number 322, one of the leading rookies this year. It's Jamie Petters. His brother Dan Petters races in the pickup truck championship on the circuit. Just race at the now closed Rockingham Oval. Jamie making the move from the short ovals as well. It's Charlie Hand at the front of the grid in the orange car, in the Westbourne Motorsport run car. Very successful team at this level. Alfie Jeekins in a family-prepared car, who also run cars for 28 Louis Hounsell and 77 Travis Chapman, the Jeekins race prep team. Third row, Oliver Cottam and James Wallace in the yellow and black car there. James Wallace, another ex-short oval man, started in a formula called Junior Mascar. Mascar standing for Miniature American Stock Car Auto Racing. Now renamed as American Cup Cars. Number 30 there with the grey with the pink wheels, that's Jamie Good. This race will be 15 minutes plus 1 lap. So when the clock counts down to 0, the last lap signal will go out. It's a little bit different to the other championships that got here this weekend. 15 minutes plus 1 lap. There's one of the Orex cars towards the back of the field there. That's 19 of Reese Blakely. Right at the back, the 57, that's Ben Carter from Liverpool. These are the touring car stars of tomorrow. There's number 63, the scholarship car, Chloe Grant from Scotland. 3 young ladies on the grid, that's great to see. Up to the grid they come then. Charlie Hand in the orange car on pole, Alfie Jeekins in the blue, maroon and white car alongside. In white and black on row 2, that's Aaron Walker. Blue and white of Reuben Hage, he'll be one to watch. Then Oliver Cottam in the dark blue and red car. James Wallace in yellow and black. Those are your colours to watch the first few rows. Watch for Harvey Caton as well. Back on the 5th row of the grid, the green and white Maximum Motorsport liveried car. Alfie Jeekins looking for his first win, made his debut at the end of 2019 in this series, switching from rallycross. Let's hope we don't see any rallycrossing in this race. They keep it on the black stuff. This race over 15 minutes plus 1 lap. Green flag waves at the back of the grid then, waiting for the red light to come on. Red light is on, and away they go. A quick start by Alfie Jeekins from the outside of the front row. Good start by Jamie Petters in the yellow and blue car as well. Now, who's going to get the lead as they head down towards Richie's corner for the first time? James Wallace moving to the outside in the 260, but it is Alfie Jeekins who has got the lead. Coming through for third is the number 80 car. That's Aaron Walker in the white and black car. Now, are they all going to make it round? Rich is okay for the first time. One car running wide there. Harry Hickton in number 46. But up the inside, Charlie Hand into Wilson's hairpin. The orange project car has taken lead. They're 3 wide for third place. This is just like touring car racing, isn't it? As they head round Wilson's hairpin there. Oh, brilliant stuff. They've all made it round as well with no contact. That's good to see. Charlie Hand has got the lead ahead of Alfie Jeekins, then side by side with third between Hage and Walker. James Wallace is in 5th place behind them. The rest of them pour through this big field of Citroen Saxos. Side by side for 2nd place, Aaron Walker trying to have a look up the inside there. James Wallace rather caught in the middle there. Reuben Hayes tries to lean on him. They all make it round. The number 16 there in mid-pack, Jacob Heap in the Lucas Oil car. A couple of cars run wide onto the curves. Look at the lead Charlie Hand has got already. He is, I think, the most experienced driver in this series, and it's showing here. Aaron Walker up in 2nd place, and Alfie Jeekins did do a bit of rally crossing there. So did Harvey Caton in the 54. Just ran wide onto the grass. That's dropped Jeekins back. And it is Hand who leads from Walker. Hage in 3rd, Wallace up to 4th. There's Jeekins in 5th, side by side with Oliver Cottam. Harvey Caton's run wide again, coming out of Oggy's there onto the grass. He's dropping back. Jeekins wide again. Yeah, he's definitely going back to his rallycross roots here. He's all over the place, Alfie Jeekins. Oh dear, oh dear. Another car runs wide there. I think that might have been Chloe Grant. But it is the 55 who leads the way. Charlie Hand down into Brundles. Aaron Walker, Reuben Hayes, James Wallace. There's Oliver Cottam. Behind him is the number 34 car. It's Tommy Gillam, son of Tony Gillam of Team Hard Touring Cars fame. And in just about every other series over the last few years as well. There seems to be Team Hard cars in everything in British motorsport, even truck racing. There's Jamie Petters. There's Jeekins, well back in the pack now. The front row starter after a couple of mistakes. And Harvey Caton with him. Ashley Gregory ahead of Matthew Cripps. I think that was in the number 40 behind her. His family well known for classic touring cars, as is Harry Hickton's family, classic saloon racers. We come round then to complete the opening lap. It is a clear lead for Charlie Hand. He's in a 2:34.602. He's already over 3 seconds clear of Aaron Walker, Reuben Hayes, James Wallace, Oliver Cottam, Tommy Gillam completing the top 6. Then it's Louis Hounsell next in the order in the 28. There he is, the purple car. There's Matthew Cripps round the outside of Ashley Gregory in the 22. Ex-Mini Stocks young lady. Leader already through Wilson's hairpin. Oh, and a bit of contact there. James Wallace and Reuben Hayes. Get off, says Reuben. Holds that 3rd place. Bit of damage to James Wallace's car there, the 260. Let's see if he's survived that okay. Yes, he has. Just some damage to the front bodywork there. Behind him, Oliver Cottam. Then we've got the 34 of Tommy Gillam and the 28 of Louis Hounsell. Now you can see the damage there. It's smashed the headlamp, bent the bonnet on the bumper. The Saxo of 260, James Wallace still going. Now as long as none of that bodywork starts flapping or it doesn't start leaking any fluid out of the radiator if it's damaged, he should be okay to keep going. Otherwise he'll be called in by the black and orange flag from the marshals on the start line. Oliver Cottam behind him in car number 98. But Charlie Hand making this race his own out in front, looking for win number 2 this season to extend his championship lead, especially with his main rival, Alfie Jeekins, down in the pack after a mistake. Jeekins came through on the first lap in 16th place after that bit of rally crossing. Aaron Walker could inherit 2nd in the championship as a result of that here. Reuben Hayes will move up likewise in 3rd. Things settling down after the frantic first lap. 28 up the inside there. Louis Hounsell goes through. There's the 87 car, Deegan Fairclough. He won the championship scholarship last season. He's ahead of Harvey Caton in the 54. There's Jamie Petters. 16 behind him, Jacob Heap, the Yorkshireman. And then it's Harry Hickton, the son of David Hickton of saloon car racing fame for many years. Matthew Cripps. I believe he's the son of Steve Cripps, who races in a Mark II Escort RS 2000 with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. He's battling with Scott Sumpton in the number 29 car, the Chandler Motorsport Run car. We'll see Stephen Chandler, who was successful in this series, out in the Britcar Trophy in his Golf later on. Where is Matthew Cripps, the number 40, chasing Tommy Gillam. So the order is Hand, Walker, Hage, Wallace, Cottam, and Louis Hounsell has come through into 6th position. He's past Tommy Gillam. Ashley Gregory in this group as well, under fire from Deegan Fairclough. Harvey Caton trying to fight back, gets past the number 29 of Scott Sumpton in the white car. Somebody's kicking up the dust there again in the background. Well, lively stuff as always from these young guns in their Saxos. Well, Charlie Hand, nearly 6 seconds ahead at the end of the second lap. Deegan Fairclough has a look, challenging Ashley Gregory in the 22. She holds him off. Where's our scholarship winner this year, Chloe Grant? She's down in 23rd place at the moment in the 63 Cup. Star of karting in Scotland. There's the battle for second place. They pulled away a bit from that rather battered car of James Wallace. Harry Hickton chasing Jamie Petters there. 322 and the 46. 46 sponsored by Race Truck Race Transporters. Now here comes Ruben Hayes. He's having a go for second place up the inside. But later on the brakes there, the number 80 of Walker. Aaron Walker holds second, but he's going to run a bit wide on the exits. Does well to hold the place. Good driving by Aaron Walker, number 80. In another of the Chandler Motorsport cars, based down in Dorset. It's a good fight for second place, but they're letting Charlie Hand get even further ahead the more they battle. Ruben Hayes in third. James Wallace coming under fire now from Ollie Cotton. He has a look up the inside into Murray's up on the curb. Behind them we've got Louis Hounsell in the purple, number 28. Harvey Caton's recovering well. He's in 12th place last time through. Let's see where he is this time. Ruben Hayes in the slipstream there of Aaron Walker. Likewise Wallace with Cotton and Hounsell. Here's the battle for fourth, down into Riches. Round the outside goes Oliver Cotton, and he goes through, takes fourth place from the now rather flat-fronted Saxo of James Wallace. Louis Hounsell goes through too, so maybe that damage is affecting Wallace in a straight line. There's the battle for second, and Hage has got through. He got through at Riches as well. Closing up on this fight is the black number 40, I think that is, or is it 34? It might be Tommy Gillam behind this group. Check that. No, it is Tommy Gillam. There's Deegan Fairclough battling with Harvey Caton. Yes, James Wallace definitely dropping back here. That damage now starting to affect certainly his straight line speed of his car, and probably the handling as well. Ashley Gregory's lost a couple of places as well. Deegan Fairclough and Harvey Caton have come through past her. There's Alfie Jeekins. Well, started from the front row, but he's gone backwards. Unfortunately, he's down in 22nd now, so maybe he has got some damage to the underside of the car from when he went off. There's Chloe Grant under fire from Arwen Graham. Two Scottish girls battling it out. Quite a strong Scottish presence in the championship this year. We've got Rhys Blakely out there as well from Motherwell. Well, Charlie Ham, we just caught a glimpse of him. He's checked out into the distance. Here's the second place train headed by Ruben Hage in the number 600. In the background there, Harvey Caton trying to make a move on Deegan Fairclough, the Staffordshire driver. Great win for him in the opening race of the year at Cadwell Park, and the Maximum Motorsport car goes through. Past Deegan Fairclough into 9th position. Doesn't want to run wide on the exit. He holds it together. Sponsored also by Owen Van Sales, based near him in Cannock. Ashley Gregory and Scott Sumpton behind. The lead gap is now 8.3 seconds for Hand over Walker. There goes our race leader. Less than 5 minutes to go now. Of course, it will be 15 minutes plus 1 lap in this race. Now, Charlie Hand must have a transponder issue. He's not showing on the timing screen. Now he is. Yeah, I think his transponder's stopped working. But anyway, there's James Wallace. He's now down to 6th behind Louis Hounsell. Next to attack him will be Tommy Gillam, who's just got past the 40 of Matthew Cripps. Oliver Cotton running well in 4th place. 5th in the championship at the moment. Charlie Hand looking set to extend his title lead. Harvey Caton moving up to try and challenge Tommy Gillam. There's Jamie Petters. He's got the 16 of Jacob Heap on his tail. Swinging about there behind Ashley Gregory. That's the 29 of Scott Sumpton. One of the Chandler Motorsport cars, teammate of Aaron Walker, our second placed man. Harry Hickton in there behind as well. So the main focus is the battle for second at the moment, and we're looking at one of the midfield dices. This is for 11th place, Ashley Gregory. Some 6 years as a mini-stocks driver on the short ovals. Chased here by Scott Sumpton in 29. Here's the second place fights. Hage from Walker. Then it's Cottam. Hounsell. There's James Wallace. Hopefully they'll keep that car running for race 2 with that bit of damage. Another race for the Saxos later on in the second meeting of the year for the Junior Saloon Cars. Tommy Gillam still fighting it out with Harvey Caton. Deegan Fairclough up behind them in the 87. Two and a half minutes to go, and the black and orange flag is being displayed. Now, who is that for? I saw some smoke from the 29 car of Scott Sumpton. I wonder if that's dropping some fluid. We can't see the number from our position, unfortunately, but the board is out there with the black and orange flag. That means mechanical problem. You need to pull into the pits. So we'll wait and see who that is. We don't know who that's been given to. I thought I saw, as I say, a bit of smoke from underneath the 29 of Scott Sumpton a few laps ago as James Wallace runs wide there. I wonder if it's Wallace because of that bodywork damage. He might be being called in. I couldn't see the number on the board there, unfortunately, so we'll wait to get confirmation on that. We'll wait and see who pulls into the pits. Everybody is still running at the moment, all 27 cars that took the start. Matthew Cripps gets past Oliver Cottam there, up into 4th position and running well. It's already dealt with Louis Hounsell. Look at this, 4 of them together in this battle. We've got Arwen Graham in there, Chloe Grant ahead of them, 333, that's Adam Harding. Also in that battle, I think that's the 66 car, which is Ollie Handley. There's Alfie Jeekins. Started well, but a struggle there on. It is Ollie Handley at the front of this little group. There's been a bit of contact in there. Adam Harding's wing mirror hanging off. There's Chloe Grant, the scholarship winner. 40 seconds left on the clock. Here comes Charlie Ham. We've hardly seen him all race long. He's been so far out in front, leading by 14 seconds now. There's 20 seconds on the clock as he comes up towards the line here. Now remember, when the clock goes to 0, that means the start of the last lap. It's 15 minutes plus 1 lap in this championship. There goes Charlie Hand, and 9 seconds on the clock as he goes over the line. So that will mean 2 laps to go, I think. I've just spotted further back Scott Sumpton. Yeah, his car is definitely smoking, so I would think that's the car getting the black and orange flag. And there is a car coming into the pits. Now, who is that? Oh, it's Ollie Cottam has pulled off. Now, was that the car getting the flag? I didn't see anything wrong with his car. He was up there in about 4th place, but James Wallace has come in as well. So whether it was one of them, we can't see, unfortunately. Well, there's your leader, Charlie Hand. It's Hand from Hage by 16 seconds now. But Aaron Walker is still there, half a second behind our second place man. Fourth behind the Matthew Cripps. He's come through nicely. Fifth, it is Louis Hounsell now because we've lost Ollie Cottam. He's pulled into the pits. Tommy Gillam is up into sixth position. Harvey Caton is now seventh. Here's the battle for second place. Aaron Walker in the Chandler Motorsport car challenging Ruben Hage. At the moment, it's a Westbourne Motorsport 1 and 2. There goes Charlie Hand onto the Bentley straight. We await the second place fight to come through. And see how far ahead Charlie Hand is here. And there's the second place fight through Williams Corner. Ruben Hage and Aaron Walker. I think they'll leapfrog ahead of Alfie Jeekins, certainly in the points here, as Harvey Caton dodging about there, trying to attack Tommy Gillam for sixth position. It's plain sailing for Charlie Hand here. Everybody else squabbling behind him, and he just cleared off into the distance, briefly headed by Alfie Jeekins at the starts, but soon fought back, and the arguably the most experienced driver at this level in Junior Saloon Car Championship is heading for victory. Still the second place fight going on. Here they come towards Coram. One lap to go then. As we said, 15 minutes plus one lap. So he's on his last lap now, Charlie Hand. Through Riches he goes. Purple first and second sectors on that lap for Matthew Cripps. He's just... No, he didn't quite do the fastest lap of the race. Personal best, though. He's round the outside of Aaron Walker. He got the momentum there down the straight. He could go for third here, Matthew Cripps in the number 40. Side by side with Aaron Walker down to the hairpin. Who's going to brake latest? Very late on the brakes there, Aaron Walker. He locks up the fronts. He's just about going to hold up in third place. And he hangs on to third. Well, Cripps, I thought, was going to take the fastest lap of the race there, but he didn't quite take it from Charlie Hand. Round the outside there, Aaron Walker, he's frantically trying to hold on ahead of Matthew Cripps. Ruben Hage able to get away a little into that second place. Oh, we have a red flag, so the last lap is not going to be completed. There's a car stopped on the Bentley straight. That's the only thing I can see that has happened. But I didn't see what happened there. We've got a red flag, so the last lap will not be completed. And that means that Charlie Hand will be the winner. But the race ends with a red flag. I'm not 100% certain of the reason. I can see a car stopped on the Bentley straight, as we say. Now, who is that? Yeah, there it is. It's Deegan Fairclough has stopped on the Bentley straight. So whether that's the reason for the red flag, I can't see anything else untoward on circuit, so I assume that's why. So that means Charlie Hand is your winner. Second goes to Ruben Hage, and third to Aaron Walker, number 80. Matthew Cripps fourth, Louis Hounsell fifth. Looks like, subject to confirmation, Harvey Caton will take sixth. He'd just taken Tommy Gillam. Eighth for Harry Hickton, ninth Ashley Gregory, and 10th for Harry Rice. The provisional top 10. We lost a few cars there. Oliver Cottam, James Wallace, and Scott Sumpton all pulled into the pits, as did number 19 of Rhys Blakely. And as we said, we lost Deegan Fairclough on the Bentley straight. So the race ends a little early with a red flag. And the cars being directed into the Parc Fermé. Well, hopefully we'll hear from Charlie Hand, our race winner, down with Ian Waterhouse in the pits. being signalled into Parc Fermé by the marshals down there. Applauded in as well. Our clear race winner. He was 18 seconds clear when the red flag came out. Dominant win for Charlie Hand. That extends his championship lead. We will see another race later on for the Junior Saloon Cars. It's coming up at about 4:50 on the schedule. And we'll head down to Ian in the pits in just a moment.
Well, hello everybody, welcome down to the Parc Fermé for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Quite a dramatic finish, wasn't it? But it was this man, Charlie, really showing his hand there, wasn't he? And making it quite a comfortable win in the end, Charlie.
Yeah.
Kind of ran away a bit a little bit there.
Yeah.
Was it easy? It's never easy, is it?
It's never easy, is it? We had Alfie Jenkins managed to take me on the start, but I got past him quite quickly, and then I think they were all like kerfuffling in the back, so I just sort of broke away. And obviously their toes quite big down the back straight, but I think I was far enough away on the first lap to sort of clear them, and then it was just...
It's just taking it home then. That can be quite difficult, kind of, because you never know what's going to happen in motorsport. It's very unpredictable. You're way out in front. Safety car could wipe it out.
Yeah, exactly.
So you've got to keep on it, haven't you?
Yeah, so you never stop pushing. You go all the way to the end, otherwise, because you never know what's going to happen. So you've always got to be prepared for that next step.
Top job though, mate. Well done.
Thank you very
Congratulations,
much.
Charlie Hand, your race winner there. Let's go grab a quick word with Ruben over here. Came home in second place. Ruben, congratulations, buddy. Cracking drive there.
Yeah.
He's just a little bit too far away there, wasn't he?
Yeah, way too far away at the end. I knew there weren't really chance of catching him after the first couple of laps, but I thought if I could just get up to second, then hold my ground, maybe pull away a little bit, then the race should be good.
And he had a couple of chaps behind you, didn't he? Certainly Aaron was going for it, wasn't he,
he
as well?
was having a few looks. Maybe shot the braking a little bit on one lap, thought he was going to get me, but managed to hold on to it. Really happy with second.
Fantastic. Well done, Ruben. Congratulations, mate, as well. We're just going to get clarification. Was it Aaron? Aaron? Bit of a chaotic end at the end. I'm still not sure why there was a red flag, but congratulations. Fantastic racing by you guys out there. It really was. Talk us through your race.
Just got a good start, managed to get into second. Didn't really have the pace, to be honest. So I dropped back into third, just sat behind Ruben the whole way. Came in third.
Oh, we had a charge in sort of Matthew Cripps' way, wasn't he?
Luckily, red flag came out. Got a bit lucky there.
Congratulations anyway, well done, buddy. Fantastic stuff. Cracking racing from the Junior Saloon Car Championship, wasn't it? I'm going to hand back to Dave Goddard. I think it might be almost time for lunch now. Yum, yum.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yes, it is now time for a lunch break, and there will be a couple of amendments to our schedule this afternoon after lunch. I can tell you that with a few delays this morning, that some of the durations of the races will be reduced. The Britcar Endurance Championship trophy category that we will see after lunch is now reduced to 45 minutes in length, not 50. That will be followed by the Dunlop Mini Miglia Challenge. That's now an 18-minute race. The Caterham Sigma 150s. That will still be 20 minutes long. The Mini 7's also 18 minutes. The Superkart race this afternoon is reduced to 10 minutes. The Caterham's Sigmax and Sigma 135, that will be a 20-minute race. The Junior Saloons and the second Britcar race, they will be decided later on if they need to be reduced in length as well to meet the circuit restrictions here at Snetterton. So a few races with their duration slightly reduced. We have got the starting drivers for Britcar as well. But we are now going into our lunch break. So we'll be back underway a little later on. And while we have this lunch break, we have some interviews from earlier in the season to bring you. So enjoy a short break. Join us again a little later on. Well, here we are at the headquarters of EDF Motorsport and talking to Eddie Farrow, the chief of the company. First of all, Eddie, tell us a bit about the history of EDF Motorsport.
EDF Motorsports started here as a company just over 7 years ago. Fed up with working with some other people in the industry and decided to go on our own, and myself and my son come down here and opened a unit here. Started back in historics, and then we've gone from there right through to GTs, touring cars, etc.
Were you a competitor yourself before all this started up?
I did some racing, shall we say, nearly 40 years ago. But apart from that, no, but I've always been involved in motorsport one way or another.
How did you first get into the sport? Was it a family thing?
No, I got in with friends. First of all, got into drag racing to start with. And then from drag racing, moved into circuit racing. We were racing a Trans Am back in the day in what was, I suppose, Thunder Saloons at the time, based in Brighton, and then obviously raced all over the UK.
You've got quite a few projects on the go here at the moment, haven't you? Tell us about some of them.
Yeah, we have. Over there's the Lotus Cortina that we built nearly 10 years ago and now been recommissioned for a new customer. He's been out and tested it. We're getting it ready for its new papers and we're going racing with it again this coming season, all being well.
What else have we got in here? We've got a couple of cars in the Fun Cup Series, a BMW as well. Where are we likely to see those?
Yeah, the two Fun Cup Series obviously are ready for the season now. We've got two drivers testing the 104 car in a week or so, and we've got two new guys coming along into the 246 car. The BMW is a project that the guys have built here in the workshop, along with a Clio, to run for track day tuition. It could be used for a race car. It will probably end up racing at some time or other. It's built to spec to race, but it's for tuition, corporate days, etc., etc.
Well, the main focus at the moment is the car that we've got behind you there, the Britcar series Cupra TCR. Tell us about that car.
Yeah, it's a great car, this. We got this at the start of last season as a replacement for Ash's previous TCR car. Again, I got it in from Germany. It was a great car, very, very low mileage, and been driven by Tom Coronel as a taxi, basically, on the World Touring Car Series, giving passenger rides. And it come to us. We then changed the specification on it, fitted the ABS system to it, and got it ready to race. And we tested it first March last year.
It was a bit of a disrupted season, wasn't it, last year? How did it go for you?
The season, for us, we had some great results. We were doing very well. We could have actually taken the class win in Class 4 in the endurance category. Unfortunately, it wasn't to be at Snetterton. We had, Ash had a collision, which decided to destroy the electronic diff. We managed to get it replaced, but unfortunately, we was on the back foot for the second race. Wasn't to be, but took some great trophies last year. We had two wins, some second places. The Croft weekend was fantastic, took an overall third. And when you consider some of the machinery we're up against, that's pretty good going.
Tell us about the drivers you've got in the team at the moment. They're two pretty illustrious names, aren't they?
Yeah, we've got Ash Woodman. He's done Creventic, he's done some 24-hour racing, done Britcar 24-hour in the day. He's a very accomplished amateur driver, does some great things, and he's getting better and better and better. He's working alongside Martin, obviously, is really good for him. You know, he's getting closer to him, and everything he does, he understands the car more, etc. So it's great. Martin Byford, a very, very well-known driver. Great safe pair of hands in any car you could put him in. He raced our Fun Cup last year as well. Never driven one before. Described it as a 4-hour Clio race. But he's driven British touring cars, GTs, single-seaters, and he's just a brilliant guy to have in the team.
And it shows the status of Britcar, doesn't it? That drivers of that stature are within it.
Absolutely. I mean, Britcar is up and coming. Again, Claire's taking it from when they took over as a company, and it was just one of those things that I happened to have a discussion with Claire before they bought it and said, Claire, people will come back to Britcar because you're running it, you know, and she's just done great things with it, and it's gone from strength to strength, and the grids this year are just showing, and as you say, names of drivers that turn up and driving it is phenomenal.
What would you say the appeal is of Britcar over other endurance series?
I think there is several things. I think one of the things I like about Britcar is the friendliness in the paddock most of the time. You know, if you want help, if you need anything, you can run up and down the paddock. You know, people come to us and they ask us for stuff. It's not a problem. It's also it's very well run, and I think the team are quite dedicated to what they do, and it attracts people because it's so open.
So what does a typical race weekend look like for you and the team?
Well, we start, obviously, we always go, as we should do, the day before. So we come in here on a Thursday, for example, final little set up on the car, normally on a Thursday morning, load up to the track, team get to the track, get the garage set up, and then we're ready to go Friday for testing. Testing all day on the Friday, making any minor changes on the car that we may need to, which the boys get stuck into straight away. Then re-prep the car on a Friday night once we've finished. Get ready for Saturday qualifying. Obviously then qualifying, 2 races on the Saturday, hopefully a bag of trophies.
And I suppose the main aim for you is success within your class.
Yeah, that's it. That's all we're looking for. Although you can be a giant killer in Britcar, and that happens quite often. It can happen in the wet. We do very well in the wet with the setup of the car and everything else. The guys that work with us, my son and Craig that work with us full time, and even the guys that come along at the weekends, is like a well-oiled machine together. Pit stops are not a problem. We can get the wets on quickly, we can get out. So changeable conditions are always good for us.
How easy is it to set up a TCR car?
It's, with the knowledge, it's easy enough. But it's knowing what you're doing with the TCR car. It can, people that get them initially think it's just going to be like setting up a club race car, but it's not. It is a proper touring car underneath. Everything's bespoke. You know, it runs complete aluminium uprights, and as you're adjusting one thing, something else is moving. So it's got to be done sort of at the same time if you like to get it accurate.
Are you planning on bringing any more cars into Britcar for the coming season?
Yeah, we'd like to. Of course, we worked with Rob Baker last year with the Smart Car in the trophy category. We're going to try and do that again this year. We do have a driver that we raced with in the past. We would like to see him back out in his Ginetta, in his G50 GT4. And we've also got an ex-Sport Max Astra that's sitting there waiting for drivers. We'll see. We'll see what happens this season.
Mentioning a smart car there, that's another part of the appeal of Britcar, isn't it? You can use anything you like.
Absolutely, absolutely. And the development done on that car last year by
race, huh? I hope so. Good idea. Don't go anywhere. Have a nice cup of coffee. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be loud. Listen to it as the cars are roaring across. I'm going to hand over to you. I normally go and grab a round of the drivers if we could. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to. I'm going to hand over to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to take you through the action.
Well, good afternoon once again, ladies and gents, from Snetterton. Starting a bit earlier than planned due to a few delays earlier on in this morning's programme with our Goodyear Britcar Endurance Championship trophy category. We saw the endurance class in action yesterday in slightly more inclement weather than today, but the trophy category had their qualifying session this morning, and we should see a grid of 32 cars out there for this one with GT cars and saloons. 4 classes in this race, classes 1, 2 and 3, plus the Clio category. The grid was set this morning by the qualifying session. It's an all BMW front row. Let's take you through the grid then. In pole position is the double winning car from the opening weekend of the year at Silverstone, the Woodrow BMW of Simon Baker. New co-driver for him this weekend, Ollie Rubin, noted historic racer. Simon Baker will start the car for this first race. He'll hand over to Ollie at the pit stop. Alongside him, number 40, that is Jasvir Sapra with his BMW M3. Second row is number 20. Good effort by Charlie Campbell and Rob Smith in the Peugeot RCZ. Rob Smith taking the start. There it is, a very aggressive-looking car. Alongside him, number 74, Mark Lee, driving solo with his Ginetta. The third row, the first of the Class 2 cars, number 2, Peter Spano and Andrew Bentley with the Ginetta G40. Andrew Bentley will start that car. And alongside them, number 93, Kester Cook with his Ford Fiesta. Fourth row, number 82, Richard Evans in his BMW, alongside number 15, Richard Higgins with his Porsche 996. Fifth row, number 5, Tony Prendergast in a VW Scirocco. And alongside Tony will be the number 41, the first of the Clios, which is the Westbourne Motorsports Clio of the Thompson family. Aaron Thompson is going first. On the sixth row, number 31, which is Paul de Hadre in his VW Scirocco, starting alongside the Team Brits BMW of Andy Tucker and Matty Street. Matty Street will take the start in that car, handing over to Tucker at the pit stop. Row 7 is the Chandler Motorsport Golf. Stephen Chandler will take the start in that one, sharing with Joel Wren. Alongside them, number 4, the Clio of Anton Spires and Darren Gerhardt, the Spires Motorsport car. Darren Gerhardt is going first. Row 8 is number 77, which is Matt Evans with his Scirocco. 62, the Clio of James Colburn, the Silverstone winner. He starts the car. Sarah Franklin will take over the number 62 car this time. Row 9 is number 177, the Preptech Renault Clio, running in Class 2. Ryan Firth starts, sharing with Andy Mollison. Alongside them, the Ginetta of number 27, Charlotte Birch. On the 10th row, number 80, Anthony Hutchings with his Porsche Boxster, starting alongside number 67, Richard Colburn, sharing with James Black. Richard, the father of James. Richard takes the start in this one. On row 11 is the first of the Class 3 cars. Number 19, the Ginetta G20, which will be started by Steve Griffiths, sharing with Jamie Vinall-Meyer. Alongside him, number 33, hopefully he's there, Andy Porter with his Porsche Boxster. Had some problems in qualifying this morning. The 12th row, number 49, the Woodards with their Mini Cooper S, Mini Challenge car. Daniel Woodard taking the start. Alongside them, number 71, Luke Pound in the Team Brit BMW 118. The 13th row, number 46, that's the TSR Performance Volkswagen Golf running in Class 3. Rob Taylor starts that car, sharing with Mark Jones. Alongside them, number 57, which is Barry McMahon with his Alfa Romeo Giulietta. On the 14th row is number 8, the Porsche Boxster, Kevin Hancock and Lee Smart. Kevin Hancock will be the first driver in that car. Alongside them, number 34, Alistair Lindsay with his Seat Leon. The penultimate row of the grid, number 83, which is the Cook family in their Honda Civic. Edward Cook takes the start, sharing with Steve. And alongside will be number 316, Ivor Mares with his Mazda MX-5. The final row of the grid, 47, the Gibbons and Holden Ginetta, Derek Holden starting that car, and Richard Bernard, who had trouble in qualifying, will start at the back in number 39 with his Porsche Boxster. That is your grid then for 45 minutes of racing with mandatory pit stops. There are 2 pit windows between 20 and 30 minutes into this race. The Class 1, 3 and Clios will pit, and the Class 2 cars pit separately. But we are about to get underway. Then this is an all BMW front row. Simon Baker and Jasvir Sapra, big rivals from the first weekend of the year at Silverstone a couple of weekends ago. We are ready to go racing with the Goodyear Britcar Trophy. Up towards the green flag, and away they go. Down towards Riches for the first time, and it is Simon Baker on the inside, Jasvir Sapra round the outside. Looks like he's just about going to shade it into the lead. Mark Lee round the outside of the Peugeot of Rob Smith on the first corner. A fine sight they make as they stream their way towards the Wilson's hairpin for the first time. It's Jasvir Sapra who's got the lead. Mark Lee getting through into second. The BMW of Simon Baker, I remember, was a little bit slow off the rolling start at Silverstone in the first race as well. He's been rather swamped. He's down to third as they head towards Palmer's for the first time. Mark Lee having a look on the inside in the Ginetta, but it is Jasvir Sapra who has got the lead. Baker in third place. Rob Smith in the Peugeot is in fourth. They start to stream their way around. We'll see the first pit stop after 20 minutes into this race. So when there's 25 minutes left on the clock, the pit window will open. That will be, as we were saying, for the Class 1, 3 and Clio cars. Given the large size of the entry, the Class 2 cars will pit separately between 30 and 40 minutes into the race. Jasvir Sapra, a little bit of twitch there as he comes through Oggies. He's got the lead ahead of Mark Lee. Rob Smith is up into third position in the Peugeot RCZ. Up in fifth there, Andrew Bentley is leading Class 2 with his Ginetta. As they start to stream their way out onto the Bentley Straight for the first time. It's a wonderful variety of cars in Britcar Trophy. Simon Baker having a look for second place. They're not close enough to Mark Lee in the Ginetta G56. Gets past Rob Smith once again, though. The Peugeot is there on the inside, though, for Nelson. Rob Smith at the inside. He forces Simon Baker to go wide. Andrew Bentley will have a look as well in his Ginetta, and also in there Matty Street, who's made a quick start in the Team Brits car, and he's got through on the inside. So Simon Baker's been shuffled back to sixth position, and Kester Cook in the Fiesta's having a go as well. First two have got clear as a result of all that squabbling. Jasvir Sapra from Mark Lee. Third place is Rob Smith. I think that's the only Peugeot RCZ racing in the UK at the moment. Over the line they go. The lead is 1.5 seconds for Sapra over Mark Lee. Matty Street up the inside, fighting with Andrew Bentley in the Diabetes UK sponsored Ginetta. Kester Cook in behind Simon Baker's BMW there. Through the hairpin for the second time. Matty Street, the big mover on the first lap, he's gained 7 places on that first lap. So Class 2 is led by Spano and Bentley. Andrew Bentley at the wheel of the Ginetta. The Clio class is led by Aaron Thompson in car number 41. And Class 3, a little bit further back in the order, that will be the Ginetta of Steve Griffiths, number 19, leading. Just looking if we were missing anybody. I don't think Andrew Porter took the start, number 33 in his Porsche Boxster, as Kester Cook up the inside takes Matty Streets. May only be a small car, that Fiesta, compared to its contemporaries in its class, but it's very rapid indeed. The pocket rocket, as we call that Fiesta. Kester Cook has raced that in a variety of series over the years. Now chasing Simon Baker. See the Class 2 cars with the green windscreen sun strips. There's the battle, and the collision in the battle for the lead of the Clio class. Ben Colburn tagged there by Aaron Thompson. Good save by Ben Colburn. He's only lost a couple of places, and he has lost the lead of the class there to Aaron Thompson. And has that damaged? I think that may have damaged the suspension. Look at the left front on the Ben Colburn's car, shared with Sarah Franklin. We'll see if he's able to continue there. Now, the left front looking a bit suspect there after he was tagged going into Brundle Corner. So Ben Colburn may call in the pits to check that car. Jasvir Sapra still leads from Mark Lee. Third is Rob Smith in the Peugeot. Fourth, it's Bentley. Simon Baker back up in the 5th ahead of Cook, then Streets, Richard Evans in his BMW, Richard Higgins Porsche, and Tony Prendergast rounding out the top 10 in his VW Scirocco. Ben Colburn continues on ahead of Stephen Chandler in his Golf. That got into a few scrapes at Silverstone, but going well so far here. Just dialing the cars in at the moment. It's a 45-minute race. I had said Andrew Porter wasn't out there. He is there. There is the number 33. He's just got past Ryan Firth's Clio. It looks like everybody who should be out there is after qualifying. There's number 77, Matt Evans, with the JW Bird Motorsport Scirocco. Here are the leaders. Jasvir Sapra from Mark Lee. Rob Smith in 3rd place in the Peugeot. Andrew Bentley's Ginetta in 4th. Then it's Simon Baker, Kester Cook, and a move being made here possibly by the BMW of Richard Evans. No, couldn't quite get up alongside Matty Street and the Team Brits car there. Richard Evans bouncing off the curb. He's currently 2nd in Class 2. We're just saying there, you can recognise the classes by the car's sun strips as well. Class 1 cars have a red sun strip. Class 2 have green. See that Richard Evans is in a Class 2 car there. There goes our leader, Jasvir Sapra. Matty Street up the inside. Takes Richard Evans back again. Good battle between these two BMWs. They are in different classes, fighting for 7th place. Here comes Simon Baker, the pole sitter, fighting back after a slightly poor start, as we saw in race 1 at Silverstone, but they fought back to win it, along with Kevin Clark. Out of Agostini. Jasvir Sapra going clear of Mark Lee. Starting to get a little more spaced out now, the leaders. Further back in the classes, well, number 2, Andrew Bentley, is leading Class 2. Clio's still led by Aaron Thompson. He's 13th overall, and Class 3 by Steve Griffiths, who's only just ahead of Edward Cook in the Honda Civic. They're further back in the order. Griffiths 22nd in the order. Simon Baker has now got through into 4th place, the more powerful BMW ahead of the Class 2 Ginetta. Rob Smith rather on his own in 3rd in the Peugeot RCZ. Wasn't quite ready in time to race at Silverstone. It's one car that's thought I saw heading down the pit lane there. Somebody been into the pits already, not showing on the timing screen as such. So anyway, we continue. Sapra leads by 1.9 seconds. Lee has just done the fastest lap of the race, though, in the Ginetta. Trying to close in on the number 40. Battle for 4th, the main focus at the moment. A couple of cars going wide at Rich's. One of the Scirocco's, that was Matty Evans, I think, has gone onto the grass there. That's the car that went into the pits. It was Ryan Firth in the Clio with a problem. He's rejoined at the back. Thought I saw a car going out of the pits for a split second. So the Class 2 Clio, not running in the dedicated Clio class, try saying that after a few drinks, has rejoined at the rear of the field. Andrew Bentley holding his own at the front of Class 2, running up there with the big boys. As I say, that gets a bit of a slide on through at Williams Corner. He's enjoying himself in that Ginetta G40. There's the Clio. It's gone a lap down as a result of that pit call for Ryan Firth. Here come the BMWs further back as Richard Evans has now pulled ahead of Matty Street. That's for 7th and 8th. Richard Higgins in the blue Clio, in the blue Porsche is next. And there's the Clio class leader in the background. That's Aaron Thompson under fire from Matty Evans, recovering after that little off in the Scirocco. Behind them, Andrew Porter, and the Clio goes straight on. Now, I think he got spooked there by the cars around him. Aaron Thompson, he's going to have to go through the escape road. Well, he's not going through the escape road, he's going to rejoin over the grass. The SDT Contracts Clio keeps going. Lost a couple of places there, though. And I think they're still leading the Clio class as well in 14th overall. Aaron and Steve Thompson. Aaron currently on board. Second in that class is Ben Colburn, sharing with Sarah Franklin, the Northamptonshire-based solicitor. She's been racing Clios for a number of years now. Well, the lead gap has gone up to 3.3 seconds now. Jasvir Sapra pulling away at the front of the field. There is Ben Colburn, double winner in the Clios at Silverstone. There are your class leaders. Jasvir Sapra from Lee and Smith in the overall classification. They're all in Class 1. Bentley ahead of Richard Evans and Richard Higgins in Class 2. The Clios headed by Ben Colburn, who has taken the class lead. I just had to check that as a result of Thompson going off. He has lost the class lead. And it's Darren Gerhardt's in car number 4 in third in the Clio class. There's been a change in Class 3 as well. Edward Cook in the Honda Civic has taken Steve Griffiths for the lead of Class 3, and it's Barry McMahon's Alfa Romeo running third in Class 3. Now, that's a change of class for that car, because on my entry list, that car was listed as being in Class 1. So the Alfa Romeo Giulietta is indeed in Class 3. Simon Baker has caught our third place man. That's Rob Smith in the Peugeot. Peugeot RCZ, similar in shape to the Audi TT, but you didn't see many of these in the UK. There's Sapra. The gap was 3.3 seconds. It is now 3.7 seconds. So Jazz Sapra, that very purposeful looking BMW M3, pulling away. Of course, his partner from Silverstone, Lucky Kira, not here today. He was here yesterday with his Ferrari for the Britcar Endurance Championship rounds, but unfortunately the Ferrari broke down in qualifying. He wasn't able to race. And Lucky, I would suspect he's racing somewhere else today, because he seems to be racing somewhere every weekend in various championships. Kester Cook goes through the hairpin. Still Sapra, Lee, Smith, Baker, Andrew Bentley in 5th. Cook in 6th. There's Richard Evans, 7th place, second in Class 2. With the leaders fairly well spaced out at the moment. There's already a little bit of lappery going on. Richard Evans, his first appearance of the season with this plain white BMW, no sponsor logos on there, not even a rear wing. It does look unusual without the big wings that we see the other Beamers with, doesn't it? It's proving effective for Richard Evans, up there in 7th in class. 7th overall, second in class. Here come the leaders down into Brundle. Mark Lee starting to drop back a little now. Can Simon Baker get through for third? He certainly has. So Simon Baker up into third position in the BMW 1 Series M Coupe. Notice they don't call it a BMW M1 because that was the BMW supercar of the 80s. The only real supercar BMW ever made, preferring to concentrate on their super saloons. And a super saloon this one certainly is, with Simon Baker on board. Ollie Reuben will take over, the son of Nigel Reuben, who's raced just about everything over the years. Ginettas, single-seaters, historics, you name it, Nigel has had a go in it. It's his son Ollie out in that car today. Last saw him race in a classic TVR a few months ago, along with his dad. Over the line they go, the BMW up to third, but 10 seconds down on our race leader. The lead gap is still 3 seconds. Although Lee did close in by a few tenths on Sapra last time through. Here's a view from the pit wall. The cars thunder their way past. I've covered races from the pit wall at Snetterton in the past, and it certainly is an experience, especially with GT cars out there. They get very close to that pit wall, especially when they're running side by side. There goes the Clio class leader. That's Ben Colburn, and he's being reeled in again by Aaron Thompson. There is Thompson, the white and red car. There's only 1.4 seconds between the two of them, and Aaron Thompson did a personal best lap last time through, so he's going after the Clio class lead. They're ahead of one of the Scirocco's there, Tony Prendergast, in number 5. When he made a bit of a mess of the exit of the hairpin there, Ben Colburn, ran a bit wide. Remember, these two cars collided at Brundle while fighting for the class lead earlier. Now, the pit window opens for classes 1, 3 and Clio 20 minutes into this race. There's 28 and a half minutes to go. It's a 45-minute race, so we should see the pit window open in a couple of minutes for 3 of our classes. .28 minutes to go then in this first race of the day for the Goodyear Britcar Endurance Championship trophy category. It's Jasper Sapra who has led all the way so far in his BMW M3. Here's a battle between a couple of VWs. Paul de Hadre in the Scirocco and Stephen Chandler's Golf went through. Here come the Clios. They're chasing Andy Porter's Porsche Boxster. Just taking it carefully there through Brundle up to Nelson. There goes Simon Baker. Now, how far is he behind Mark Lee for second place? Well, he's done the fastest lap of the race last time through. 2 minutes 7.007 for Baker. It looks like he is going to try and catch our second place man, but we'll see how the BMW goes with Ollie Reuben on board. Here's the battle for the lead in Class 3. 83, Edward Cook in the Honda Civic. Ahead of Steve Griffiths in his little Ginetta, the double class winner from Silverstone. And you can see that car's got a black cross on a yellow background on the back. That means novice. You have to wear that for your first 6 races. So the Cooks, or at least one of them, new to racing this year. Steve and Edward Cook. It's Edward on board at the moment, and he leads Steve Griffiths, the overall points leader after Silverstone in the trophy category, jointly with Simon Baker and Kevin Clark in the BMW. The little Ginetta G20 won its class in both races, but he's been caught and passed by this very smart Honda, run by Derek McMahon's team, also run Barry McMahon's Alfa Romeo. And that, I think, is third in the class at the moment, ahead of Ivor Mayers in the Mazda MX-5. Pit window is opening very shortly, about 30 seconds time. In fact, the leading 3 cars have already come in. We didn't get notification that the pit window has opened, so have they come in early? We had notification from Britcar that the pit window stayed the same, so I'll wait for an update on that. Yeah, classes 1, 3 and Clio's pit window open came up at the 25 minutes to go mark, so I'm wondering if those cars have come in early. We'll have to wait and see on that, but that's your top 3 in, Sapra, Lee and Smith. Did they come in slightly early, I wonder? We'll have to get clarification on that. Well, your leader is now Simon Baker's BMW, ahead of Andrew Bentley and Kester Cook now, the Ginetta and the Ford Fiesta. Richard Evans up into 4th place. Well, there's now your race leader, with the top 3 having dived into the pits, but I hadn't got the notification through until the 25 minutes to go mark showed on the timing screen, so I don't know if they came in slightly early, but anyway, we'll wait and see what happens. The pit window is now officially open for classes 1 and 3 and for the Clios. No pit penalties in this race. They come in race 2 later on. Richard Colburn has brought his Clio in. Tony Prendergast has been in as well in his VW Scirocco. Although in the case of Prendergast, I think that's his car I see with the bonnet open, so he may have a problem. Simon Baker has come in. So the race leader is into the pits, and it is, well, that's the Peugeot that has already been in. He's on his outlap. So it's Andrew Bentley's Ginetta, which will take the lead on track now. Kester Cook has come in as well. You can see here the Alfa Romeo is in, of Barry McMahon. There's Kester Cook's Ford Fiesta. In comes the Golf, number 46, Rob Taylor, to hand over to Mark Jones. They have to sit stationary from a minimum of 2 minutes. The mandatory pit stop. Good to see a view from in the pit lane. There's Charlotte Birch in her Ginetta, number 27, the ex-Junior Saloon Car star. So it's Andrew Bentley's Ginetta that's got the lead. Evans is in 2nd place in his BMW. The Thompsons are in their Clio. Let's keep an eye on who else is pitting. Darren Gerhardt has come in to hand his Clio over to Anton Spires. There's Andy Porter's Porsche. Problems in qualifying, but he did make it out for the race. A bit of steam there from one of those cars. I think that's hard to see at the moment who that is, because we've got a Porsche Boxster parked in the way of Andrew Porter. The Alfa Romeo heads back out. There's our leader. That's Andrew Bentley. Has yet to pit to hand over to Peter Spano. Richard Evans is in 2nd place. It's Class 2 cars running 1 and 2. Matty Street has taken over the lead of Class 1, but of course he has yet to pit. When the drivers complete their outlaps, we'll see who is where. The erstwhile top 3 all came in together, so I reckon it should still be Jasvir Sapra with the lead. Ollie Rubin has headed back out the number 10 BMW, and the Peugeot, with Charlie Campbell now on board, goes onto the grass. Mistake there from the RCZ. It's gathered it back up again, though. Leader heads up towards Wilson's hairpin behind Richard Bernard's Porsche Boxster. Gets through on the inside. Very sure-footed little car, the Ginetta is, and Peter Spano will take over from Andrew Bentley shortly. Of course, Class 2 have a separate pit window. That's why the Class 2 cars will all go to the front of the field. Their pit window begins with 15 minutes of the race to go. So there's 2 separate 10-minute pit windows, one for Class 2, one for everybody else. It'll be the other way round, incidentally, in Race 2. The Class 2 cars will pit first. So they've still got 5 minutes before their stop. So what we'll see here is all the Class 2 cars go to the front of the field. James Colburn, has now come in to hand over to Sarah Franklin. I think the car we saw with a bit of steam coming out of it was the Taylor-Jones Golf. I think they've had some overheating issues. There's the Mazda MX-5 of Ivor Mares, ex-Formula Ford start. There's the Peugeot Charlie Campbell. We'll see where he's going to slot back in, because, of course, the cars that have been in will have to cycle through as everybody else pits. Well, a few cars in Class 1 that have not yet been in. Matty Street has not yet brought the Team Brit BMW in. Have all the other cars from Classes 1, 3 and the Clios come in. Now, Ivor Mares has yet to stop. Oh, no, he has just come in. There, the MX-5 comes in, as I say. That's Luke Pound hasn't come in yet in the BMW 116. I think everybody else has, except for the Class 2 cars now. So just a couple of cars still to pit in this window before the second window opens for Class 2. So Andrew Bentley continues to lead in the Ginetta G40. There he is, coming up towards Agostini. He's got a lead of 25.8 seconds over Richard Evans in his BMW, the all-white BMW in second. And it's the Team Brit BMW of Matty Street in third, the team that's works so hard for those who wish to overcome physical and mental health handicaps through motorsport. Matty Street, an ambassador for racing with autism as well. Andy Tucker, hand over to Andy Tucker. He survived multiple injuries in a road accident a few years ago. It's great to see them competing, and competing well. Up there in third place overall at the moment. There's number 83, the Cook family. We're told that that may not be a novice cross on their car, because they are not novice drivers. It may mean something else, that sticker. Could be a coat of arms, perhaps. They have been racing Britcar for a while, so apologies there. They have been in for their pit stop, so it's Steve Cook now on board in the Honda. There's Andy Porter, number 33. Oh, and the number 10 car has had a moment there of Ollie Rubin. We'll wait and see what has happened there. It's got going again. Now I'll try and take another look at that in a second. See what happened there to Ollie Rubin. Yeah, just lost it on the hairpin. He's getting used to this very powerful BMW. He's raced a variety of sports cars, so Ollie Rubin should be okay. Does a quick donuts to rejoin. He hasn't lost too much time there, thankfully. So it's all Class 2 cars now at the front of the field, because Matty Street has come in to hand over to Andy Tucker. He's the last of the Class 1 cars to make a stop. Here's Tony Prendergast with the number 67 Clio. Richard Black now on board with that. Here's a battle towards the tail of the field. That's Ivor Mares in the MX-5 and Barry McMahon in the Alfa Giulietta. New car for him this year. Seen the McMahon family in their Alfa 156 in Britcar for several seasons. Heading on to the Bentley straight there. Okay, the pit window for classes 1, 3 and the Clios closes now. And the Class 2 pit window simultaneously opens. So it's everybody in from Class 2 very shortly. Now, looking at the cars that have stopped, the Class 1 cars, it is Jasvir Sapra ahead of Mark Lee by 9.5 seconds. So when the Class 2 cars come in, it should be Jasvir Sapra to take the lead of the race. There is the Team Brit BMW in the pit lane, both of them, in fact, in the pit area. Matty Street handing over to Andy Tucker. Luke Pound driving the 1 Series. Still in the pit lane at the moment. Yeah, the Jones-Taylor VW Golf, the black number 46, didn't rejoin. It looked like they were having some overheating issues, and it looks as though the Clio of Darren Gerhardt and Anton Spires never rejoined after its stop either, so they've had a problem. Ginetta running wide there at Murray's. That's the Derek Holden car. He'll hand over to Stuart Gibbons at his stop. They've come in now, in fact. So the Class 2 cars starting to pour in. The Stephen Chandler VW Golf has come in. Joel Wren, ex-Junior Saloon Car star, will take over. Who else has come in? Charlotte Birch is in. Kevin Hancock to hand over to Lee Smart in the Boxster as Paul de Hadre's Scirocco runs wide there. There is the blue Ginetta. That's Derek Holden. Stuart Gibbons will take over. Derek Holden clambers out. There's the Chandler Motorsport Golf. We saw that lose its front bodywork in the first race at Silverstone. Have to put a spare front end on for the second race. Behind them, that's the Jones-Taylor Golf. Looks like that's out of the race, unfortunately. Here comes Anthony Hutchins. He's just pleased to get some racing laps in his Boxster. Broke down in qualifying at Silverstone. And here comes Team Woodard. Daniel handing over to Sean. There's Mark Lee in his Ginetta. And now the Class 2 cars starting to cycle through their pit stops now. So we will see the Class 1 cars from earlier start to rise back up the order. It's Jasvir Sapra leading them by just under 10 seconds. And third behind them, it is Ollie Rubens, who's done the fastest lap of the race, 2:05.065. That's a BMW. He's ahead of Kester Cook. And behind them, we should see Charlie Campbell's Peugeot and then Andy Tucker's BMW. And that's rejoins. Okay, so it's all working out very nicely at the moment. Just a couple of casualties, unfortunately, in this race, as we mentioned. Another car that stopped a few laps behind is number 5, Tony Prendergast, with the VW Scirocco. But we saw that with the bonnet open at its pit stop, so he's had a problem. Richard Evans is in, car number 82 we see in the pit lane there. The white BMW. He was running second. Andrew Bentley continues to pound round in the lead, meanwhile, in the number 2 Ginetta. So with Evans in the pits, it's Richard Higgins into second place. There is the number 10 BMW. And that is running, I think, effectively third overall, behind Sapra and Lee, when everybody else ahead of them has pitted. Because now Richard Evans has come in. Paul de Hadre's VW has come in as well. And Jasvir Sapra is back in the pit lane. Is that a penalty, I wonder? Did he pit too early? Yes, there. Yes, that's a stop-go penalty. So, I think I was right. I think the top 3 did come in slightly early. So back in comes Jasvir Sapra. And that is a stop-go penalty. Now, are we going to see the same thing happen? We'll wait and see Will we see the same thing happen to the other two cars that were in the top three that I thought had come in before the pit window opened? Because the top three, of course, all came in together. I said they might have come in a bit early. We haven't had notification on the timing screen of that, but I reckon that's what's happened there. Now, who were the other two cars that came in early? One was Mark Lee's Ginetta that may have come in early. And I think the other one was the Peugeot. There's the Peugeot, Charlie Campbell. So we'll wait and see if those cars get called in as well. But Jasvir Sapra has been in for a stop-go penalty. And I think those leading three cars came in before the pit window had opened. Well, that means that Andrew Bentley is still out there. The pit window is now open. There is the 74 car. That's Mark Lee. Richard Higgins has now come in. And with Matt Evans is Scirocco and Andrew Bentley, the race leader, the only two of the leading runners have yet to stop. This car should inherit the lead, the number 74 Ginetta, Mark Lee. So we'll keep an eye on that car and on the Peugeot, because whether they will suffer the same fate as Jazz Sapra. I think there's a problem for Luke Pound's BMW 1 Series. He's come back into the pits again. And Andy Mollison has come in again as well. That's Clio of Ryan Firth, and Andy Mollison made an early stop, didn't it? Luke Pound goes back out. So the only cars that have not stopped, according to my timing screen, are Andrew Porter's Porsche. But we did see that in the pits, so whether the timing hasn't picked that up. Oh, lock up there from Mark Lee. Matt Evans, number 77, hasn't been in, and obviously Andrew Bentley, there he is. He hasn't been in yet either. He's got about 3 minutes left to make his stop, so he's got to do so in the next couple of laps. There he goes. He's completed 17 laps. Richard Higgins in the pits there. One of the Scirocco's in. That's Tony Prendergast back in again, so he is having problems with the Scirocco. But let's just wait and see what happens to the 74 and the 20 cars. Whether they get called in, as Jazz Sapra did. This is only my observation, of course. We'll wait and see if it is confirmed from the officials. Well, I think Andrew Bentley is going to have to come in this time because he's only got a couple of minutes to do so, and it is a long lap here on the Snetterton 300 circuit. So Mark Lee is going to inherit the lead of the race here when the cars ahead of him have pitted, because he's 9 seconds up on Ollie Rubens in the number 10 BMW in what's effectively second place. Next behind them, Kester Cook in number 93. I don't know why it's not showing that Andrew Porter has stopped, because we saw him in the pit lane on our pit camera. That's been an omission there. Matt Evans has now come in. He was running second overall, and so this is the only car now that has not stopped, the race leader. And surely we're going to see Andrew Bentley come in this time, because if he leaves it another lap, he will miss the pit window. It closes with 5 minutes of the race to go. Here he comes then, and surely Andrew Bentley is going to peel off this time. Yes, he's coming in. So the leader is in, and Mark Lee, in his Class 1 Ginetta, will inherit the lead of the race. It will be Ollie Rubens in second. He's some 7.7 seconds behind. I spy a stop-go penalty board. We can't see the number on it, unfortunately. We can see the side of the board there. Stop-go penalty. Now, I wonder if that is for cars 74 and 20. We'll wait and see if they come in. We'll just have to get confirmation from down there in pit lane as to who that penalty is for. But the stop-go penalty board is being hung out. You can see there by the marshals on the start-finish line. Well, there is Mark Lee, and I'm wondering if that board is for him. Coming round Nelson. We'll wait and see. Because if so, that could mean the Peugeot, number 20, is going to suffer the same fate. They're now down in 13th place. If he is going to be called in, Mark Lee, then that's going to give Ollie Rubens the lead. But Ollie's lap times are some 3 seconds a lap quicker than... there is Ollie Rubens, than the Ginetta. Over the line goes the Ginetta. And he is now back on the top of the timing screen. He's, 4.2 seconds the gap is down to. Now Rubens taken 3.5 seconds out of him on that last lap. So surely we're going to see the BMW catch the Ginetta anyway. Lapping Steve Thompson in the Clio there. There's 4 minutes of the race to go. He's catching him at 3 seconds a lap. Where is the BMW? There he is. Yeah, he's got Mark Lee in his sights now, Ollie Rubens. Surely it's going to be only a matter of time before they catch the 74 car, and it's going to be 3 wins out of 3 overall for that BMW this year. Peter Spano in the number 2 car has just rejoined. Andy Bentley gave up the lead. He was the last man to pit. So that's going to put Kester Cook in the Fiesta up into 3rd overall. Now let's have a look at the class leaders. We'll wait and see where Peter Spano and Andy Bentley slot back in to find out who the leader of Class 2 is. The Clios are being led by the Thompsons. Steve Thompson ahead of Sarah Franklin. It's quite a clear margin between those two on the track. And Class 3, there's a off for the MX-5. That's coming... That's an unusual place to go off on the inside of Brundle. Oh, he's gone through the escape road. That's confused me there for a second. My mistake. Thought he'd gone to the inside of Brundle there against the barrier. So Ivor Mayers rejoins in the MX-5. Class 3, you were saying that. Yeah, it's the Ginetta of Steve Griffiths and Jamie Vinnell-Meyer who leads the way, the blue at number 19. The Cook Honda in second. Ivor Mayers still 3rd in class. Mark Lee continues to lead, but here comes the BMW of Ollie Rubin. He's getting closer and closer. He's got him in his sights now. It'll surely only be a few corners before he is up alongside Mark Lee's Ginetta. Over the line they go. They're nose to tail now, 0.2 of a second in it. They lap Ivor Mayers in the MX-5, and he's ready to attack now, Ollie Rubin, on the back of Mark Lee. A car that has come into the pits again is the number 35, incidentally, the Stephen Chandler Joel Wren VW Golf. So maybe it was them who got the stop-go penalty. No confirmation of that at the moment, so maybe a pits lane infringement. But meantime, Ollie Rubin is right on the tail of Mark Lee. He's almost under his rear wing there. He's going to pull alongside as they come down towards Agostini. He's going to try and go round the outside. Who's going to be later on the brakes? Mark Lee's going to hold it this time into the left-hander. Rubin goes for the cutback. He gets the BMW sideways. He's really trying here, Ollie Rubin. This is good racing. Ginetta v BMW for the lead. They're way ahead of 3rd place. It looks like Spano and Bentley have held 3rd ahead of Kester Cook. It's 2.5 seconds in it between those two. It's a good effort by the Ginetta crew. We could have 2 Ginettas in the top 3 here. 1 minute of the race to go. So it may be a checkered flag this time. We'll wait to see if they get another lap in here. But here comes Ollie Rubin. This is going to be close. He's going to try and slipstream him as they come down the straight here. They've got the Peugeot ahead of them and he's through. Ollie Rubin takes Mark Lee for the lead on the Bentley straight as they came up to lap Charlie Campbell in the Peugeot. But Mark Lee is fighting back up the inside. Ollie Rubin closes the door as they head into Brundle. There's only just over 30 seconds of the race to go. It could be checkered flag this time. Well, Ollie Rubin in that case left it late there. They're coming up on back markers. Mark Lee is not finished yet. The Porsche Boxster, number 8 of Lee Smart, ahead of them there. Is Mark Lee going to have a lunge here to try and retake the lead? There's 20 seconds left, so I think they might get one more lap of this. Lee up the inside. Oh, that's close as they go into Murray's. He had to almost come to a dead stop there to avoid the back of the BMW. Here they come towards the line. Is it going to be checkered flag this time? No, it's not. They're 1 second too early over the line. They've got another lap to run. That's not what Ollie Reuben wanted to see. Can Mark Lee catch him up again? He's going to go hell for leather on this last lap now. Ollie Reubens to keep that BMW ahead. He managed to pull away down the straights. Normally Kevin Clark we see share with Simon Baker, and he's got a hope now that back markers don't trip him up. Up towards Palmer for what will be the last time. There's Andy Mollison in the Clio ahead of him. Blue flag waving to tell the back markers the leaders are coming through. Great conclusion to this one. Jasvir Sapra, despite that incidentally, despite that extra stop, is in 6th position, so he's still 4th in class, still gets plenty of points. It's the overall leaders we concentrate on, and Ollie Reuben trying to put clean air between himself and Mark Lee on this last lap. Lock up there from Reuben, he's really pushing. Is it going to be 3 out of 3 for the Woodrow BMW in Britcar Trophy this year? Kester Cook has gone through into 3rd place ahead of Peter Spano in the Ginetta, so the Fiesta is on for an overall podium. Spano and Bentley still on to win Class 2 though. It'll be their first Class win of the year. They've defeated Richard Higgins, who was the double winner at Silverstone. Here come the leaders down into Brundle for what will be the last time. I don't think Mark Lee's got anything left in the tank here to try and fight back. But a great fight in the closing stages there. Up towards the bomb hole. They drop through it. Here's Coram. Well, the Woodrow BMW 1 Series M Coupe started by Simon Baker. Didn't make the best of starts. He dropped back into the pack. But Ollie Reuben has outpaced Mark Lee in the Ginetta in our first Goodyear Britcar Endurance Championship trophy category race of the day. It is going to be a win for number 10, Simon Baker and Ollie Reuben. The BMW takes its 3rd win of the year. 2nd goes to Mark Lee, separated by 2 seconds at the flag. Great race between those two in the closing stages. And 3rd place, it's going to be Kester Cook in the number 93 Ford Fiesta. He's just coming into Brundle now, so quite a way behind the 2 leaders. Well, here's Class 2. Spano and Bentley, and they've got Richard Evans right on Peter Spano's tail. The BMW is closed right up. Look at this. This is for the win in Class 2. Richard Evans up the inside. He gets squeezed there. They almost hit each other. They're going to go right to the line, these two. This is for 4th overall and for the Class 2 victory. So points at stake here. Richard Evans, look at the size of that BMW compared to that little Ginetta. Down towards Murray's for the final time. Is Peter Spano going to be able to outdrag him? Richard Evans, well, he's not going to wait for the straight. He forces his way up the inside and he's going through. Oh, the Ginetta has it lost drive there, coming out of the final corner. As the rain begins to fall here right at the end of the race here at Snetterton, but it's going to be Richard Evans who takes Class 2. Celebrations on the pit wall. And there's the Ginetta across the line in 5th place. Bad luck to Peter Spano. Well done, Richard Evans. He's elated. I thought he was going to wait to outdrag them on the run to the flag there, but he didn't. He just dived down the inside at Murray's. A last bend lunge takes the class win. The Clios have been won by Steve and Aaron Thompson, number 41. And Class 3, that goes, I would think, to the Ginetta G20. Yes, Steve Griffiths and Jamie Vinalmeyer. That's their 3rd class win of the year. And they keep their lead in the overall championship. Another race to come for them later on. Let's have a look at that change for the lead in Class 2 on the last corner. I think there might have been a bit of contact in there. It was just do or die from Richard Evans and sends Peter Spano over the curbs. Little and large there into the last corner between the BMW and the Ginetta. Great stuff. Well, a bit of rain falling as the cars head back into Parc Fermé. And it'll be down to Ian shortly for a chat with the winners. Okay, now heading down to Ian Waterhouse in the pits to chat to our winners.
Down to Parc Fermé, despite the fact that it's just started to rain. We've got a very, very happy crew here. Ollie Rubins and Simon Baker. They can't go away from me because, funnily enough, what a coincidence. I was talking to this man before the start of the race and said, hopefully, I'll interview you after the race. Guys, congratulations. Magnificent racing out there.
Yeah.
Obviously, you must have gone first. Tell us about the stint.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's real good, really good fun. I mean, obviously, Jazz just shot away, and then it was just a case of, just keeping on it and just catching them, really. So
look, let's get your trophies as well. Look, let's get it for the camera as well. And guys, you've literally just avoided the rain as well. How cool is that?
Well, the spats, it started to spat down the S's at the end of the back straight, and it was getting a bit slippery, but it was. We've copped it just in time. We're lucky.
Fantastic. Very, very well deserved. Go on, enjoy it. Enjoy it. There we go. Fantastic stuff. Kester, how are you doing? It's good to see you.
I didn't expect to be up here.
Congratulations. Thank you very much. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but neither did I, sort of halfway through the race, and then you put on a great late charge.
Just times are staying the same, so I don't know what happened to the other guys, but I just tried to stay consistent, and it seemed to work.
Well, it certainly did, didn't it? Obviously, you're a solo driver. Does that change anything tactically for you? I guess it's a bit easier for you. You can kind of time your pit stops when they suit more than having to share the drive.
Yeah, definitely that. And obviously, they've got two different drivers, so unless they're both, putting in the same times, it's going to be
This means actually there's going to be a spare trophy. Is it? Well, there's two there, isn't there, for third place? Does that mean I get one?
It's hard with no brakes as well. The brake pedal, when I came out of the pit stop, literally went to the floor. So I spent the whole time, every corner.
It didn't show on the timing sheets, mate.
Well,
great job.
Coming into corners like down the end here, and it's going to the floor, and it's a bit scary. So leave the brakes.
Might be a wet one this afternoon. Let's grab Mark as well. He's over there. Look at this, by the way. What a livery that is. Oh, don't go anywhere, Mark. Congratulations. You were running right at the top for a while. I thought, you might get this done here.
Monster got me, didn't it?
But then the monster did hunt you down. Fantastic performance, so you must be delighted.
Yeah, enjoyed that. Yeah, really good race. Yeah.
This looks gorgeous, by the way.
Love it.
And a big shout out to the commentators as well, because it really helps when you've got like fluorescent strips. Do these bits make it go a little bit faster?
I'm hoping so.
Look, wonderful effort, but we've got another race a little bit later. Looks like it might even be a bit wet. Will that suit you?
I think it might, yeah.
Okay.
I think it,
So
pretty good in the wet, yeah.
Top step.
I
Race
hope I
two.
jinx myself now.
Mark, fantastic. Congratulations,
Yeah,
well
cheers,
done,
thanks very much.
and enjoy it. We're very, very well deserved. They're Asia top three for the Britcar Endurance Trophy, race one. Don't forget, we've got another race coming up a little bit later. Actually, we're going to have to hand back because it's time for the next Mini Sevens race. So hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yes, cars on the grid for the second race of the weekend for the Dunlop Mini Miglia Challenge, supported by Mini Spares and MED Engineering. The grid for this race based on the results of yesterday's race, but with the top 8 cars in each class reversed. And so the grid reads as follows. Pole position for this one is the man who finished 8th yesterday, number 25, James Colburn. He didn't get much of a break there. He jumped out of his Clio and into his Mini and starts alongside number 4, Colin Peacock. The second row, number 49, which is Martin Wager, and 34 of Joe Ferguson. Row 3, 21 Aaron Smith, 55 Ben Colburn, James's brother. And on the fourth row, 23 Rupert Death, and 77 yesterday's winner, a familiar name to touring car fans, Andrew Jordan, championship leader. The fifth row, number 85 Sam Summerhays, and 37 James Cuthbertson. Sixth row, 44 Sean King, and number 20 of Mark Sims. Seventh row, 96 Justin Cooper, and 91 Torben Astin. The eighth row, 88 Kieran McDonald, though Kieran hasn't got away for the start of the green flag lap. He's still on the grid, so problems for him. And 69 Tony LeMay, who failed to finish yesterday. And on the ninth row, number 11 Kane Astin, the uncle of Torben Astin. He failed to start yesterday's race, had to be pushed off the grid. Then we've got the Mini Libre category for the slightly different engine cars. The 10th row, 126 Peter Hills and 133 Les Stanton. Then 177 Peter Cruz and 113 Phil Harvey. And at the back of the field is Colburn Senior, Ben and James's father Richard, who didn't make it out in yesterday's race. He wants the points leader coming into... So under slightly threatening skies, we get ready to get underway with the Mini Miglias. These are slightly bigger engined cars and more powerful than the Mini 7s we saw earlier on. Yesterday it was Andrew Jordan who took the win, the former British Touring Car Champion, in car number 77, who scored the win. The race finishing under the safety car yesterday, preventing a last lap thrash, where Rupert Death was trying to catch... Andrew for the win, but it is James Colburn who takes pole, the black and orange number 25 car there. Mini racing veteran Colin Peacock will start alongside number 4. Then we've got Martin Wager, number 49. Joe Ferguson, ex-Junior Saloon start, among others, in number 34 there, the pink car. Another pink machine, reigning champion Aaron Smith in 21. Then Ben Colburn, fresh from the Britcar race in the number 55 green car there. Rupert Death in 23, proudly displaying the Union flag. There's Andrew Jordan, the red, white and black machine. Kane Astin is back out there, joining his nephew Torben Astin. Kane failed to start yesterday. And then the 5 cars in the Libre category. They start from their own grid at the back, but they will all start together. So no split start here. There's Phil Harvey, number 113, the Birmingham driver. Les Stanton, also from the West Midlands, from Dudley. And Richard Colburn is there, the blue car at the back. Failed to start yesterday. So 3 Colburns on the grid for our Mini Miglia race. Can anyone stop Andrew Jordan? Make it a little bit more interesting. Well, for one thing, it's raining. And for another thing, the top 8 reverse of the grid. This will be an 18-minute race, reduced slightly because of the slight delays to the programme earlier on. Up into position they come then. James Colburn and Colin Peacock on the front row. Be interesting to see if Andrew Jordan just goes for broke down the outside into the first corner. Last thing you want in damp conditions like this is to get a wheel on the grass, because you'll be spinning like a top. Sam Summerhayes in 9th on the grid, the blue car. Well, 3 different winners so far in 2021 for these Mini Miglias. First was Endaf Owens and second Nick Padmore at Silverstone, the Flying Welshman and the multi-talented historic racer, but neither of them here this weekend. So Andrew Jordan able to take the win in race 1 yesterday. Looks like we're in position on the grid then. Just waiting for the green flag to go up from the back. Then the red lights will go on. Green flag is waved. So the red light's about to come on. It will be an 18-minute race. The Dunlop Mini Miglia Challenge, supported by Mini Spares and MED Engineering. The lights go out and away we go. And a good start by Colin Peacock. Good start by Andrew Jordan and by Sam Summerhayes. In there, there's the Mini Libre category. A flying start by Peter Cruz on the inside there. Wipers going as they head down towards Riches. It's Colin Peacock in number 4. He's got the early lead, and I was right about Andrew Jordan. He's gone straight up the outside, and he's already into second place ahead of Joe Ferguson. And what a start by Sam Summerhayes in car 85. He's gone from 9th to 4th on the run into the first corner. Keep an eye on that number 85 car. Into the hairpin. Aaron Smith goes out way wide in the 21. He'll lose ground as a result of that. We'll head towards the left-hander at Palmer's. There's the Libre battle further back. It's Peter Hills, number 126, who has held his advantage from the front of their separate grid. Peacock leads it from Jordan, Summerhayes, then Ferguson, Smith, Rupert Death, and the rest of them. This is going to be very close indeed. Here they come towards Agostini. You can see the full extent of the corner there. Andrew Jordan up the outside, and he's taken the lead. No, all right, has he? Because look at Sam Summerhayes up the inside. He forces Jordan to go wide on the exit. Is he going to get through? Oh, they've come together on the outside there and nearly spin off. That was close. Aaron Smith's in there as well. Who's going to come out of this with these? Summerhayes has held his lead position. There's somebody on the grass there on the outside. That, I think, is James Cuthbertson, number 37, that's slowed up. He could be pulling out of the race. Frantic there through Agostini for the first time. They're heading up towards Williams corner, Jordan to the inside. He muscles his way through, but he's going to run wide on the exit. Summerhays fights back. It's battle joined already in the Mini Miglias. This is great stuff. What a start that was by Sam Summerhays. He started 9th on the grid, and he's already up into the lead of the race. Well, he was, because Andrew Jordan has now come through. He started 8th. So the reverse grid, well, that's the top 8 on the grid that reversed. So Sam Summerhays wasn't even affected by the grid reversal. But something flew off there as they came down Bentley Straight. Here they come into Nelson. Aaron Smith up into 4th position behind Joe Ferguson. Through comes Ben Colburn rather aggressively there. Colin Peacock's got swallowed up into the pack there. Rupert Death ahead of him as well, and James Colburn behind him. All over each other. Slip and slide at Snetterton today. Aaron Smith ahead of Rupert Death. Both of them former champions. Aaron Smith, the current champion, looking for his 3rd title in a row. Looking for the Libra class runners. It's Peter Cruz. There he is, the yellow car ahead of their runners. Through Murray's they come. Torben Astin slides ahead of Tony LeMay in the 69. He failed to finish yesterday's race, so looking for some points here. Over the line, Andrew Jordan has the lead as they complete the first lap ahead of Summerhays, Ferguson, Smith, Death, Colburn. Kane Astin's come through into 7th place from the back of the Mini Miglia grid. This is absolutely frantic early on from the Miglias. It's Andrew Jordan, who didn't let the grid reversal hinder him. Straight up the outside into the first corner, and straight up the inside there, Rupert Death attacking Aaron Smith. Kane Astin mixing it with the Colburn brothers. Behind them, Colin Peacock in the red number 4. That's the battle for 6th position at the moment. Behind Rupert Death there, he's chasing Aaron Smith. It's still Jordan, Summerhays, Ferguson. Your first 3 start to settle themselves down. Yes, James Cuthbertson has retired. You can see his car on the infield there, out of the race. The other car that didn't take the start was Kieran MacDonald. He got pushed off the grid, sadly, with a problem. It's a shame because he was running well yesterday. They head out through Hamilton, across the infield, round to the right-hander at Oggies. This almost diamond-shaped infield section. You can see it in full there, the new part of the Snetterton circuit. Sam Summerhays still there in 2nd. Joe Ferguson's got a little bit of front-end damage, and look at Rupert Death power sliding his Mini there. He got past Aaron Smith, and he's made it stick as well. That's bravery from Rupert Death, former Mini Miglia champion. There goes Jordan from the Mini Spares sponsored car of Sam Summerhays. He's under fire from Joe Ferguson. He's lost a headlight somewhere, so he's going to need a replacement from Mini Spares, isn't he? Joe Ferguson, who's racing a couple of saloon categories before joining the world of classic mini racing. Races in the Masters Pre-66 Minis as well. There is Kane Astin, a former champion, in his very smart number 11. Chasing the Colburns, well, in between the Colburns at the moment. Qualified on the front row yesterday, but failed to start. Just had to come through the hard way from the back of the grid this time. Where's his nephew, Thorburn, in the number 91 car. More sliding there. James Colburn and Aaron Smith fighting it out. James gets through. Is he going to make it stick? Over the line they go. Well, Andrew Jordan leads by nearly 6 seconds now. His rallycross experience coming into play in these slippery conditions. And look at Joe Ferguson. He's almost bump drafting. He does hit the back of Sam Summerhays. Get off, says Sam. That was almost NASCAR style there into the first corner. This is great stuff. I was saying Andrew Jordan began his career in rallycross, and whoa, Sam Summerhays. Was that a bit of revenge there, I wonder? They were all over each other. Let's take it carefully, lads. Side by side down towards Palmer's, and Rupert D says, I'll have some of this as well. Ferguson in the pink car on the inside moves through into second place, or tries to at least. Sam Summerhays is having none of it. Bit of needle creeping into the battle here for second position. There goes Andrew Jordan. We're coming into Agostini, who's in second place. Summerhays is there. Deet's there on the inside. Round the outside Joe Ferguson, and side by side behind Aaron Smith, getting back around the outside of the 25 of James Colburn as well. Also in there is Kane Astin, then it's Ben Colburn, Colin Peacock, Martin Wager, Torburn Astin, Tony LeMay and Sean King. So as I draw breath, we look a bit further back down the order. There's Peter Cruz, still leading the Lieb class. He's caught Justin Cooper. Here's the battle for second. Somehow, Sam Summerhays is still in second place in the 85 car. Andrew Jordan, what are you doing out there in front? You're missing all the fun. He wants to get on with his second win of the season and extend his championship lead. That's why he's out there. Here comes Joe Ferguson, the front of that car looking a bit second-hand now after that bit of contact. Trying to go round the outside and take second place. They're going into Nelson now. Is he going to make it stick on the inside? Yes, he has. He stays ahead of Sam Summerhays. Good move, Joe Ferguson. Here comes Rupert Death in the Swift Tune powered car. Summerhays closes the door on him at the bomb hole. Then it's Aaron Smith, James Colburn, and Ben Colburn's not far behind, I'm sure, as well. And Kane Astin, for that matter, in the number 11. There's Kane, headlights on. The driver's absolutely loving every second of this. Look at James Colburn, the man who started on pole. He's done it again. He did that last lap into Murray's on Aaron Smith. Now he's done it to Rupert Death. And he's going to start moving up for a podium place now. It'll be his first in the Mini Miglias. Well, Jordan increasing his lead. It was 5.7 seconds. There you can see that damage on Joe Ferguson's car. Aaron Smith up the inside. Oh, Sam Summerhays has got a problem. He's pulled over. What a shame. He's pulled over into the pit lane exit, so we've lost the 85 car. He had problems with that car at Silverstone as well. That's disappointing. Aaron Smith under fire from Rupert Death, who just about gets on the brakes in time there. Nearly hits the back of his long-time rival. Good friends off track, but big rivals on it, these two. Joe Ferguson ahead of them. This is the fight for third position. Behind them is Kane Astin. There is a very fed-up Sam Summerhays. It was going so well for him, but he's out of the race. Oh, well, you can go and find mini spares in the paddock to repair whatever's gone wrong. Joe Ferguson under fire from Aaron Smith, the battle of the pink minis. Behind them is Rupert Death in the 23. The Italian job has got nothing on this lot. Up towards Oggies they come. Well, the ones in the Italian job went round in a pack of 3, didn't they? The Mini Miglias like to run twice as many as that. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, there's 6 of them there. There's the Colburns. They've dropped back a bit. James Colburn needs to work on that move into Murray's again. 8.5 minutes to go. Andrew Jordan still out in front in the 77 car. And there goes the wing. The wing and the wheel arch come flying off Joe Ferguson's car as Aaron Smith goes past him. Well, at least he's not going to get the black and orange flag for flapping bodywork now. See just how big those wheel arches are. Look at the way the wheel's sticking out there of Joe Ferguson's right front. Then it's Rupert Death. Then it's Kane Astin. He's got ahead of the Colburn brothers. They fling their way through the bomb hole up towards Coram. Aaron Smith still there in second place, the defending champion. He had several wins on the trot at the start of last season. He's yet to win this year. Mainly because of that man Andrew Jordan. Also Nick Padmore and Endaf Owens, who are not here this weekend. There are the leaders in the, we saw briefly the leaders in the Mini Libre category. Further back, Peter Cruz. And Richard Colburn is up with him now. So the third of the Colburns, Colburn Senior, is challenging Peter Cruz. But meantime, challenging Joe Ferguson. Sends one up the inside of Rupert Death. And through goes Kane Astin as well. Now, has Rupert Death got a problem? Suddenly losing 2 places there. Did they just slipstream? And look at the way Kane Astin is going from the back of the Mini Miglia grid. He's up into 4th place. Chasing Joe Ferguson's battered car. Behind him is Rupert Death. He's fighting back. Whether he just missed a gear there, I'm not sure. Rupert Death in the 23. There's Ben Colburn. There's James. Conditions seems to have eased off again just a little. Well, there's Aaron Smith in second. Coming into Agostini. Rupert Death up the inside. Astin's got past Joe Ferguson. So has Death. Up into third now, Kane Astin. He is flying along. Now here comes Ben Colburn. He's getting back into the action as well. His brother James has dropped away, the pole sitter for this race. They go past James Cuthbertson's broken down car. Well, the lead for Andrew Jordan is just over 4 seconds. The next 4 cars behind covered by 0.7 of a second. Where are the leaders down the Bentley Straight? Just over 6 minutes of this incredible Mini Miglia race to go. There is the leader in our Mini Lead category, three-wheeling his way through. That is Peter Cruz from Torquay in Devon. He's been racing Minis for many decades. That's the Britax Cooper as that car is owned. You see the sponsorship on the side there. And he's leading Richard Coburn, looking for a class win. Third place behind them is Les Stanton, then Peter Hills. Phil Harvey completing the 5-strong field in the Libra category, which is, as its name suggests, is more open to Minis with slightly different engines. Cars ahead of them, that's Torben Astin. Colin Peacock, who started at the front on the front row of this race. Sean King is being caught by the Lieb class runners as well. Meanwhile, what's happening in our lead battle? Here is Andrew Jordan, and the lead gap has come down. They're starting to reel him in. I'm wondering if Andrew Jordan is on a different setup, having expected the conditions to change a bit more, because they're suddenly starting to reel him in. Aaron Smith has just done the fastest lap of the race. I wonder if either Andrew Jordan is on a different setup, and now the conditions are changing again as Rupert Death slings it up the inside there into the hairpin, gets past Kane Astin. That's for third place. Or whether Jordan's tyres are going off. Because Aaron Smith is reading him in. There he is. They're lapping. Oh, they've met a backmarker at a dodgy place there. Look out, Phil Harvey. Look at the three-wheeling there from James Colburn. 4.5 minutes of this fabulous race to go. Joe Ferguson's been shuffled back by Kane Astin and Rupert Death. Rupert Death has recovered after that mistake at the start of the last lap into Riches. He's back into third now. Into Oggies, Death. Under pressure from Kane Astin. And here comes Joe Ferguson, and Ben Colburn's going to make it 4 as well for third place. Aaron Smith, meanwhile, is trying to reel in your race leader, Andrew Jordan. There is Peter Cruz, still leading the Libra class, just taking a quick check on them. Richard Coburn struggling to deal with one of the slower Miglia class cars there. Kane Astin in fourth place, trying to chase down. Rupert Death gets a wheel onto the grass there on the exit of Nelson. With drizzle about, you don't want to get wheels onto the grass, it might send you spinning. 3.5 to go. Still a bit of rain in the air. But Andrew Jordan is definitely being reeled in here by Aaron Smith. They come up to the line. We'll see what the gap is this time. It was 2.13 seconds last time through between Jordan and Smith. It's now down to 1.24 seconds. So Aaron Smith, another fastest lap of the race, 2:14.042. Here comes Kane Astin. He wants a podium place, attacking Rupert Death. And Richard Colburn has, Ben Colburn, has got past Joe Ferguson as well. There's too many Colburns in this race. 3 of them. Oh, and Kane Astin's gone straight on at the hairpin. Loses 2 places. He's undone all his good work there. What a shame. Poor Kane Astin. It's not his weekend. Oh, he's got a problem. I wonder if that's a brake problem, the way he went straight on there. Maybe he's lost his brakes. Kane Astin out of the race. Well, failed to start yesterday, fails to finish today. So now there are 3 for third place. This is giving Ben Colburn the room he needs to try and close up on Rupert Death to try and take his podium place. 2 leaders ahead. The gap is still coming down. I think we'll get one more lap out of it after this one. It'll be close, though. Yeah, they're lapping in the 2 minutes 14. So, yes, I think we'll get one more lap after this. Still your leader is Andrew Jordan from Aaron Smith, the reigning champion. There's Death, who's pulled away a bit in third place. Ben Colburn 4th. Joe Ferguson is now 5th with the demise of Kane Astin. Andrew Jordan, now he's having to defend. Look at this, he's weaving about on the Bentley straights, trying to confuse Aaron Smith as to which line he's going to take into Brundle. Ben Colburn under pressure. Here comes Joe Ferguson. Round the outside. These 5 well clear of everybody else now. They're about 9 seconds clear of James Colburn in 6th. Joe Ferguson having a look. He's really having a look there at the back of Ben Colburn's car. There go the leaders. Almost 4-wheel drifting through Coreham. The gap was 1.24 seconds, remember, but Aaron Smith reeling off the fastest laps. Closest battle is for a 4th now between Ben Colburn and Joe Ferguson. There they are, nose to tail. Now, what's the gap going to be as they complete lap number 7? Here they come up over the line. It's about to come up on our graphics, 1.3 seconds now. So the gap has stabilised slightly. Andrew Jordan pushing on. We go into the final lap of this brilliant race for the Dunlop Mini Miglia Challenge, supported by Mini Spares and MED Engineering. And the Dunlop tyres on these cars being pushed to their limits. Oh, and I've just spotted Peter Cruz is slowing on the end of the Bentley Straight. Peter Cruz has pulled up. There he is. That's a great shame because he was on to win the Libra class, so that is going to go to Richard Colburn. Disappointment for Peter Cruz. Problems with the Britax Cooper. Quite a few cars hitting problems late on in this race, but not Andrew Jordan. Clock about to count down to 0, so it'll be checkered flag this time. Andrew Jordan looking to become the first double winner of the Mini Miglia season. 2 second places at Silverstone. That'll put him into a clear championship lead. Look how far off the ground the inside wheel is there. Spectacular from Andrew Jordan. A beautiful looking car as well. Throws it into Williams' corner. Aaron Smith trying his hardest to keep up. Rupert Death in a clear 3rd place now ahead of Ben Colburn and Joe Ferguson. Here they come then. It looks closer than it is from the head-on angle there. In towards Nelson then for the last time. Is Aaron Smith going to get close enough for a last bend lunge here? He looks determined. I don't think he's quite going to do it. I think it's going to be Andrew Jordan, unless Smith can get in the slipstream on the straight. Still slippery out there. This is great driving by the man from Lichfield in Staffordshire. Former British Touring Car Champion in 2013. Round the final corner. Checkered flag will be awaiting as they come up to the line. Aaron Smith is not going to catch him. It's going to be win number 2 of the weekend and a clear championship lead for 77. Andrew Jordan wins our second Mini Miglia race. 2nd goes to Aaron Smith. Rupert Death comes over in 3rd. And we await 4th place to come across the line. Ben Colburn takes 4th ahead of Joe Ferguson. And further back in the order, just waiting to see who comes in 6th place. They're concentrating on the lead battle there. Looks like it's going to be Colin Peacock who comes over in 6th place. Started on the front row for that race. And meantime, here is our Mini Libra class leader, the blue number 219. Inherited the lead of the class when Peter Cruz pulled off with a couple of laps to go. Richard Colburn in car 219. Colburn Senior, he's challenging the Miglias as well. He's on the tail of Justin Cooper there in number 96. Meantime, overall, Colin Peacock has taken a good 6th place ahead of Martin Wager and Torben Astin, a fine 8th. Here they come to 9th and 10th. 9th place is going to go to Sean King, just ahead of these two. Justin Cooper 10th and 11th overall. Richard Colburn wins the Mini Libre class. Well, some success for the Colburns then. They'll head back to their Clios now for the second Britcar race. The other finishers will be Les Stanton and Peter Hills. We lost Kane Astin. James Colburn was a retirement. Peter Cruz. Sam Summerhays, of course. Tony LeMay. Mark Sims was an early retirement, as were Cuthbertson and McDonald. So quite a few casualties in that one. But a great race up front, won by Andrew Jordan. He takes the lead of the championship by a clear margin. Aaron Smith in 2nd. Rupert Death in 3rd. And well done, Richard Colburn winning his class for that, with bad luck to Peter Cruz. Hard luck story of the weekend has to be Kane Astin, though. Failed to start yesterday, fails to finish today. Likewise, Kieran MacDonald as well. But the other way round. Phil Harvey gets across the line. He finishes 14th. Peter Hill's almost a lap ahead of him behind. Well, we're now going to head down to Park Fermé. Hopefully our ace interviewer is talking to Andrew Jordan.
Right, welcome down everybody to what's getting quite a wet Park Fermé. Doesn't change the result though, does it? Andrew Jordan, we've got to stop meeting like this, Andrew. People will start talking. Congratulations. And that race looked a little bit harder though, because this man was right on your tail right at the end, wasn't he?
Yeah. I felt really strong early on when it was damp, and I probably just stuck at the damp lines and stuff for a lap or two longer, which allowed him to get a bit of momentum. And then I saw him coming. I thought, he'll be picking up the toe here, so I best pull my finger out and get on with it. So I knew where we were strong with this one. So yeah, fantastic double win. Yeah, it's good. It's been a good day.
I mean, look, you're probably sat in the assembly area, and then it started to rain. Were you thinking, oh no, I thought we were going to get at least one dry in today?
No, I actually thought we'd be quite strong if everyone was on slicks, which they were, and it was damp. I thought it'd be all right. And the first, to start 8th and come across the line on the first lap leading was. Yeah, I could just feel the grip, probably from the rallycross background. I could, using different lines to feel the grip. But as I say, probably stuck at that a little bit too long. Yeah. And I was the guinea pig each lap, whereas these guys have got something to follow and chase.
Look, congratulations, double bubble, Andrew Jordan, great stuff there. But it was only just, wasn't it? Because Aaron Smith, blimey, that was getting close, wasn't it? One more lap?
I was trying my hardest. I think I caught him napping, really. He thought he had it in the bag, and I was like, I'm on a mission here, But,
I think it was about 4 seconds out in front at one point. And I looked at it, it's like 1.6 seconds.
I know.
How many Weetabix did you have this morning?
As soon as I got into second, I was like, it's on. I could see him there in the distance, and KAD do a fantastic job on the engine, and it's like we're going to use all of the horsepower.
Yeah. I think you chucked an extra one in there as well, just for fun.
It was a really good race.
Congratulations, great stuff there. And of course, other cereals are available. Let's see if we can find. Where's Rupert gone? Is he there? He is. Let me grab Rupert there. You guys are having a bit of a battle, weren't you? Sorry, Rupert. We chat again. Don't we, of course. Congratulations, third place. But very difficult conditions, changing conditions, wasn't it? Did it affect the race, do you think?
Oh God, yeah. At the beginning, it was very, very slippy. I wasn't sure. I gave a couple of paces back along the straight, I don't know if you saw, because I thought I overtook on a yellow, so I thought, oh God. So I gave them back, and then I had to try and reel them back in again. But that was a good race.
It's been a good weekend, isn't it? Have you enjoyed yourself? Are you happy with your performances?
Yeah. What I'm most pleased about is the way the cars were performing. It seems to be on the money now.
Yeah.
So I'll go away with a third and a second. I don't know who got fastest lap in the last race.
I'm not sure off the top of my head, but it will be on the stream, and I'm sure Dave can tell us that.
Yeah.
And a smile on your face. Not that we can see it because we've got masks on, but a smile on your face.
Absolutely, yeah. I've got a smile on my face, and good thing is the car's in one piece.
Yeah.
And we move on to Silverstone, which is another one of my favourite circuits. So
good man.
Looking forward to that.
Going home. I'm happy, man. Thanks, Rupert. It's a lovely jubbly. Wonderful stuff there. Andrew Jordan making it a double bubble here for the Mini Miglias. The races come thick and fast this afternoon, don't they? I better hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to take you through the next race.
Yes, thanks, Ian. Just a bit of clearing up to be done before our second race of the day. A couple of broken down minis to be recovered. Our second race of the day, over 20 minutes, will be the Caterham Graduates, the Sigma 150 category. Good race from them earlier. I'm rather spoiled at the end by an oil slick. It's a bit slippery all round the track now. Jamie Elwood was the winner on that occasion. The grid set by the second quickest time during the qualifying session. And the grid reads like this for Sigma 150s. Pole position is number 46 of Jamie Winrow, leading until the last lap in the race earlier on. Alongside him will be number 121 of Harry Kramer. Second row, Jamie Elwood, car number 2, and 88 Adam Cottrell. Third row, 38 Simon Goodwin, and 26 Matthew Lambert, taking over the car that his father Richard raced in the first race. Fourth row, 112 Andrew Whitton, alongside 66 Barry Whites. The 5th row, 110, James Gilmore, 99, Gideon Wilkinson. On the 6th row, 102, James de Lusignan, and 83, Jonathan Ems. Row 7, 85, Colin Laughlin, and number 3, Jim Earlham. Hopefully he's repaired his car after a problem in race 1. The 8th row, 22, Chris Buckley, 172, Mark Smith. Row 9, 42 of John Benfield, and 15, Kim Raymond. On the 10th row, Chris Savage, number 27, 84, Dan Hamilton. Row 11, 58, Rob Warner, and 19, Mark Gibson. The final row, 21, Roger Ford, and 93, Rob Appleton, although I think it was Rob who caused the oil slick in race 1, so I don't think he's going to be out. We'll double check when the cars are on the grid. They are now. Jamie Winrow in pole position at car number 46 alongside Harry Kramer. Jamie Elwood looking for race win number 4 this year to extend his championship lead. Scored a double at Alton Park at the season opener. Look out for Matthew Lambert. Lambert the younger. Him and his dad Richard used to race in a variety of championships. His dad's raced Porsches, and Richard and Matthew have raced in, of all things, Citroen 2CVs before moving to Caterhams. It is here at Snetterton over August Bank Holiday weekend that they have the 2CV 24 hours. I know our ace interviewer Ian Waterhouse has commentated on that event in the past. So they're underway for the green flag lap. It is a little slippery out there following that rain shower. ...150 horsepower in a lightweight Caterham. Not something to be sneezed at, certainly. Just waiting to see if all cars are there. A little tricky to see the numbers on some of these. Might be 1 or 2 spaces at the back, depending on who dumped the oil earlier on. I don't think we'll see that car out again, the amount of oil that went down. Kim Raymond is there, Chris Savage. Yep. In fact, I think everyone is there. So maybe it wasn't as terminal as it looked. There's John Benfield, 42. Board member of the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. Selecting the right Yokohama tyres, I think, would have been critical for this race, but it looks reasonably dry out there now. Won't say any more than that, don't want to jinx it. There's Barry White in the 66 car with the red wheels. Will Jamie Winrow hang on in front this time, take his first win of the season? It was a lucky win for Jamie Elwood in race 1. A typical Caterham slipstreamer. I think we may be missing the 27 car, Chris Savage. Don't think he's there. That's the might be the car that's had the problem earlier. But anyway, we're almost ready for a start then. The car's coming towards the grid. Up to the slightly greasy grid they come then. Jamie Winrow in red and blue on pole. Harry Kramer in the all-red machine alongside him. Jamie Elwood in black and day-glow orange. Adam Cottrell, not the best of starts in race 1, but fought back. Let's see if he can get a better getaway this time from the outside of the front row. Yeah, I think the car that's missing is Chris Savage, number 27. Everybody else is there. Waiting for the all clear from the back of the grid. There is the green flag. Waiting for the red lights to come on. 20 minutes of Caterham racing from the Caterham Graduates Racing Club Sigma 150 class. Their second race of the day. Lights go out and away they go. Not the best of starts by Jamie Winrow. Good start by Jamie Elwood from the second row. But it's Harry Kramer who looks like he's got the lead, or has he? Trying to get down the outside. Here's the number 2 of Jamie Elwood. Can Kramer hold his lead? No, Elwood sweeps around the outside into the lead, and a poor start by Jamie Winrow sees him drop into 4th place. Looks like Simon Goodwin up there in 3rd as they head out of Riches the first time up towards the hairpin. Elwood leads. Fighting back on the inside is Winrow. Can he take Harry Kramer? No, Kramer holds that 2nd place. 4th place, Simon Goodwin. Cottrell stuck on the outside there, along with Andrew Whitten in the 112. They've all made it round okay for the first time. Rob Appleton at the back in car number 93. Here they come into Palmer. Jamie Elwood looking a bit unsteady there, just sliding a little at the front. It's still greasy out there. So far, all okay. Down towards Agostini for the first time. It's Harry Kramer in 2nd place behind Jamie Elwood. Jamie Winrow having a look. It's Simon Goodwin. Andrew Whitten on the outside of Adam Cottrell. And the rest of them go through behind. 26, Matthew Lambert in the blue car there. Puts a wheel onto the grass. Whitten has a look there to try and make a move for 5th position on the back of Simon Goodwin. They start to string their way out as they go through towards Oggies and Williams. Here come your leaders. Out towards the back of the circuit for the first time. Jamie Elwood from Harry Kramer. Simon Goodwin tucked in there behind Jamie Winrow. Then it's the 112 and then the 26 of Matthew Lambert has got Adam Cottrell behind him. Still a few drops of rain in the air as they start to fan out across the wide Bentley straights. Jamie Elwood goes to the left. Is Harry Kramer going to get round the outside of him here? Yes, he is. Good bit of slipstreaming there by Harry Kramer. Takes the lead into Brundle and Nelson for the first time. Over the curbs on the exit. 3rd place is Simon Goodwin. He's got ahead of Jamie Winrow. 5th is Andrew Whitten. 6th, Adam Cottrell. 7th, Matthew Lambert. Barry White's there, number 66, in the Mission Motorsport car in 8th place. Here they come then round towards Corham. Then towards Murray's. Plenty of slip and slide in the early stages of this second Caterham Sigma 150 race of the day. Coming up to complete lap number 1 then. It is Harry Kramer who leads. Going to the outside is Simon Goodwin trying to take 2nd place away from Jamie Elwood. And on the inside it's Jamie Winrow. They're almost 3 wide for 2nd. Goodwin round the outside later on the brakes and he's up into 2nd place. Good driving by Simon Goodwin. Now he'll go after race leader Harry Kramer down towards the hairpin. Jamie Winrow round the outside of Jamie Elwood. The two Jamies side by side. Look at the inside. Look at Goodwin on the exit of the hairpin. He's going to take the lead. He forces Kramer wide over the curbs. Kramer's got the inside line though as they go towards Palmer, so he might hold his lead here. But no, again Goodwin. He's so late on the brakes. He's driving brilliantly here, Simon Goodwin, and he's got the lead of the race. Now it's down towards Agostini. 38 Simon Goodwin. Here comes Elwood on the inside, attacking Harry Kramer. Up the inside into Agostini. He'll take 2nd place. And Andrew Whitten's come through into 4th place. Jamie Winrow's gone back into 5th position. It's Adam Cottrell, Matthew Lambert, Barry White. And behind them, I think that's Gideon Wilkinson, the number 99. They're all over each other. This is incredibly close. Meantime, Jamie Elwood has got the lead back again as they went into Hamilton's there. He did make it stick as they came out of Agostini. So Elwood back into the lead ahead of Simon Goodwin. Harry Kramer up behind. There's going to be some serious slipstreaming. Oh, and Simon Goodwin nearly into the back of Jamie Elwood there. Millimetres between them. Down the straight they come. Which side they're going to go? We saw Harry Kramer do this to Jamie Elwood and Jamie Winrow last time out. It's going to be Simon Goodwin. It's Harry Kramer's going even wider. He's going to try and do it again. Who's going to come out of this with the lead? Who's braver on the brakes? It's Goodwin back into the lead in the 38 car with the gold wheels. Jamie Elwood in 2nd. Kramer 3rd. Then it's Andrew Whitten in 4th place. Pause for breath as they head through the bomb hole. 5th is Adam Cottrell. Where's he come from? And Jamie Winrow is down to 7th, the pole-sitting driver, behind Matthew Lambert in the 26. Through Corham, towards the left at Murray's. Simon Goodwin in car 38. Charge his way through the first few places on the grid. Jamie Elwood is ready to attack back again. Simon Goodwin, he retakes the lead, Jamie Elwood, from the 38 car. Simon Goodwin, the boss of an engineering company, needs to engineer a way back into the lead here, past Jamie Elwood, who slipstreamed him on the centre straight. And Goodwin, look at the inside, that's way late on the brakes. Goodness me, I thought there was going to be a collision there. That was close indeed. Harry Kramer still there in 3rd place in the 1-2-1. 4th place is still Adam Cottrell, and Winrow is back up into 5th position. This is brilliant stuff. Down towards Agostini, it's still Elwood from Goodwin, Kramer, Cottrell, Winrow. Then it's Whitten, Lamberts, Barry White, Gideon Wilkinson, and then James Gilmore, I think. It's hard to follow because as soon as I've read the race order out, it changes before I can finish. That's Caterham racing for you. Around the outside, Adam Cottrell. He won't get through there at Oggies. Still Jamie Elwood who has got the lead. Jamie Winrow fighting back the red and blue car there. He's back ahead of Matthew Lambert. Here they come down the Bentley straights. Now, what's going to happen this time? Which side they're going to go? Elwood leads the Crocodile to the inside, and then suddenly, as they reach the braking area, they usually all start to fan out. Not this time, though. They all stay in behind one another. There's the number 112. That's Andrew Whitten, the man from Redhill. Matthew Lambert behind him, the Lambert family from Hertfordshire. There is 99 Gideon Wilkinson. He's running well in the top 10. Jamie Elwood continues to lead, looking for 4 wins out of 4 this year in the Caterham Graduates Sigma 150 Championship. Swing their way through the left at Murray's. There's still 1 or 2 drops of rain in the air. There's Jim Earlham, number 3. Got the car repaired after race 1, so well done to Jim. That's the first pack going through. 1-2-1 Harry Kramer up the inside. He takes 2nd place from Simon Goodwin up the inside in the Smart Clinic car. One car going a little bit slowly there further back. That's Kim Raymond, I think, yes, the green car. Here's number 22 up the inside. Chris Buckley past the edge. Oh, and Harry Kramer in trouble at the hairpin. Now, was there contact there? He's had a spin. Has dropped back into the midfield there. He was fighting in among the top 3, Harry Kramer. We'll try and see what happened there. He's rejoined. Looks like there's no damage to the 1-2-1 car, so I don't think there was any contact. We'll try and get a look at what's happened into Wilson's hairpin there. Here's a replay. Down into the hairpin. Yeah, he just lost it. A bit late on the brakes and got sideways. That's a shame for Harry Kramer because he was trying to attack Jamie Elwood for the lead. Oh, and just avoided there around the outside by Matthew Lambert. That was close. Good avoiding action by him and Barry White. And Harry Kramer took a while to get the engine running again and back underway. I think we can see the reason for that spin. Look at those raindrops on the camera lens. Jamie Elwood with a clear lead. And as a result of that scattering when Harry Kramer spun, it looks like Adam Cottrell has come through into 2nd place now in the 88 car. They fan out again, trying to slipstream each other. Here comes the pole sitter back into the mix, Jamie Winrow. And here comes the 38 of Simon Goodwin. They went either side of Adam Cottrell there down the Bentley straights. Through the Nelson. You can see the track getting a little more slick now. Jamie Winrow is back up into 2nd place. The man who started on pole but didn't make the best of starts. Goodwin 3rd, Cottrell 4th. Then it's Andrew Whitten in 5th position. The red car with the black wings. And now here comes Matthew Lambert attacking Gideon Wilkinson in the 99 car. The Kent-based driver holding off the younger of the Lamberts. James Gilmore behind them. Then it's Jim Earlham. And there's Harry Kramer, having rejoined. See how long it takes him to get back up the order. We've got just over half of this race to go. Just over 10 minutes left. So Goodwin has retaken second place, as I thought he might, from Jamie Winrow. Then it's Cottrell, Whitten, White, Wilkinson, Lambert and Gilmore. Gilmore running a bit wide there. Into the hairpin. You can see it's getting more and more slippery out there now. Winrow goes wide. Goodwin holds that second place. Adam Cottrell on the attack as well in the 88s. All this playing into the hands of this man, Jamie Elwood, in car number 2. He's building up a lead, looking to continue his unbeaten run this year. This is great stuff for second place. Goodwin. Winrow. Cottrell up the inside trying to take third place away. Not quite. Andrew Whitten is there on the outside. Andrew Whitten almost up alongside Adam Cottrell there as they went through Hamilton's. Well, all this is playing into the hands of Jamie Elwood as he escapes in the lead. His lead was 2.5 seconds near enough last time through, you can see. Here they come down the Bentley Straight. What's going to happen for second place now? It's Goodwin that has it at the moment in the 38s. Whitten goes to the outside. So does Winrow. Up the inside, here comes Barry White into the play in the 66. He's taken 2 places there. Good driving by Barry White in the 66. Careful not to overshoot at Nelson's corner. And Cottrell's lost another place because Whitten has come through there. They were concentrating on each other. They left a gap on the inside. Barry White took advantage and went through and is up into 4th position in car 66. Up towards Murray's. There's Elwood, the leader, from Goodwin. Winrow. Then it's White. Second group there, headed by Gideon Wilkinson. 8.5 minutes to go as they head over the line to complete lap number 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars for second place. Line astern, another 5 fighting behind for 7th. Round the outside, Simon Goodwin. He's done this a couple of times in this race, but it's a little more slippery now. Tries to get the cut back on Winrow as he runs wide. Winrow holds the place ahead of Simon Goodwin. They've got to be mindful that Barry White is there behind them as well. Side by side with Andrew Whitten in the 1-1-2. Trying to get the better exit. He does get the better exit from the hairpin as they slide their way out. He's up into 4th position. Now can they catch Jamie Elwood? And see how wet it's getting now up there. Winrow runs a bit wide. Winrow runs wide. Again, try saying that after a few drinks. John Benfield sideways there in the 42. This pack further back having a good race as well. Gideon Wilkinson in the 99, James Gilmore in the 110, Matthew Lambert, Harry Kramer trying to recover in the 121, and Jim Earlham in the checkered liveried car. Gilmore a bit sideways there out of Agostini. Behind them we've got John Benfield, the 58 as well of Rob Warner. Up the inside there, that's Matthew Lambert. He's going to take... I think that's Wilkinson. As the rain comes down again here at Snetterton. Look at Harry Kramer. This could play into his hands. He's taken Wilkinson. He's going for Lambert. Lambert didn't see him there. Keeps the place. Yeah, conditions beginning to worsen once again. There's the second place fight. Winrow from Goodwin. Whitten. Barry White. And now Harry Kramer's at the front of this group. He has got past Matthew Lambert this time. And will go after the leading group again. He ran as high as second early on. He's run out wide there over the curbs, though. Doesn't want to push too hard. He's already spun once. Jim Earlham, James Gilmore, John Benfield. Running in the lower reaches of the top 10, just outside the top 10. Can Harry Kramer catch the leaders once again? Jamie Elwood's lead was 3.76 seconds as he came through last time. We'll see what it is this time as conditions worsen again here at Snetterton. 3.268 is now the lead, so Winrow closed in a little bit on that last lap. But they're too busy fighting each other and not really closing in on Jamie Elwood. 6 minutes of the race, just under to go. Winrow, Goodwin, Whitten and White was the order at the line. Then Adam Cottrell in 6th position. He seems to have gone quiet in the last few laps. Harry Kramer is up to 7th after that spin. Good recovery. On 10 of James Gilmore being caught by John Benfield. Behind them, James de Lusignan, number 102. He's had a fairly quiet race. Through Palmer's they go. There you can see on that shot how the light has faded here as the rain clouds start to set in again. It's not slowing the Caterhams down with 5 minutes of the race to go. They're still pushing on. Jamie Elwood continues to lead from Jamie Winrow, Simon Goodwin. It's Whitten, White, Cottrell. Then it's Harry Kramer. He is catching that leading group once again. Harry Kramer, the red, number 121. Harry Kramer has a look on the inside of Adam Cottrell into Brundle. There's James de Lusignan, 102. Tries to go around the outside of James Gilmore there and bounces onto the grass almost. John Benfield behind them in the 42 car. And Lusignan did get around the outside of Gilmore. Good driving. Behind them is the 58 of Rob Warner. The blue and orange car. Less than 4 minutes to go now. Jamie Elwood continues to lead. See what his lead gap is this time through. It's 3.2 seconds for Elwood from Winrow. Here are the leaders. Simon Goodwin still in 3rd position, led briefly early on. Barry White and Andrew Whitten continuing their battle for 4th place. White closes the door on Whitten there as he tried to have a look into Riches. Behind them, I think it's Harry Kramer. Through Wilson's hairpin they go. There is Kramer. He's ahead of Cottrell now. Lambert, Wilkinson. Rounding up the top 10 now is James de Lusignan. He's got ahead of James Earl now, so a late spurt from James de Lusignan here. Gilmore next in the order in the 110. Going towards the closing stages, less than 3 minutes to go. It's looking good for 4 out of 4 for Jamie Elwood. Here come the leaders, and yes, you can see it's getting very wet out there now. These Yokohama tyres will be working overtime. Let's hope nobody's going to slide into the escape road here. Adam Cottrell battling it out with Harry Kramer. That's for 6th position. Cottrell back ahead. They're closing up on Andrew Whitten, number 112. He was 4th a lap ago. He's starting to drop back. And see them twitching through the bomb hole there. Up towards Coram, then into Murray's. 3.2 seconds was the gap. Is Jamie Elwood continuing to pull away? A big slide there. We've got cars sliding all over the place there at Murray's. That's further back in the pack, and Elwood's been caught. Look at this as they head down towards Rich's corner this time. Yes, it's Jamie Winrow leading. So what's happened there? Oh, what's happened there is a spin for Simon Goodwin. Well, out of our view there, Jamie Elwood must have had a moment towards the end of the lap because it's Jamie Winrow who's gone into the lead, and Simon Goodwin's had a spin as well. So the rain has caught Elwood out somewhere. He's had a bit of an off and has gone down to second place. They're all over the place in the... we're on the last lap now, and it's the driver's probably welcoming that it's the last lap. It is really tricky out there now. Well, Jamie Elwood, I didn't see what happened to him quite there, but it is Winrow who's gone through into the lead. There are the leaders. It's Barry White in third place. They're just tiptoeing to the checkered flag now. Andrew Whitten fourth. It's Kramer fifth. Sixth is Cottrell. And seventh, Lambert. Simon Goodwin is down to about ninth behind Gideon Wilkinson after spinning coming out of Riches. You can see how slowly they're going there out of Agostini. Well, a shame the rain has dampened things. Harry Kramer going very slowly there. It's treacherous out there now. Let's hope they all get to the line okay. Here comes Jamie Winrow. Is he going to end Jamie Elwood's unbeaten run this year? It comes into Brundle. He'll be mindful of what happened in race one at the same point. This time it's Elwood who's sliding. Barry White's up into third position. Just focusing now really on surviving to the flag. Adam Cottrell's going to run wide there over the curbs. Shows you how wet it is. Rejoins right in front of Matthew Lambert. Well, Jamie Winrow, car number 46, the man from Macclesfield. Just got to negotiate 2 turns now for his first win of the season. And poor Jamie Elwood. His luck was in race one. It was out in this one as he had a moment in the closing stages. Barry White's sideways there through Murray's. Matthew Lambert all over the place as well. They're coming up to what must be a very welcome sight, the checkered flag. Jamie Winrow takes the win. Jamie Elwood in second. And Barry White is third. That was treacherous. Andrew Whitten fourth. Matthew Lambert comes over in fifth. It's Adam Cottrell sixth. Seventh place will go to Harry Kramer. He spun midway through. Gideon Wilkinson eighth. Simon Goodwin after his spin comes in ninth. And James de Lusignan is 10th. John Benfield had a late spin further back as well. He's dropped down the order. It looks as though, even with the conditions, everybody who started is going to make it home. All 23 of them. Main thing is no major casualties there. Bad luck to Jamie Elwood. A moment late on in the wet conditions, allowing Jamie Winrow to come through for his first win of the season. Elwood just fails to make it by less than 2 seconds, 4 out of 4 for the season. It's Jamie Winrow who takes his first win of the year. Next out on track today is going to be the second race of the weekend for the Mini 7s. They're going to be fun in these conditions. There we see our race podium in Parc Fermé. And the driver's doubtlessly very relieved to make it back in. Ian Waterhouse is down there, as we can see. He'll be talking to them in a second.
Right, there we go, lovely shot of the cars just pulling in there, wasn't it? And big congratulations, he's got a big smile on his face, hasn't he, Jamie Winrow? He's got win in the name, and he's got win on the track as well, Jamie. Congratulations. Very difficult conditions, right?
Blimey, yeah. Those last 3 laps, I mean, qualifying was wet.
Yeah.
But obviously, I went out on a dry setup. I think everybody else did. And wow, that was, yeah, you feel like you're literally doing 5 mile an hour.
Really? Slippy,
So slippy.
Oh.
Every single corner. Halfway through, it was just a couple of corners that were lethal. The first hairpin was really tricky, but by the end, it was the whole track. When you're driving, you've got stuff coming on your visor, but you can't really tell how how much it's actually affecting the surface. So yeah, no, really happy, and yeah. Jamie repaid the favour from earlier. So
it really, yeah, he certainly did.
Yeah.
It certainly came down very heavy there, but you managed to hold on. You're absolutely delighted. I can clearly see in your face.
Oh
Jamie.
yeah, no, I am over the moon. Yeah, I felt like I should have won the one earlier and kind of threw it away a bit. So yeah, over the moon.
Job done. Well done, Jamie. Let's chat to another Jamie, Jamie Elwood. This all smiles as well again, Jamie. In probably the hardest possible conditions. It wasn't dry. It wasn't wet, but it was in between, and that's even worse, isn't it?
Yeah, it was, not knowing whether to push or not each lap and whether it's dried out or not, seeing the pack kind of maybe closing, maybe going away. But after this morning's bad luck with Jamie, he deserved that. So there's a bit of kind of like divine intervention, making sure it all evened out, I think.
You know, I really like that. You've come home second, he's won the race, but you're clearly very happy for him. So that's racing, isn't it? That's what club racing's about, right?
Exactly.
Congratulations, Jamie. Well done. Let's grab a chat with Barry. That was a bit hair-raising.
Oh, that was absolutely intense. This is my first podium in a very long time.
Congratulations.
And, the rain, I have to say, it was because of the rain.
Yeah.
And luck, a lot of luck. But
make your own luck, Barry. Make your own luck. That's what they say.
Respect to this man here, Andy, who's walking away.
Andy, come on.
It was tight, but it was just enough.
Yeah.
No, really good.
A wonderful battle. It really was, wasn't it,
such
guys?
an awesome race, and with the changing conditions, and there was no contact at all. I didn't see any contact. I didn't do anything, get any, and we were like going side by side around the hairpin.
I think at one point the video will show it, but I think
our
we
wheels
were like
probably were interlocking, but no contact. It was awesome.
Absolutely brilliant.
Oh, guys,
Yeah,
I'm
well
so
done, mate.
congratulations, Barry. Congratulations, Andrew. Well done, guys. Thanks for talking to us. Look, what a wonderful atmosphere it is down here in the paddock. Everybody is so happy. I think I can actually hear the roar of the cars on the grid for the next race. I better hand back to Dave Goddard to talk you through the action.
Yes, thanks, Ian. Cars on the grid then for the second race of the day for the Dunlop Mini 7 Challenge, supported by MED Engineering and Mini Spares. And before we get this one underway with their green flag lap, we've got a couple of interviews from earlier on.
Here we are, down with Michael Winkworth. We've just actually finished race 1, but of course we've got to get ourselves prepared for race 2. But just talk about race 1 first of all. How did it go for you?
Yeah, really well. Managed to get a really good start, which seemed to help things, and managed to bridge a little bit of a gap at the start, but Harrington never give up really until the end, if you know what I mean. So yeah,
you guys never give up. The racing is intense, it's close, isn't it, all throughout? How do you stay concentrated for 20 minutes with minis everywhere?
I don't concentrate on anything, so I'm not really sure how I keep it going for 20 minutes, to be honest.
What's the plan for race 2 then, Michael? What's the plan of attack?
Well, it's reverse grid, the top 8. Just try get a good start, don't get in any trouble, and try head towards the front and see what we can do.
Top man. By the way, you have one special livery on the top of your car as well. I don't know if we can actually see that, but it looks an absolute cracker. Is there a story behind that, or is it just like it?
Dad. They're all Dad's cars, and yeah, he hasn't been very well over the last few years, so it's just a nice sort of touch.
Yeah, absolutely.
Finish it off, really.
Look, best of luck in race
Thank
2.
you.
We will be watching.
Cheers.
Thanks, Michael. Michael Winkworth there.
Okay, let's give you the grid then for the Mini 7s. Just heading off on their green flag lap. As we saw in the Mini Melias, the top 8 finishers from race 1 in each class are reversed. So in pole position will be number 4 of Lee Roberts, alongside number 77 of Andrew Devaney. The second row, 41 Jonathan Lewis and 99 of Nick Croydon-Fowler. Row 3, it's 87 Conor O'Brien and number 2 Spencer Wanstall. Fourth row, number 80 Joe Thompson and 01 of Jeff Smith. The fifth row, 76 Joe Polly, 6 Graham Davis. Row 6, 20 of Darren Thomas and number 7 Jordan Sims. And on row 7, number 8 Julian Proctor. Yes, looks like they're all there. Then there's a gap, and we've got the top 8 reversed in the scholarship category. 796 Mark Chappell on pole for them, alongside 715 Johnny Kent. Behind them, 784 Ryan Taylor and 712 Greg Dorr. The 12th row of the grid, 777, which is Dave Rees, and 758 Matthew Ayres. On row 13, 711 Damien Harrington, earlier winner 728 Michael Winkworth. Row 14, 742 Ben Butler and 729 Darren Jeremiah. Row 15, 732 Darren Cox, 733 James Bryant. And the final row, 766 Jeff Williams and 763 John Coburn Evans. We saw them fail to finish in race 1, so we'll wait and see if they are there on the grid. Jeff Williams, of course, spun and smoked the barrier coming out of the hairpin. While John Coburn Evans pulled off with mechanical trouble. Looks like all the 7s are there. Oh, problems for Dave Rees. Looks like he's not going to be able to take the start, the 777 car. Okay. The orange car of number 4, Lee Roberts, in pole position. The 77 of Andrew Devaney, the green and white alongside him. Another green car, 41, of Jonathan Lewis and Nick Croydon-Fowler, the dark green car on the second row. One car starting from, is that starting from the pit lane or pulling in? That's Jordan Sims, number 7. So possibly a problem for him. We'll wait and see if he joins in. Okay, almost ready for a start then. We had an 18-minute race. Don't forget the split start at the Mini 7 starting 10th. The Mini Scholarship class starting 10 seconds after. Away go the 7s. Good start by Andrew Devaney. They get underway, and then 10 seconds later, the scholarship class will get underway. So it's Devaney who will lead the way as they go down towards Riches for the first time. Watch for Jeff Smith on the inside there in the 0-1. His line is covered, though, by Jonathan Lewis. He's in about 5th position. Here comes Joe Thompson with a brave move around the outside in the number 80. Here come the scholarship class. Away they go down towards Riches for the first time. The leaders are at the hairpin. It's Devaney from Spencer Wanstall, sideways in second place. There's the scholarship class. Looks like Johnny Kent in 7.15 has got the lead. Mark Chappell has dropped back already from his pole position. They start to sort themselves out a little bit further back. See how they get on into the hairpin. Round the outside, that's Michael Winkworth, the class winner in race 1. Under Kent sideways. He'll lose the lead. That's Greg Dorr that's come through into the lead. Johnny Kent nearly spun it there. Here come your leaders. Andrew Devaney leads the 7 category ahead of Spencer Wanstall, Jonathan Lewis, Joe Thompson. Then Jeff Smith up into 6th behind Lee Roberts, who's down to 5th from pole position. Behind them, Conor O'Brien in the blue 87 car. These 1000cc minis into battle once again. Jeff Smith passed Lee Roberts up into 5th now. He's going after his big championship rival, I think, Joe Thompson. Here's the scholarship pack a bit further back. It's Andrew Devaney. Haven't seen him in the winner's circle for a while in this category. Leads the way from Spencer Wanstall. Smith dives to the inside on Jonathan Lewis. Jonathan, based here at Snetterton, is not going to give up the place that easily. I think Michael Winkworth has already got to the front of the scholarship class further back. He's so quick in that 728 car. Change for the lead on the back straight. Spencer Wanstall, car number 2, takes over. Andrew Devaney tries to fight back. It's Lewis third. Fourth is Thompson. Up into fifth now is Jeff Smith. Lewis goes a little bit wide as they come out of Nelson's corner there. Here comes Conor O'Brien. A bit of squeeze there with Lee Roberts round the outside at the bomb hole. That's a brave place to go for an overtake. Devaney leads the two green cars. Wanstall leads, the two green cars fighting for second and third. Jonathan Lewis goes through at Coram up into second position. Here's the leader in our second group, the scholarship division. Michael Winkworth has already made his way to the front and Damien Harrington up to second. So from the fourth row of the grid, didn't take them long to come through. There's Ryan Taylor chasing Johnny Kent in the 715. Damien Harrington battling it out at the front of this pack. Over the line go the leaders. Spencer Wanstall holding sway at the front. Jeff Smith up the inside, Andrew Devaney and Joe Thompson. This is the battle for third position, and Smith has made that stick. Let's see what's going to happen into the hairpin, though, because Joe Thompson is there behind him. They're swarming all over. Look at Conor O'Brien up the inside. Oh, that's brave. Is he going to make that stick on the inside? Thompson sideways contact with Devaney. I think they were all taken by surprise there as Conor O'Brien just went for it, and it's worked. Great driving by O'Brien. That was brave. Nearly skittled everybody there into the hairpin, but he's up into fourth place. There's Joe Polly in the 76 a bit further back. Your leader is Spencer Wanstall, under attack from Jonathan Lewis, the man who's based here at Snetterton Circuit. But behind them is the championship leader, Jeff Smith, the reigning champion, in 0-1 in third place. O'Brien up to fourth, then Thompson, Roberts, and Andrew Devaney, the early leader, has been shuffled right back. Side by side there between Smith and Lewis. Two very tenacious drivers. Jeff Smith has now got through into second position. And now he's going after Spencer Wanstall. There's the scholarship class, and Michael Winkworth's run wide. This is Damien Harrington's opportunity. But no, Winkworth gets the power down. He holds that lead. Third place is the Rune Speed car there. That's of Matt Ayres. And my timing screen decided to go blank. There he is, the 758 car. He's attacking Damien Harrington for second place. So two excellent races in one here from the Dunlop Mini 7 Challenge, supported by Mini Spares and MED Engineering. Supplier of race engine parts for Minis. Down towards the bomb hole, Michael Winkworth continues to set the pace in scholarship. The man from Bury St Edmunds in Suffolk. Here are the sevens, heading down towards Riches, and to the inside goes Jeff Smith. He has a look. No, Spencer Wanstall holding off. These two battled for the championship last season, with Smith coming out on top by about 20 points. It was fairly close. Down to the hairpin. Wanstall hanging on in front. It's getting slippery out there again. Jonathan Lewis hanging on to their coattails in the green Motul car in third. Run by Snetterton Speed Shop. Up towards the left at Palmer. Blue, red, green. No, it's supposed to go red, white, blue. Fourth place is Joe Thompson. He's ahead of O'Brien and Roberts. He's got back ahead of Conor O'Brien after that kamikaze move into the hairpin by the 87 last time around. And Roberts 6th, Devaney 7th. To the inside goes Jonathan Lewis. He wants that second place back again. Well, he's not content with second. He's going for the lead. Nick Croydon Fowler, I think that is, who's now come through in the 7th. So Andrew Devaney has dropped further back in the number 77. Unless we've lost him altogether. I can't see him further back in there. Jeff Smith back up onto the tail of Spencer Wanstall now. Could see a change for second place here. Lewis has a look. Jeff Smith is having to attack and defend at the same time. It's going to be interesting what happens into Brundle this time. Spencer Wanstall, number 2, continues to lead, looking for his first win of the season. Here they come. Joe Thompson heading the next group behind them, and they fan out. They're going to be 3 wide, or try to be as they head towards Brundle. Is Smith going to go around the outside? Is Lewis going to go through the middle? Smith around the outside. He takes the lead. Judged it perfectly there, Jeff Smith. Got the line absolutely nailed on. Now Jonathan Lewis will have to go for Wanstall for second place. Jeff Smith looking to extend his lead in the championship. Joe Thompson in 4th place in the number 80. We'll pick up the scholarship class shortly. And there could be a change for the lead here at the inside. Damien Harrington, he's got it as they go into Brundle on the brakes. Good move, Damien Harrington into the lead of the scholarship class. And Matt Ayres nearly loses it coming through Nelson. If he clipped the curb there, he'd have done a Ryan Taylor from earlier on. That's allowed these two to get away slightly. Damien Harrington, the ex-Mighty Minis racer, under fire from the Fusion Graphics car of Michael Winkworth, is back at the inside as they come through into Coram, and he's retaken the lead. So Damien Harrington's lead did not last very long. Here's the battle behind them between Greg Dorr and Ryan Taylor. If only he raced a car prepared by Nick Swift. I'll leave you to work out the punchline on that one. There is the battle for the scholarship lead. Meantime, Smith ahead of Wanstall, Lewis, Thompson and O'Brien as the top 5 in the 7 class. These two are catching Julian Proctor in car number 8 for 12th place overall. Winkworth a bit sideways into the hairpin there. Harrington's having a look. He can sense an opportunity to get the lead back again in our scholarship division. Meanwhile, Jeff Smith continues to lead overall in the 7 class ahead of Wanstall and Lewis, with Conor O'Brien now back into 4th place up team and attacking Lewis for 3rd position. There is Jeff Smith going clear slightly now of Wanstall. Now Conor O'Brien determined to get 3rd place away from Jonathan Lewis. Behind them is Joe Thompson in the number 80. 2nd in the championship, looking to attack Jeff Smith and try and get his title lead back. Down the straight they come, still slippery. Nick Croydon Fowler's in there as well, number 99. He's fighting with Lee Roberts, the pole sitter for this race, and Andrew Devaney, who's dropped right back. Just doesn't seem to have the pace this season, Andrew. Jonathan Lewis has finally got 2nd place away from Spencer Wanstall. He's been trying for about 3 laps. And now here comes Conor O'Brien on the back of Wanstall. Here they come through Coram towards Murray's. Jonathan Lewis, a Snetterton specialist. He's going to try and go after Jeff Smith now. See what the lap times are this time through. We'll see what the gap is. Jeff Smith over the line with just over 7.5 minutes to go. So we're past halfway. This 18-minute race. Smith with the fastest lap of the race, 2:27.527. He leads by 2.3 seconds. Down the outside goes Wanstall. He retakes second place. Oh, he's clipped Jonathan Lewis there. Just clipped his front wing, and Lewis did well to hang on to that. But here comes Joe Thompson on the inside. He goes past Conor O'Brien, who had to lift off there to avoid hitting Lewis. And Thompson's going to try and get up the inside for 3rd place now. Lewis covers the line. I thought Jonathan Lewis was going to spin there coming through Riches because Wanstall moved over to complete the overtake, but he wasn't quite past him, just clipped his front corner. All this allowing Jeff Smith to escape in the lead. And a fired up Lewis ready to fight back. Coming down towards Agostini now. Meantime, here are our scholarship leaders. It's still Michael Winkworth. He's pulling away slightly from Damien Harrington now. The main battle is for 2nd in the 7s, though, with Spencer Wanstall, a whole train of cars behind him. Michael Winkworth looking good to continue his unbeaten run in the scholarship category. Who's third in scholarship? It is still Matt Ayres, ahead of Ryan Taylor and Greg Dorr. Here are the leaders in the 7 category. Now Jonathan Lewis is on the attack as they come down towards Brundle. He's going to try and go around the outside on the entry to take Spencer Wanstall for second place. And he's done it. Great fight developing between these two. He won't be too happy, Jonathan Lewis. You can see the end of his bumper is a bit bent there after that bit of contact. Fourth place, Conor O'Brien. The best heat we've seen him run so far this year. He's in good form at Silverstone. Had a few problems, though. He's attacking for a podium position. Then we've got, in 5th position, looks like Lee Roberts has come through. He's going well. Here's a battle further back. Graham Davis takes Darren Thomas. And Michael Winkworth is up with them as well. So he's up with the 7 class now. Starting to overlap. Graham Davis, vastly experienced mini racer in the yellow machine. Darren Thomas does a lot behind the scenes for the Mini 7 Club as well, driving the number 20. The Rune Speed tuned car. Here's Conor O'Brien trying his patented move at the hairpin again. This time on Spencer Wanstall, and he's done it. He's passed Lewis, he's passed Wanstall, he's up into 2nd place. This is superb from Conor O'Brien. Roberts in there as well, Croydon Fowler, and Joe Thompson is back into 7th position. So he must have had a moment somewhere. Joe Thompson, 2nd in the championship. Meanwhile, here's that fight further back. It's impossible to know where to look at the moment. But now, Winkworth has put the 2 7 class cars between him and Harrington. Well, this battle for 2nd in the 7s. Conor O'Brien is now pulling away from Jonathan Lewis, who's got ahead of Spencer Wanstall. And here comes Nick Croydon Fowler on the back of Lee Roberts. This is terrific battling for 2nd place, but it's allowing Jeff Smith to escape in the lead. He was 4.5 seconds up at the completion of lap 5. Just under 4 minutes to go. And Conor O'Brien on for his best ever finish here. Last year's scholarship champion. You can see it's trained him well. There's Jeff Smith. The General, as we know him. And here's the battle for 2nd. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them together. Lee Roberts on the inside, attacking Croydon Fowler. Holds the line. It's better to go round the outside there, because you're set up nicely for Nelson. Very easy to run wide through there if you carry too much speed out of Brundle. Jonathan Lewis trying to fight back then. Up towards the left at Murray's. Westner car length in it. Jonathan Lewis. Spencer Wanstall under fire from Nick Croydon Fowler as well. Jeff Smith over the line. Just under 3 minutes to go, so we'll get 2 more laps out of this. The gap was 4.5 seconds between first and 2nd place. It's up to 6.3 seconds now, so Smith's pulled away by another couple of seconds on that last lap. Spencer Wanstall fighting it out with Nick Croydon Fowler and Lee Roberts. Joe Thompson behind them. He'll be frustrated in there. He needs the points, challenging for the championship this year. He passes Roberts on the run down into the hairpin. Roberts fights back on the outside. And Roberts is going to go round the outside. Look at Lee Roberts, the number 4 there. He's gone round the outside of everybody at the hairpin. Bangs doors with Spencer Wanstall. There's the battle for 2nd, but it's the fight for 4th we're looking for. Wanstall has held the place. So the first 2 in this group, 2nd and 3rd place of O'Brien and Lewis, have been able to get away slightly because the other 4 are squabbling away. Wanstall has it from Croydon Fowler now because he's got past Lee Roberts is all over the place. Here comes Joe Thompson now in the number 80. Nearly gives Roberts a nudge there coming through Agostini. Andrew Devaney with the boot lid hanging loose on his car is behind them. Oh, and a bit of contact there as Thompson tried the inside run. Roberts onto the grass, and Devaney says, "Thank you very much. I'll take both of you." Roberts, I don't know whether he's got a problem there, Lee Roberts. The car is handling like a hovercraft, sliding about all over the place. even more so than these Mini 7s usually do. So whether he's got a tyre going down or something, I'm not sure. Jeff Smith certainly hasn't. He's out in front. The battle is on for second. Conor O'Brien against Jonathan Lewis. Jonathan Lewis, some sort of hand signal there inside the car. I don't know what that was all about. Is he getting frustrated with Conor O'Brien? He's got second position back again. Or has he? Or has he? Because O'Brien... Here's the battle for fourth. It's now Nick Croydon Fowler. Andrew Devaney up to fifth. One stall's gone down to sixth. I'm not sure what's happened there, because one stall suddenly lost 2 places as well. Well, they're all over the place here. We're in the closing stages now. We're on the last lap, in fact. Jeff Smith. There's one car being pushed away. Mark Chappell's car in the pit lane there. He's out of the race. We also lost Jordan Sims and Dave Rees and Darren Cox all at the start. There's the battle for second. Lewis from O'Brien. It's going to be Jeff Smith, surely, to take another win, his second of the day. 7 seconds clear, just reeling off fastest lap after fastest lap. Good to see John Coburn-Evans at least still running there after his problems in race 1. This fight's still going on for fourth position. Nick Croydon Fowler, Andrew Devaney, Spencer Wanstall and Lee Roberts. Roberts around the outside. You can see evidence of that contact with Wanstall earlier on. And Spencer's having none of it. Joe Thompson behind them. He'll be disappointed to be down in 8th position. But in these changeable, slippery conditions, he'll be happy just to get some points on the board, I would think. Up towards Williams. Wanstall flings the number 2 car in, chased by Roberts. Conor O'Brien goes to the inside. He's going to retake second place from Jonathan Lewis. They're just having a bit of fun between them now for second. It's Croydon Fowler, Devaney. Roberts to the outside again. Wanstall holds him off. Or does he? No, Roberts up the inside into Nelson. Is he going to overshoot onto the curbs? Yes, he is. Side by side. Wanstall's now got the inside line, and he retakes the place. The checkered flag will go out this time for our race leaders. Jeff Smith is all set to come through and take the win. There is the checkered flag. Jeff Smith, he ran away and hid at the front of the field. A double victory for Jeff Smith. Plenty of battles to watch down the order, though. Who is going to be second between O'Brien and Lewis? It is Conor O'Brien who takes second place. So frantic, I barely even realised it was the last lap. That was brilliant. Croydon Fowler takes fourth ahead of Devaney, Wanstall and Roberts. Joe Thompson will be disappointed with 8th place. And behind them, Joe Polly is 9th. And the scholarship class is going to be won by Michael Winkworth. He'll keep his unbeaten record alive there. The cars will head back to the paddock then. There is Michael Winkworth, another win in the scholarship class for him. He finished ahead of Damien Harrington and Matthew Ayres. Okay, the marshal's signalling them into the paddock then, and we'll head down quickly to Ian Waterhouse in a moment to speak to our race winner.
Just for us, that, just for the live stream, General Jeff makes it a double bubble here at Snetterton. I think he's going to have a big smile on his face once he gets out the car as well. We'll just let him get out. How good is it to see Jonathan Lewis as well? We spoke to him earlier in the paddock. There he is. He's from Yorkshire and he's got the job done. He's come home in second place. Wonderful, wonderful driving there. And we've got Conor O'Brien there too as well. Let's have a chat with Jeff Smith, your race winner. In fact, two-time race winner here with the Mini 7s. Wonderful stuff. In fact, we've got Jonathan here now. Let's chat to Jonathan first. It's that Yorkshire tee that he had beforehand, isn't it?
I think it was the ratchet strap around the gear stick that did it. The boys repaired it. It was a bit Brilliant. Of a bodge, but it worked.
Fantastic. Look, we spoke a little bit earlier, didn't we? We know you got pages showing some of the younger lads how it's done out there, right?
Yeah, I mean, I had a great race with that young fella there.
Yeah.
It was really good. I couldn't stay with Jeff, but I had a good battle with him.
It was great for the camera.
Great fun.
Congratulations, Jonathan. Thanks for talking to us. Here he is.
Hey, that's all right. Good close racing though.
Yeah,
Jeff, how do we slow you down? What do we have to do? Do we have to put bricks in the boot or something?
I don't know. I love Snet anyway.
Yeah.
It's a really technical circuit. There's some slow stuff, there's some fast stuff, and it's about where you compromise the car basically.
Yeah.
And I've always gone well around here. So.
What were the track conditions like?
Than it actually is.
What was the track conditions like? Because we had a little bit of rain before your race. I actually said we wouldn't want to be sat in the Mini 7s right now in this simulator.
So Joe went on to wets. I think Spencer went on wets as well. Turn 1 and 2 were really leery on slicks, but as soon as we got a bit of heat in the tyres, it wasn't so bad, and it dried up a bit. And then it came a little bit again. But no, it worked out really well in the end, didn't it?
Well, look, General Jeff, I'm going to have to let you go. That's the best horn ever. Congratulations, Conor. Just go have a quick word. Wow. You and Mr. Lewis were going toe to toe, weren't you?
Yeah.
That was fantastic stuff. Talk us through it.
Yeah, we were trying to get through the lads with the wets on, and I was only clicked about halfway through the race. They had wets on. Hang on, I can just drive off, really. It's just trying to. We did work for a bit to get away, and then after that, I just come down to the end. But I've just looked at the timing screen. It's 0006.
There was nothing on it. I was stood there watching you guys come over.
I hope I've done it.
It was magnificent racing. Yeah. This is what club racing is about. It's what Mini 7s is about.
Mate racing,
tight, close racing. It's what we want. Congratulations, Conor. Great weekend. Thank you. All right, there you go. That's your top three from the Mini 7s. Absolutely incredible stuff, wasn't it? Mr. Lewis and Mr. Conor O'Brien here going toe to toe right over the line. There was barely anything in it. Racing action continues here at Snetterton. I'm going to hand back to your commentary team for the next race.
Okay, thanks very much, Ian. And for our next race action, similarly small machines, but possibly even more spectacular, we go for our third Superkart race of the day. The kart's just about to come out on track, so I'll hand you over to their commentator, Gary James.
Okay, so folks, welcome for the final Superkart outing of the day. Slight scare 20 minutes ago. We had a bit of a rain shower come over, and obviously the worst thing for a driver is the circuit going to be wet? Is it going to be dry? But we've now got quite a lot of blue sky, still cloudy, but I think everybody has gone out on slicks and made the right decision. So we'll quickly run through the grid. As I say earlier on, that the grid for this race based on the fastest laps from race 2. So on pole position again is the 24 car of Liam Morley, joined on the front row by the 47 of Lee Harpham. Row 2, 79 Jason Dredge and 84 Matt Robinson. Row 3, 5 Ross Allen and 31 Sam Moss. Row 4, 18 Andy Waite and 0 Tom Rushforth. Row 5, 2 Carl Hume and 26 Andy Gulliford. Row 6, the first of the 250 Nationals, and it was the previous class winner, 101 Lee Plain, and he's joined by the GP car of Paul Platt. Those two had a good dice, or Paul Platt came through from the back of the grid and got a good second place, so we'll look out to see a good dice between those two in this one. Row 7 is the 127 of James Hassel and 33 Mark Newton. Row 8, 29 Tom Hatfield and his teammate, the 4 kart of Curtis Seymour. Row 9, the 20 Rob Stubbs and 12 Kevin Ridley, the first of the 450s. Row 10, 56 Michael Goff and 25 Luke Plain. Row 11 is the 57 of Mark Pask and 43 Sean Lombardo. Row 12, 35 Sam Hempshaw and 69 Costa Karitsis. Row 13 is 52 Steve Burton and the first of the 125s, that's the 23 of Clint Bridge. Row 14 is 36 Tom Baldwin and 53 Martin Marks. Row 15 is 60 Ollie Brown, 142 Peter Tilson Hawke. Row 16 number 50 John Busby and 126 Ronan McClintock. Row 17 49 Michael Parr and 62 Andy Powell. Row 18 is an all 125 row, that's the 87 of Jack Tritton and 83 Paul Von Gerard. Row 19 139 Rob Brandle and 41 Fletcher Hearn. Row 20 is the 58 Mary Howarth and joined by the 3 kart of Carl Kinsey. Now, I had a quick look at Carl Kinsey's engine after that earlier race, and to say that the front cylinder was a mess was an understatement. So not much left of pistons and conrods and God knows what in the front cylinder, but Carl Kinsey spare engine on for that one. But the Division 1 kart starting way back on the 20th row of the grid. Row 21, the 61 of Dave Hevershaw and 59 Nick Flint. Row 22, the 15 kart of Luke Clemson. Hopefully Luke has ironed out the electrical issue that's plagued him all weekend, so we'll look for the 15 kart to come through the field. He's joined on the 22nd row by the 124 of Elliot Marks, and right at the back on his own is the 133 of John Blinkin. So lights off the pace car as he brings the field around Coram for the final superkart race of the day. And Liam Morley, 3 starts, 3 pole positions. But is Lee Harpham going to get a chance to challenge for the victory in this race? Sam Moss back there on row 3, Jason Dredge row 2. And Cole Hume a bit disappointed to only be on row 5, but I think there's going to be some good scraps in the Division 1 and the 250 Nationals as they come up to the line. Lights out, where we go, and the arm goes up of Tom Rushforth, but it's the 24 of Morley that leads down into Ritchie's, chased by Harpham and the 79 of Jason Dredge, and Tom Rushforth dropped almost to the back of the field as they streamed through Ritchie's for the first time, but it's Morley again that gets the jump on everybody else. But can Lee Harpham stick with him as they go through Wilson's for the first time? Sam Moss there in 3rd place, and it's Jason Dredge as they go out of sight and down towards Palmer's and the infield section. Carl Hume up there ahead of the 5 kart of Ross Allen. So they head down towards Agostino's for the first time, and it is Morley from Harpham, Sam Moss, Jason Dredge, and then Carl Hume, Ross Allen. Looking further back, Kevin Ridley was well up there again, the 12 kart in the 450 class, as we see the 125 battle that took place earlier on between 23, the Clint Bridge, and the 36 kart of Tom Hatfield. Tom Baldwin. Same team, different name. But Morley looks as if he's made the jump as they go onto the Bentley Straight for the first time, as they stream through Williams and onto the Bentley Straight, this whole field of 45 karts. And Sam Moss, the 31 kart, looking to get a bit of a move on Lee Harpham as they dive underneath the bridge. And Ross Allen got shuffled to the back of that group by Carl Hume and Andy Waite. Andy Waite just runs it a little bit wide over the curb and allows the 5 kart of Ross Allen to grab the spot. But they just lost a little bit of ground on the 2 karts of Carl Hume ahead of them. But say the race reduced to 10 minutes this time, so 6 laps rather than 7 that we've had so far. So coming across the line for the first time, and it's Morley with Moss now in 2nd place. Then it's Lee Harpham, then it's Carl Hume, Jason Dredge, Ross Allen, Andy Waite. Then it's Lee Plain leading the 250 Nationals from James Hassel. And then side by side, that was the GP kart of Paul Platt and Tom Hatfield. Now let's keep an eye on Sam Moss, because if Sam Moss can reel in Liam Morley, this could make an interesting contest. Certainly Sam was flying at Alton Park and took away Liam Morley's existing lap record round the international circuit at Alton Park. So is Moss going to be the big challenger to Liam Morley, getting 3 wins from 3 starts through the infield section, through Hamilton and up to Oggies? And certainly Sam Moss is closing as they get to Oggies, and right on the bumper of the 24 kart as they go through Oggies, and now Williams, and now onto the Bentley straight. So I think Liam Morley is going to have a bit of a fight on his time, on his hands this time, as the time goes down to 7 minutes on this second lap. Kevin Ridley still leading the 450 class, but it's 24-31, and Moss looking for a move up the inside and takes the lead, but runs it a little bit wide on the exit, and Morley comes back at him. So Morley knows that Sam Moss is there within striking distance, and Lee Harpham still there in the mix as well, as they come round Coram to come up to complete 2 laps, and this time it's a nice 3-way battle for the lead in the Division 1 category. And out of Murray's, and it's nose to tail, and is Moss going to try and jink out and take a move as they head towards Riches? But it's Harpham that's closing up, and Moss that makes the move, and Harpham is almost 3 abreast, but yes, Moss gets through. So Sam Moss, the 31 car, takes the lead into Riches and demotes the 24 of Liam Morley down into second place. That's the first time that and Morley runs it a little bit wide, and Harpham up the inside. So now Morley gone from first to third in the space of 2 corners, and the Harpham looking very racy as they go into Palmer's, and as he got the move on the inside of Sam Moss, but Moss holds him off as they head down towards Agostini. Still the 31 car just ahead of the 47 and the 24 as they exit Agostini's into the infield. And it's 3 abreast, and Morley now looking for a move as they go towards Hamilton and down towards Oggies, and it's now Morley now back ahead and in the lead, and Sam Moss been demoted back to 3rd place as they sweep through Williams and onto the Bentley straight. And suddenly Morley got a little bit of a gap, 3 or 4 kart lengths over Lee Harpham, and Sam Moss been pushed to the back of that trio. But has Morley suddenly had a bit of a wake-up call, the fact that the other 2 drivers are in close proximity, as Moss looks for a move up the inside of Harpham. Oh, and not quite, and Harpham hangs on to that 2nd place as they go through the Nelson Brundle complex. Yes, just a little bit. So Morley just looking to gap Harpham and Moss as they come round Coram, and it will be completing effectively 3 laps and half distance. But this is a much closer fight that Liam Morley's got as he flashes across the line. 1, 2, 3, that's the 24, 47 and 31. So no change of position as they head down towards Riches. And looking further back, Carl Hume's looking quite useful there in 4th spot. And then it's Ross Allen ahead of Jason Dredge as we pick up on screen Martin Marks just ahead of Steve Burton. 2 more of the Division 1 drivers, and they're just ahead. I think that was the 57 kart of Mark Pask. And then we switch to the Parker Motorsport of Curtis Seymour, the number 4 kart. And Curtis, let's see, he's way down in the category for the 250 Nationals, down in 9th place. So Curtis Seymour not having a very good run out this time. And Luke Clemson crossing the line, the 15 karts. At least he's up and running, 25th overall on circuit. The 15 kart of Luke Clemson, 10th in class. So some encouragement for Luke Clemson coming through from the back of the grid. Tom Rushforth, the 0 kart, into pit lane and climbs out the kart. So Tom Rushforth out of this final race, as is I think another of the Parker Motorsport drivers also in pit lane. Or is that the 4 of Curtis Seymour? Looks like it is a single digit number. So 2 of the front runners from earlier on today. So the leaders coming around Coram, and Morley has got a bit of a jump over the Sam Moss, and as they come up to lap some slower karts, so it's Mary Howarth and Fletcher Hearn, but Morley gets through both of them safely out of the way, and Moss and Harpham side by side as they negotiate slower traffic, and who's it going to be into Riches, and Harpham flashes round the outside and takes that second place, and poor old Sam had to jink out as that as they go either side of a 450 going down towards Wilson's. That was a bit of a fright, but all drivers still safely on circuit, and Harpham now up into that second spot, but Sam Moss running a lot better in this one. As they had the gearing wasn't correct earlier on, lost the third gear, that's his cause of his retirement in the earlier race today, but certainly Sam Moss out there and flying as the leaders encounter more traffic through the infield section. So Morley and Harpham down to Oggies, and they've dropped Sam Moss, I say, who's lost a bit of ground getting through that traffic, and then it's it's Carl Hume, Ross Allen, and that's Jason Dredge battling now quite close for fourth spot. 1 minute 26 on the clock, so 4 laps completed. As the 101 of Lee Plain leading the 250 national class again, with Paul Platt, the GP, up into second place in the category, ahead of Tom Hatfield and James Hassel. And it's the GP car off the circuit, and in fact there's several karts off the circuit. That's the GP of Paul Platt, and I think that was also the 127 of James Hassel. So 3 or 4 karts going off the circuit. So I wonder if there's been liquid dropped off the circuit. That looks as if it's Williams coming onto the Bentley straight, and that's quite a strange place. And another car, that's Sam Hempshaw, has also gone off on the grass. So I suspect that there's something possibly on the circuit that's caused 3 or 4 karts to go off, but the GP car of Paul Platt, lying second in the 250 national class, has pulled off, and a strange place to head across the grass as the 4 kart of Curtis Seymour gets pushed away back into the paddock. But we're on the final lap, and let's see what happened there. So I think there was, well, it seemed a bit odd. Paul Platt was already off, then James Hassel joined him on the grass, and I say, with the amount of rain that we'd had earlier on, it doesn't help you to slow down once you get on that grass. So we look out for the 24 kart of Liam Moyer. Sam Hempshaw, say, got back on circuit, crosses the line, and trying to pick up as Jack Tritton in the 125 crosses the line. But I think this is Morley coming round into Murray's for the final time, and Lee Harpham a little bit closer as they come up to the flag being readied, but it's 3 starts, 3 wins for the 24 kart of Liam Morley. Second place again to the 47 of Lee Harpham. Sam Moss gets third place, and then we get this scrap for fourth place, and it's the 2 car of Carl Hume gets it ahead of 5 Ross Allen and 79 Jason Dredge, and then a big gap, and we'll look further back to see if we can pick up the 101 of Lee Plain, as 26 Andy Gullifer gets another good finish ahead of his old rival from the 450 days. That's Andy Waite. Those 2 guys used to race the 450s, but now competing in the Division 1 category. So that's 7th and 8th for Gulliford and Andy Waite. And here comes the 101 of Lee Plain. So that's 2 wins now, that having finished second for a whole season last year, and now 2 races and 2 wins. So another great result for Lee Plain. We'll just try and pick up who's going to get second in, and it could, looking at the screen from the previous lap, it looks like it's not going to be Luke Plain, or is it? So yes, it is. It's the 25 kart of Luke Plain. So the brothers get first and second in the 250 national class. Michael Goff, both arms in the air, quite pleased with third place in the 250 Nationals. Then it's Tom Hatfield ahead of James Hassel, who'd managed to get back on track, obviously losing time on the grass. But another great result for Liam Morley in a fastest lap of 48.675. So still a bit off of lap record pace. Good to see Luke Clemson gets a finish at last, 7th in class and 15th overall. So we'll see if we can get a quick word with some of the drivers, but we'll keep fingers crossed on that. But another cracking superkart race.
Well, we had another cracking Superkarts race, and as if by magic, here he is, Gary Jones. You're going to do a couple of interviews, aren't you, chat to some of the drivers?
They said they weren't going to do it, but we will.
Yeah, go ahead, yeah, absolutely. I think we're going to go back through.
Right, so we'll try and catch
Gary, yeah.
some of the drivers after that one.
Yeah.
Liam Morley, I'll keep it brief because we've chatted so often already this afternoon, but all I can say is 3 starts, 3 wins, great day.
Yeah, brilliant. And all on one set of tyres, so even better still. So, yeah, good weekend.
Well done, Liam.
Okay, well, a very brief chat with Liam Morley there. Thanks, Gary. I think the drivers have been called away for some reason there. Can we... I think we can hand back down.
Well, you can't ask for anything better, could you? It's, I just... Yeah, from the start I just was on it.
Cool.
Didn't look back, didn't know where any of them were. I just stayed focused and just driving as hard as I could. And and then I come in and looks behind me and I'm like, Jesus.
Well, I think something happened over the back because it came up on the screen. I don't know if something was dropped on the circuit because Paul Platt went off, James Hassel went off, Sam Hempshire went off. So you managed to avoid it.
Well, yeah, as I come round, I seen 3 of them all sliding off, and I almost went 2, and I just downed it again, kept it.
A couple of problems with our interview camera down in the pits there. Apologies there. Next up, it is our final Caterham race of the day, which is a second race for the Sigmax and Sigma 135 categories. This is scheduled to be a 20-minute race. And this is a split grid again, with the Sigmax going off first, and after a 10-second delay, the Sigma 135. So we'll give you the grid. It's based on the second fastest times in the qualifying session earlier. In pole position, we have, for the Sigmax group, we have number 28, Harry Senior. Dominant win for him earlier on. Starting alongside number 25, Stephen Clark. Second row, 72, Glenn Burtonshaw, and number 24 of Ben Winrow. And on row 3, 117 Ollie Gibson and number 16 Simon Griffiths. The 4th row 71 Adam Bettinson and number 82 Matt Willoughby. Row 5 number 9 Neil Sturgis and 33 Gareth Cordy. Row 6 119 Andrew Sager and number 6 Stephen Arnold. Row 7 43 Nigel Smith and 91 Charlie Cahill. And on row 8 on his own number 8 Peter Marsh. Then there's a gap, and then we've got the, starting from row 11, we've got the Sigma 135s. Pole position for them, number 50, James McCall, alongside 62, David Reed, the earlier winner. The 12th row of the grid, number 73, Dan Clayfan, and number 60, Alaric Barney. 13th row, 68, Mark Noiro, and 142, Ian Fortescue. On row 14, 29, Alistair Curry, and 77, Robin Webb. The 15th row, 34, Neil Evans, and 95, Alistair Melton. The 16th row, 90, Andy Cooper, and 100, Stuart Hatzel. The 17th row, 12, Paul Gardner, and 57, Simon White. And the final row, 13 of Merton Wood, and 89, Michael Seagal. A couple of carts just being cleared away, especially from up at Williams. I'm not sure what happened there. I think Paul Platt must have dropped some fluid when he pulled off in the GP car, and everybody else just went skittling everywhere behind him. It looked rather comical, but I'm sure it wasn't for the drivers involved. I hope everyone's okay. Well, thank you very much to Gary James for taking us through the Superkarts today. 2 more races to go after this. So we've got the Junior Saloon Cars for their second race of the day. That will be 12 minutes plus 1 lap. So 12 minutes, not 15, plus a lap. So a slightly reduced race there. And then we will have the final race for the Britcar Endurance Championship Trophy category. Hope you're all still enjoying the action. How many viewers do we have via YouTube? We've got nearly 700 of you. Similar number of likes. Thanks to all of you for your comments, for your subscriptions to the British Automobile Racing Club. Do subscribe, give the stream a like, and save the playlist of BARC Live to follow me and everyone else on BARC TV. Marshall's on the grid then, as out come the Caterhams. So Harry Senior, a runaway winner in the first race. There he is, the grey car with the red stripe. And the blue car, Stephen Clark, moving up from Superkarts. Glenn Burtonshaw in green, and we've got Ben Winrow in red and yellow, looking to add to Jamie's victory earlier on in the Sigma 150s. Ollie Gibson, the red car with the white and gold stripe. In white is Simon Griffiths. He was well involved earlier on. Behind them, Adam Bettinson, the grey car. He's got Matt Willoughby's red machine alongside him. Well, Harry Senior, the championship leader, 2 wins out of 3 this year so far. Ben Winrow was the other winner at Alton Park. In Sigma 135, 2 wins for David Reed and 1 for James McCall. They've been inches apart in all 3 races held so far this season. Marshall's getting them into line. So the car's being positioned by the marshals down there. Does that mean we're not going to get a green flag lap? No, we're not. The green flag is waving at the back, so no green flag lap. We're going straight in with the race by the look of things. Marshals clearing at the back, just waiting to confirm that, waiting to see if the red lights do come on, or whether the cars are going to be sent off for a green flag lap. So I'm not sure. I saw a green flag waving there at the rear of the grid, which may mean we will not get a green flag lap. We're just waiting for confirmation. We are going to get a green flag lap, so bit of confusion on my part there. Sorry about that. And off they go. Entertaining race for the minor placings earlier on as Harry Senior dominated. The main action was in the Sigma 135s, with that battle between James McCall and David Reed. David out dragging James out of the final corner to the line. Circuit's still slightly slippery out there. Let's hope they don't get caught out like their cousins in the Sigma 150s did earlier on by the weather. So can anyone stop Harry Senior at the front of the field? He looks to extend his championship lead. Same with David Reed in the second group, the Sigma 135s. Caterham Graduates have used Vauxhall and Rover K-Series 1600 engines in the past, now are all Ford-powered. '77 there, that's Robin Webb. Michael Seagal at the back, the white and red car, number 89. Any one of about 8 cars I could take the overall win in this one, I reckon. Or will we see Harry Senior charge away in front again? The fourth and final Caterham race of the day. And the last race with a split grid today as well, of course. So the second group started with the wave of the flag. Will Stephen Clark bring a surprise here from the outside the front row, number 25? Watch for Ben Winrow as well, the red and yellow car. Will he get a run down the outside here towards Riches for the first time? Last couple of cars just rolling into line, the Sigma 135 grid. Michael Seagal at the back in 89. Green flag is waved at the back of the grid, waiting for the red lights to come on. The Caterham Graduates, Sigmax and Sigma 135s, the final Caterham race of the day. The red lights are on. And off they go. Quite a long hold there. Away we go down towards Riches for the first time. 10-second wait, and then the Sigma 135s will join in. The Sigmax pack headed by Harry Senior makes a perfect start, goes to the outside, takes the line for Riches. Stephen Clark in second, Simon Griffiths up into third position from the third row of the grid. Good start by him. They're going down towards Wilson Hairpin for the first time with the championship leader, Harry Senior, out front. Stephen Clark in second. Now here come the Sigma 135s from further back. Bit of a slow start for Merton Wood. Somebody running wide in there. That was the number 6, not sure who that was, actually, the green car there. May have been Glenn Burtonshaw. We'll confirm that in a moment as the Sigma 135s head through towards the hairpin. It's David Reed who has made the start ahead of James McCall. They start to sort themselves out behind. They're all round the hairpin okay. There are your leaders. It is Harry Senior who heads the pack ahead of Stephen Clark. Third place is the 16 of Griffiths. Somebody going off there at the back. That's the 91, Charlie Cahill. He lost his nose cone in race 1 and now has an off at Agostini first time through. Leaders heading up towards Williams corner. Harry Senior, perfect start for him. Leads the way from Clark, Griffiths, Winrow. In 5th place, Oliver Gibson. The rest of them go through behind. Adam Bettinson in 6th position. A much better start than he made in race 1. Was mired in the pack all the way through. Start to fan out and sort themselves out. Down towards Brundle for the first time. Glenn Burtonshaw it was who ran wide on the first lap there. He's back behind the 33 car there. That's of Gareth Cordy. Reliable runner for many years in this series, Gareth Cordy. There's Ben Winrow in the 24, chased by Ollie Gibson. That's for 4th place. Thought Ben might get a run down the outside into the first corner, but it wasn't to be. It's Senior who leads. Griffiths has come through into 2nd place. He's taken Stephen Clark. Matt Willoughby in 6th, now ahead of Bettinson, then Cordy. Burtonshaw is down to 9th. So it was him who ran wide at the hairpin for the first time through. Simon Griffiths, the big winner on the first lap there. He's up 4 places into 2nd position. Round the outside there goes Alaric Barney, takes the 68 car of Mark Navarro in the battle in the Sigma 135 cars. Number 100 there is Stuart Hatzel. We saw him have a spin in race 1. So they start to sort themselves out then. The Sigmax already into their 2nd lap. Over the line they go. David Reed leads from James McCall. It's Tim Clayfan in 3rd place in the number 73 car. Look at this, almost 4 abreast here into Rich's corner. Round the outside comes the number 34. That is Neil Evans. Very close indeed there in the midfield of the Sigmas, the 135s. Any daring moves at the hairpin here. Moving up on the outside is Stuart Hatzel, chasing Alaric Barney in the number 60 machine. 95 ahead of them is Alistair Melton. It's David Reed who has the lead, renewing his season-long battle so far with James McCall. Here's a battle further forward. That's Adam Bettinson ahead of Gareth Cordy for 7th position overall, I should say. Here come your leaders, and have we had a change there? Yes, Simon Griffiths has taken the lead, but here comes Harry Senior fighting back around the outside into Brundle. Can Griffiths hold him off? Yes, he can. So Simon Griffiths has taken over at the front of the Sigmax category. Stephen Clark in 3rd place, then it's Ben Winrow and Ollie Gibson. Through the bomb hole they go. Simon Griffiths, can he take his first win of the season? He's 3rd in the points behind Senior and Ben Winrow at the moment in the Sigmax division. Through towards Murray's for the 2nd time. First 3 have broken away. Ben Winrow in 4th place, and it's Gibson. Matt Willoughby is in 6th. Here are the Sigmas. Going for the inside there, the 95. That's Alistair Melton attacking 68, Mark Naro, the club chairman. Here come the leaders. Harry Senior on the outside. Is he going to get round into Riches? No, again Simon Griffiths late on the brakes. This is good driving by Simon Griffiths on a slightly slippery track. Almost alongside him on the outside there as they come down into the hairpin. Look at Stephen Clark closing up as well in the 25 car. And Ollie Gibson has got through into 4th place there, past Ben Winrow, I notice, as well. So battle is joined in Sigmax this time. Round Palmer they go. It's clipping the curb on the inside. Matt Willoughby in 6th place. Then there's a gap back to 7th. That's Gareth Cordy ahead of Glenn Burtonshaw. Adam Bettinson's lost a couple of spots in there as well. And Griffiths, if anything, is increasing his lead here. Doesn't want to run wide. As I say, that just puts a wheel up onto the curb. That's allowing Harry Senior to close back in car number 28. Steve Clark still there in 3rd place. And now Harry Senior can sense a chance to slipstream, perhaps as they go to the Bentley Straight. I don't think you'll get him at Williams, unless Griffiths runs wide again. Swing their way through the right-hander. Stephen Clark's lurking there as well. First half doesn't have broken away. Here's Battle joined in the Sigma 135s as well. It's the same two out in front. There's Dan Clayfan, 3rd in the class. But it's James McCall who has once again taken the lead from David Reed. Every lap this season they've been swapping places. And talking of swapping places, Harry Senior up the inside. He takes the lead into Brundle of the Sigmax category. And Clark's going to have a go at Simon Griffiths as well. It could be 5 soon because Ollie Gibson and Ben Winrow are there behind them too. Through the bomb hole they go. Coming towards Coram. Harry Senior back out in front. Through towards Murray's. 13.5 minutes of this race to go. Slightly reduced in length because of a bit of time congestion. Oh, and somebody has lost a wheel. That's up on the end of the Bentley Straights. That's a tyre that's come off. I hope that rolls to a position of safety. That's going to win if it goes much quicker. Through the escape road. Look out. Oh, straight through the middle. Beautifully done. Now, who does that belong to? The car has stopped at the end of the Bentley Straights there. I didn't see who it was, unfortunately, so we'll pick that up shortly. Cart's dropped down the timing screen is Gareth Cordy, so it might be him. Let's shed a wheel there. Yes, it is Gareth Cordy. I can confirm. He's dropped right down the timing screen, so he's out. Meantime, the lead is with Simon Griffiths. We'll try and get a replay of what happened there, whether it was contact or whether the wheel just parted company. Gareth Cordy's orange car. And there we see it. Oh, he's slowed up. The wheel had obviously been coming loose. He felt the damage and he tried to slow up and park it, and then or limp it back to the pits, and then the wheel just parted company. And that's a show of how fast you're going down the Bentley Straight, because the wheel continues. It's just missed the escape road there. He's trying to find the escape road. Look. Is it going to make it through the middle? Just. Good avoiding action there by some of the Sigma 135s. Great stuff. Anyway, just under 12 minutes of this race to go then. And the race leaders are heading into Brundle once again. Simon Griffiths is still leading the Sigmax category ahead of Harry Senior. Meantime, here are the Sigma 135s. It's James McCall in front ahead of David Reed. They're never more than about 6 feet apart on track, these two. That's the 91 of Charlie Cahill, our newcomer in the Sigmax, being taken by the quicker 135 runners. That's Dan Clayfan, 3rd in that category, and Ian Fortescue, number 142, behind him. They pass Gareth Cordy's stranded car out of the race, 3 wheels on his Caterham. Here are the leaders in the Sigmax. Harry Senior around outside retakes the lead as they head down towards Riches. He slipstreamed Simon Griffiths and takes the lead back again. 3rd is Steve Clark. Down towards the hairpin. Battle is really joined between these two now. The grey car of Harry Senior, the white car with the yellow wheels, that's Simon Griffiths. The man from Chesterfield. Up towards Palmer, round the left-hander. It's Ollie Gibson up to 3rd. He's got ahead of Stephen Clark when it's Ben Winrow. These 5 have broken away slightly now, and Griffiths is lining up Harry Senior for another attack as Clark has a look to the inside, but Ben Winrow's there as well. He's going to try and go around the outside into Agostini. Senior holds his lead, looking for win number 3 of the season. A win and a second at Alton Park behind Ben Winrow in the second race. 10 minutes to go, so we're up to half distance. Down to Williams. Out onto the back straights. Oliver Gibson in third. Winrow fourth. Clark is down to fifth. Now, what's Simon Griffiths going to do this time? He goes to the left. Trying to take the lead back again from Harry Senior. Can he get the line away? Is he going to be later on the brakes here into the Brundle corner? He certainly is. Retakes the lead from Harry Senior. Round they go to the right over the curbs. Oliver Gibson's closing up as well. The red car there with the gold stripe. Simon Griffiths still hanging on. Round Corham they come towards Murray's. 5 cars line astern now for the lead. And Ollie Gibson is in attacking mode. We'll look at the lap times as they come through. He did the fastest lap of the race last time through. 2 minutes 10.183. So Gibson is the car to watch. Side by side for the lead. Look at this. Senior on the inside. Griffiths on the outside. Now, which side are they going to be as they reach the corner? They're going to switch here. Here comes Gibson. He's going to go to the inside and he's going to take second position. He goes past Ollie Gibson, but it was Ben Winrow who did the fastest lap that time through. 2:09.894. So Winrow could be one to watch. They're really closing up on each other and starting to slipstream here. Gibson round the outside on Griffiths. They throw the cars through the hairpin. Winrow is there in fourth. Clark hanging on to them in the blue car, number 25. But if anything, Senior has escaped a little bit there. Meantime, here's a battle further back. The 43 of Nigel Smith and 119, that's Andrew Sager. They're battling for 11th place. Here are the leaders. Down towards Agostini. Senior, Griffiths, Gibson, Winrow, and Clark. A little further behind them is Matt Willoughby, number 82. Down towards Hamilton, then on to Oggies. Through the right-hander at Williams. A little more spread out this time, so will we see any slipstreaming or will it be all on the brakes into the next corner? There's a back marker ahead of them as well. That's the number 13 of Merton Wood, I think. Local driver from Norwich. He'll get the blue flag toward him. The leaders are coming. Still your leader, Harry Senior. Griffiths and Gibson behind him. Still slightly damp, you can see that. Through the bomb hole. The back marker moves to the inside to let the leaders come through. That's good driving by Merton Wood. Ben Winrow did the fastest lap last time through, the red and yellow, number 24. Let's see if he can attack here on the run down the Senna straight towards Rich's corner. Here they come. They start to fan out once again. And he does attack. He goes through Ben Winrow into third place. He's taken Ollie Gibson. Still Senior and Griffiths together for the lead. Through Rich's corner they go. Just between these 5 at the front. They've dropped Matt Willoughby. Yeah, he is a bit further back, 3.5 seconds away now. It's Burton Shaw 7th, Bettinson 8th, Arnold is 9th, and Neil Sturgis, number 9, is 10th. Here's the battle for the lead in Sigma 135. David Reed is back in front. He's 14th overall, ahead of James McCall. Fortescue is 3rd. That's Dan Clayfan with the orange roll cage back into 4th place. They're well ahead of their opposition here. There you go, over the line. It's Reed from McCall by 0.3 of a second. So McCall will be ready to fight back on this lap. I said earlier, you can tie them together with a piece of elastic, these two. They just constantly yo-yo their positions between the two of them. Into the right-hand hairpin at Wilson's. The black car with the red and yellow stripes, David Reed from St Ormskirk in the northwest. Chased by James McCall from Thatcham. The Sigmax leaders heading into Brundle, and Simon Griffiths has got the lead back again, I can tell you. There he is. Simon Griffiths has retaken it. And Ben Winrow in third place is shadowing Harry Senior now, so it's getting really interesting with 5 minutes of the race to go. Senior to the outside at Coram. That's never going to work, surely, unless he can get the line away from Murray's. I don't think he's going to do it. No, he bobs back in behind Simon Griffiths. There's still 5 of them line astern. Gibson 4th, Clark 5th. Here they come towards the line then. They start to fan out once again. Look at this side-by-side. Senior and Griffiths together, and Ben Winrow is lurking in the slipstream. So is Ollie Gibson. They could be 4 wide here, heading into Riches. This is going to be good. Look at Ben Winrow up the outside. He could take all of them here. Senior back in front. Winrow is going to go into second. I think no. Griffiths moves across on him, and Gibson to the inside. This is going to be interesting into the hairpin. Here they come. Get on the brakes, guys. Side by side for third. Gibson somehow avoids the back of Griffiths' car, and he's taken Winrow for third place. This is excellent stuff for the lead of the Caterham Sigmax division. The Sigma 135s further back. Still the fight going on between McCall and Reed. Here they come towards Agostini. Still Harry Senior looking for win number 3 this season to extend his championship lead. But Simon Griffiths, third in the championship coming into this weekend, wants his first win of the year. Ben Winrow looking for his second. He's down in 4th behind Ollie Gibson. Gibson 4th in the championship race, and Stephen Clark is 5th. So the top 5 in points, all in this battle for the lead of the race. Up towards Oggies. Don't very often see overtakes made there. 3.5 minutes to go, so a couple of laps left. Swing their way through Williams. Still Harry Senior, number 28, with the lead. What's going to happen as they come down into Brundle Corner this time? And on to Nelson. There's a back marker there. This could throw a spanner into the works. That's Michael Seagal, the number 89. Griffiths to the inside. He's going to go through at Brundle. He's done it. Retakes the lead from Harry Senior. That's where Griffiths is stronger. And then Harry Senior will zap him, probably coming down into Riches again. That's the theme of this race. Griffiths takes the lead at Brundle as the back marker gets out of the way there, and then Harry Senior takes it back at the start of the next lap. Here's a battle in the midfield meanwhile. Scraps all the way down the order, 68 in there. That's Mark Naro chasing the 95 of Alistair Melton. 34 behind them is Neil Evans. This is further back in the Sigma 135 division. Alaric Barney and Robin Webb in there as well. Nigel Smith still continuing his fight with Andrew Sager. Here's the lead fight. They're almost 3 wide. Look at this going into Rich's corner. Where the heck did Oliver Gibson come from? He was in 4th place at the end of the lap. He's just briefly taken the lead. Can he hold it into the hairpin? Oh, through the middle there. 3 wide into the hairpin. That's never going to work. It has worked. Somehow Griffiths has come out with the lead. Gibson second. Senior's down to third. This is superb. I think we're on the last lap now as well. We'll wait and see whether the checkered flag comes out this time, whether they're going to do 1 lap. I want this race to go on for another hour, the way they're going at the front of the field here. To the inside, Harry Senior. Ben Winrow way to the inside. He's on the grass there, almost. Stephen Clark has a piece. Griffiths has gone wide on the exit there. He's going to lose the lead, surely. Gibson's going to lead this race for the first time. Senior's there on the inside. Griffiths will go down to third. He's lost momentum there. He's going to go down to 4th because he's run wide again at Hamilton's. He's back to the back of the group because Winrow has come through as well. I can't keep up with this. Coming through the right-hander at Oggies, it's Oliver Gibson now, 117, the Londoner, who leads the way. Harry Senior in second place. Stephen Clark is up into third place. Well, Simon Griffiths' tyres will be dirty now after that excursion on the exit of Agostini. He's got to try and fight back now. Oliver Gibson, brilliant down the home straight there, the centre straight, but can he hold it? Because here comes Harry Senior. He retakes the lead. Little bit of a lock-up there. He's got to be careful not to carry too much speed into Nelson, or he's going to run wide onto the curbs. He controls it very nicely indeed. He's back in the lead. He's got to hold it, though, as they come onto the centre straight for the final time. There's just over 30 seconds on the clock. They might get 1 more lap out of this. Up towards Murray's they go, onto the brakes. Senior from Gibson. Oh, Gibson sideways. He's going to go off onto the grass on the outside. That's going to lose him his chance to slipstream for the lead. No checkered flag, so the last lap board is out. 1 more lap to go. Just a few seconds left as they cross the line. Senior from Clark, Griffiths, and there's Gibson. He's back down to 5th again. My goodness. Here comes Stephen Clark. He can sense a chance now to try and attack for the lead. He goes second ahead of Simon Griffiths. Then it's Ben Winrow. What's going to happen into the hairpin? I can hardly watch. Here they come. Stephen Clark holds that second place, but Senior's starting to get away again. It's so slippery out there. They're struggling to really go for it and attack. The battle in Sigma 135 is still between Reed and McCall. They're all over each other further back in the order. We'll pick them up when we can, but it's just so exciting up front at the moment with the 5 leaders. Or 4 leaders now, because Oliver Gibson's dropped back after that excursion coming out of Murray's. Simon Griffiths sideways there as he comes into Agostini. He's pushing so hard. I don't think, though, they're going to catch Harry Senior now. He's got the break as a result of that little contretemps coming through Murray's last time through. Here they come round Oggies. Stephen Clark going well up there in second. That'll be his best result of the season so far if he can hang on ahead of Simon Griffiths. This has been Caterham racing at its best here at Snetterton today. Down they come. Stephen Clark's not finished yet. They're coming towards Brundle for the final time. Nor is Simon Griffiths up on the outside. Senior is safe at the front, but who is going to be second? Oh, he's sideways, a bit sideways there, Senior. Griffiths is there. Clark goes wide over the curbs. Ben Winrow's not finished yet either. This is going to go right to the finish line. And they'll all be hoping that Harry Senior has a bit of a slip up on the last corner as well and make it 5 for the lead as they cross the line. It's an incredible race from the Caterham Graduates Sig Max division. We'll look back at the Sigma 135s when we can. So much going on at the front of the field at the moment. They're coming up towards the checker flag now. It is going to be Harry Senior in car number 128. Here he comes. There's the checker flag. What a superb race that was. Senior wins it. Punches the air as he crosses the line. Griffiths second. A photo finish for third. It was Clark who just got there by 0.04 of a second ahead of Winrow, and Ollie Gibson fifth. Matt Willoughby is sixth, and we'll try and pick up on the leaders in the Sigma 135 division if we can. Here they are, David Reed ahead of James McCall. They're coming down towards the bomb hole and Coram for the last time. There's the bomb hole. Now, can James McCall snatch a win this time? He was beaten on the line by David Reed in race 1. This is for the Sigma 135 division victory. These two, well, the whole season so far, they haven't been separated by more than 6 foot on track at any time. Look at McCall here sliding as he tries to get up the inside. He can't quite do it. He's got to try and slipstream him on the run to the line. Can he get past David Reed here? Reed will try and keep his championship lead. Here they come. James McCall will bob out of the slipstream. They're going to finish side by side again. It's another photo finish. I think Reed has just held it. We'll have to go to the timing screen for that one. Yes, Reed got it by 0.039 of a second. It doesn't get much better than that, ladies and gents. That was Caterham Racing at its best. Well done to the Caterham Graduates Racing Club, and thank you very much indeed to all of their drivers for a wonderful show this weekend. I need to pause for breath, so I'm going to hand down to Ian Waterhouse in Park Ferming.
Oh, okay, everybody. And Bream having heart palpitations after that. That was since Harry. Do you want a hand? Do you need a hand? How hard did you have to fight for that one? My word, chop and change. I've never seen a race like it. It was one of the best races of the century, I think. That was.
I think I said after in the first race, the second one was going to be a bit harder, and yeah.
Not half.
Yeah, no, it was. Whoa.
But you held it together. It was just constant battle after battle after battle. You must be drained, are you?
Yeah, I mean, the amount of times I thought I was just in a 2-horse race, and going into turn 1, suddenly we're 4 abreast, and I got lucky at the end though. With I built just a little bit of a gap. Yeah. And then was able to just hold them off.
Look, Harry, incredible. I don't know what else to say. Incredible racing. Well done. Congratulations, Harry Senior, double bubble. Simon. I mean, that was, I've got to say, I know for you, you're in the middle of the car, you're in the middle of it. Watch it back. It was one of the best races we've ever had the pleasure of filming. You almost had him as well.
Yeah, it was there, to be honest, mate. I got tangled up with Stephen on last lap into the first corner on last lap, and that messed it up from there on in.
Yeah.
My fault, but we'll go again.
Where's the advantage? I mean, you know, certainly at Snetterton, was it an advantage to be in second at times, knowing you're coming onto the straight?
Yeah, it's all about a game of chess in Caterham's. With the slipstream, you've got to be in the right place at the right time. Unluckily, I didn't do that right today, but...
Although, having said that, it just shows the measure of how good a driver you are to be disappointed with actually a pretty very good weekend, I would say.
It's all good fun, though. It was fantastic fun.
It was superb racing, so it really was. Congratulations as well. Let me grab Stephen as well. Stephen right in the mix, wasn't he? Hang on, is that my heart rate still going now? I don't know if mine's going fast. What's yours going like?
Yeah, I mean that's Caterham racing. You know, that's why we're here, chopping and changing places 3-4 times a lap. Everyone's on the same pace. We almost took the fight to Harry, but
well, you were in fifth for a bit, weren't you? And I actually was up in the Cosmos watching the race, and I said I fancy Stephen Clark for this in fifth. I think he could do it, and then you got third, so you know, pretty happy. It was great. Congratulations anyway, well done. Magnificent racing. That's your top three in the Sigmax class, so we must just give big mention as well to the 135 class. Magnificent racing again by Reed and McCall, wasn't it? But we are going to have to get back because we have the final Junior Saloon Car Championship race coming up any second now. So I hand you back over to Dave Goddard to talk you through the action.
Yes, thanks very much indeed to Ian there. Well done to the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. Once again, thanks to all their sponsors and to all their drivers as well. So the Junior Saloon Cars out to their second race. This will be 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Just double check that. Yes, 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Slightly shorter race than planned. And the grid is based on the results of the earlier race. It would have been the second fastest times in qualifying, but those of you who were watching yesterday will know qualifying was rained off. So the grid reads like this. In pole position, it is number 55 of Charlie Hand, alongside number 600, Ruben Hage. Second row, 80, Aaron Walker, and number 40, Matthew Cripps. Good charge through the field from him in race 1. The third row, number 28, Louis Hansel, and 34 of Tommy Gillam. Louis Hansel was the top rookie in race 1. On the fourth row, 54, Harvey Caton, and 46, Harry Hickton. The fifth row, 22, Ashley Gregory, first of the girls, alongside number 16, Jacob Heap. The sixth row, 322, that's Jamie Petters and number 8, Harry Rice. The seventh row, 30 of Jamie Good and 66, Ollie Handley. The eighth row, treble 3, Adam Harding and 63, Chloe Grant. On the ninth row, 23, Arwen Graham and 754, that's Alfie Jeekins. The 10th row, 57, Ben Carter and 59, CJ Morgan. The 11th row, 92, Adam Parker, 77, Travis Chapman. On the 12th row, 87, Deegan Fairclough, and 98, Oliver Cotton. They failed to finish race 1. Hopefully we'll see them back out here. Behind them, 260, James Wallace, and 29, Scott Sumpton. Hopefully James has repaired that damage from race 1. At the back, number 19, Rhys Blakely on row 14. There is a short pause at the moment because Gareth Cordy's Caterham, missing a wheel, is being recovered. He has gone and fetched his wheel back, so, well, they're expensive. Let's put that back on the car now. Professional recovery operation here from D&G Assist. Interesting to see how the marshals and the recovery teams do their work. A bit of an insight here. Caterham will be lifted onto the flatbed and taken back to the paddock before our penultimate race of the day, the Junior Saloon Cars. Then our final race is going to be the Britcar Trophy category, the Goodyear Britcar Endurance Championship Trophy class. Well, the lifting straps put on the roll cage of the Caterham there. And Gareth will hitch a lift, literally, back to the paddock. Meantime, these identical Citroen Saxos are on the grid. Charlie Hand on pole position, looking for win number 3 this season. Dominated the first race. How far did he finish ahead in the end? Let's have a look. Nearly over 16 seconds he won by in the end, ahead of Ruben Hayes in the number 600 Cup. Of course, the result was put back after Deegan Fairclough's retirement brought out the red flag in race 1, as there's a flying Caterham being lifted onto the flatbed. And while we wait for that Caterham to be recovered, we've got some interviews with some of our junior saloon car competitors.
Right, here we are with Travis Chapman. Travis, quite a bit of drama there in race 1. What happened out there?
Well, just kept twitching it into the wrong gear in all the critical situations.
Yeah.
Because we put a new gearbox in and it's a bit tighter than the one before and I hadn't driven it with it yet. So I kept if it's third, kept going to fifth, and then fourth into second into fifth. Yeah. But yeah.
But it's a learning curve, isn't it? You're going to learn from it. We have another race coming up today, this afternoon. It's not too far away now. Think you're going to get on top of it quickly?
Hopefully. I was learning towards the end. It was getting a lot better towards the end, but just lost everyone. So yeah. Hopefully the second race will be better.
Good man. That's what I like to hear. Good positive attitude. There we go. Travis Chapman there. Right, here we are with Ashley Gregory. Ashley, that was some race, wasn't it? What was it like behind the wheel out there?
It varied, lots of traffic, but got through it all and
it's good race in the end, wasn't it? 27 cars or so out there. Is it a bit of hustle and bustle? Can you find a rhythm, or is it constantly looking what's in front and looking what's behind?
It's more what's in front, what's behind, what's next, because everyone's so close, it's just head down and keep where you are.
Head down, keep going. Yeah. Race 2 coming up as well, not too long to go. What's the action plan? Is there a battle plan for this?
Starting 9th, so it's just see what we can do, see if we can get up a few more places. Started 12th last time, so up 3, so see if we can do the same again.
That's what we want to see on the TSL. We want to see a green arrow going up. That's what we want, don't we? Ashley, best of luck, and we'll see you out for race 2. Thank you so much, Ashley Gregory. Right, so I'm down here with Harry Rice. Harry, that was an exciting race, wasn't it? Enticing race. What was it like behind the wheel, mate?
Very close. I started at the back, obviously, because qualifying was cancelled. Yeah. So I started right at the back. Probably after the first 2 to 3 laps, I passed around 5 to 6 cars, and then me being a bit silly, I messed up the first corner and lost all the places again. So across the last half of the race, mainly I was playing catch up really, but a good fun race because overtakes are made. Yeah. So on to race 2.
It's a good way to learn a bit of racecraft, actually, isn't it? If you're kind of a bit further down the back.
It is really, yeah, because if you're at the front, every car's quite similarly paced. Yeah. So it's all about just sort of keeping out of mistakes and just keeping it pinned, really, to be honest with you. But the mid pack and at the back of the hill is mainly just trying to pick your moments to overtake the cars in front of you. So
good man. Race 2 coming up now, Harry. What's the battle plan?
Coming up, I should be starting a bit further up than I have in race 1. So we'll just see how it goes, really. Just try and get into the top 8 from 17th on the grid in race 1 up to 8th. I think it'll be a good weekend.
Fantastic. Top man, Harry Rice there. Thank you very much. Right, it is time for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Time for race 2. God, it's going to be exciting. It's going to be dramatic if it's anything like race 1. I can't wait for it. I'm going to hand over to your commentator, Dave Goddard, who is really going to enjoy the action as much as I am.
The cars are heading round on their green flag lap then for the second race of the day for the Junior Saloon cars, the identical Citroën Saxo VTRs, all 1600cc. Close racing in the midfield in the first race, but it was Charlie Hand who ran away and hid rather at the front of the field. Alongside him is Ruben Hage, number 600 in the Gardex 600 car. Aaron Walker and Matthew Cripps on the second row. Matthew Cripps, I reckon, could be one to watch here. He's in the midfield in the first meeting at Cadwell Park. Charged through from the midfield on the grid to finish 4th in race 1. He started 14th. So let's see what he can do from 4th on the grid. It's grid based on the results of race 1. We'll look to see if everybody is out there. Are we missing anybody at the back? It looks like Deegan Fairclough is there, the car that brought out the red flag in race 1. Yes, he's there. Ollie Cottam is there, the man from Telford. James Wallace's car is repaired. Reece Blakely, number 19, is there. I think there's just one car missing from the back that didn't finish race 1. That's Scott Sumpton, number 29. I don't think he's there. That's a shame for the Chandler Motorsport driver. Saw some smoke emanating from that car in race 1. I think that might have been the car that got the black and orange flag, actually, for trailing smoke. So maybe dropping some fluid. This is going to be a close one. Can anyone stop Charlie Hand? There's Reece Blakely in the Oryx car at the back of the grid. Chloe Grant in the JSCC Scholarship car. Arwen Graham in the 23 just behind her. Alfie Jeekins started on the front row for race 1 but slipped back after a couple of grassy moments. Well, he is an ex-rallycross driver. Watch for James Wallace from the back as well. Up to the grid then. Charlie Hand, in the orange car on the front of the grid. The blue and white and red of Ruben Hage alongside him. Aaron Walker in black and white. Matthew Cripps black with the white stripes there. On the third row, Louis Hounsell in the purple car. Alongside Tommy Gillam in the colours of Team Hard, the son of team boss Tony Gillam. Moving up from karting this year. Almost ready to go then, waiting for the last few cars to pull into line at the back. Reece Blakely, the last car into line at the back of the grid. To be a 12-minute race plus 1 lap. Green flag waves at the back. We wait for the red lights to come on the gantry. Red lights on. And away we go. Good start by Ruben Hage. Good start through the middle by Harvey Caton in the 54 car there as well. Ollie Cottam coming through from the back, as is Deegan Fairclough. Charlie Hand side by side, Ruben Hage. And look at Caton up the outside in the 54 car. Where's he going to slot into the order at Riches? It's Hand that's got the lead. Caton looks like he's up into 4th place. Number 8 there, Harry Rice in the British Racing Green Oryx sponsored car round the outside there. As they come down towards the hairpin, it's Charlie Hand who's got the lead. Aaron Walker charging up the outside of Ruben Hage to try to take 2nd place away. Caton in behind them. Then it's Matthew Cripps side by side with Tommy Gillam. Looks like they're all going to make it round the hairpin. Still a little bit greasy out there, as you can see. Not the best of starts, but I think that's Arwen Graham who's dropped to the back in her number 23 car. Charlie Hand leads it. Aaron Walker up the inside to take 2nd place from Ruben Hage at Palmer's. Down towards Agostini. Walker in 2nd place. Caton is 4th. Up into 5th place is Tommy Gillam. He's got a good getaway. Ruben Hage trying to take 2nd place back again on the inside. He'll go through at Agostini. Getting a bit busy there in the midfield. A little bit of bumping and boring. Number 30 and 16. A bit of contact there. Jamie Good in the 30 and 16. Jacob Heap just had a little bit of rubbing. They've got away with that, though, with just very minor bodywork damage. Oh, and there's a tangle there and off. Wallop backwards into the barriers. That's Chloe Grant, number 63, spinning around. Now, can she keep going, the scholarship winner? That's a great shame for the young Scottish girl. I think she may be out of the race, sadly. I didn't see who else was involved there. We'll try and pick that up if we can. I think we've got a replay of that. We'll try and see who else was involved there as they came up towards the left-hander at Hamilton's and contact. It's tricky to see which car that was. I think it may have been Jacob Heap, the number 16, that's made contact with Chloe Grant, spinning backwards into the barriers. And it looks like, sadly, that's the end of Chloe's race. Meanwhile, here come the leaders through Nelson. Charlie Hand is already beginning to pull away at the front of the field. There's Deegan Fairclough. Brought out the red flag in race 1, but he's fighting his way through the order in this one. There is Hand clear of Aaron Walker second. Ruben Hayes third. It's Matthew Cripps up into fourth. Then Harvey Caton and Tommy Gillam. The rest of them go charging through. There's Jamie Petters, the blue and yellow car. First season out of short oval mini stocks, as it is for a couple of drivers in this field. As Harry Rice up on the curb there, nearly into the side of Alfie Jeekins. That got a bit close. Look at the lead that Charlie Hand has got here. The pre-season favourites. Then a line of cars behind them. Look at this, the line dodging about there. I think that's Oliver Cottam trying to make his way through from the back of the field. Matthew Cripps on the attack on the back of Ruben Hage in the 600. Second, third and fourth. Walker, Hage and Cripps line astern. It's Caton, Gillam and the rest of them. 9 minutes to go and bang! Ruben Hage straight into the back of Aaron Walker. What happened there? Did he miss his braking point? Well, Walker's kept going, but he's down to 5th position behind Harvey Caton. We'll try and see a replay of that if we can. Did Ruben Hayes just miss his braking point? We will see. And Aaron Walker managing to recover, thankfully, there, but he's lost 3 places. Ruben Hayes, you can see the damage there, and fighting back there, Aaron Walker takes Harvey Caton into Agostini. There's Louis Hounsell, the 28, with the novice cross on the back of his car, one of our newcomers. Side by side here, look at Matthew Cripps go up on the outside of Ruben Hage here, and Aaron Walker is fighting back, trying to retake that second place. Cripps up on the outside, they're side by side for second place. Charlie Hand's cleared off into the distance once again, so it's all for second place. Hage and Cripps side by side. Here comes Walker, and here comes Harvey Caton as well in the green car. Rally crossing there, that's not Alfie Jeekins again, is it? It's one of the Jeekins race prep cars, the purple machine. I think it might have been Louis Hounsell, actually. There's Charlie Hand, our race leader. Matthew Cripps has come through into second place, or has he? Look at Caton up the inside here in 54. He won't quite get the room there. Aaron Walker very late on the brakes. Can he take second place here? Can he get the car stopped into Nelson? Yes. Good move, Aaron Walker in the 80 car, but Cripps is fighting. That's his tremendous stuff for second place. Matthew Cripps through into second, and now he's going to go after Charlie Hand. Caton is next, then Ruben Hage. Attacking Harvey Caton here, Ruben Hage. Then we've got Tommy Gillam. Harry Rice is next. And behind him, I think that's Louis Hounsell. Rice at the inside takes Gillam. I think that is Jeekins next in the order. In fact, yes, it is. Number 754 has made his way through. Started down the order after a bit of a struggle in race 1. He started on the 9th row of the grid, and he's up into the top 10. This is great stuff. Look at them all over each other down the centre straight. This is super close. And still plenty to go yet. This is for 6th place. Gillam, Jeekins, Hounsell, Cottam, who's come up from the back, Harry Rice, and Harry Hickton in there as well in the 46 car. Oh, and there's a bit of contact there on the outside. Have they survived that? Yes, looks like it. I can't see anybody off in the background, so they survived that little bit of midfield rubbing. Matthew Cripps in 2nd place then. The best we've seen him run so far. 3rd is Walker. 4th is Caton. 5th Hage. Then it's Gillam 6th. Jeekins 7th. Hounsell is 8th. And then the midfield pack heads through. There's Adam Harding, 333 towards the back of that group. Getting busier. There's Oliver Cottam on his way up. Here comes Deegan Fairclough swinging about trying to get the line away into Agostini on the back of the 30 of Jamie Good. Harry Rice Bit of rubbing with Harry Hickton there. The two Harrys fighting it out. Here comes Good. He wants a bit of this as well. Harry Hickton closing up. Here comes Fairclough as well. Oliver Cotham's got ahead of them, though. He started near the back. He failed to finish race 1. Pulled into the pits a couple of laps to go, and off goes Ruben Hage onto the grass there. Is he pulling off? Yeah, I think he's pulling off with a problem. I don't know whether there was any contact there. Is he trying to rejoin or not? He's going very slowly. So Ruben Hage, who was fighting for second, yes, he's out of the race. Or is he? He's put his foot down again. What is he doing? He's got going again virtually at the back of the field. I'm not sure what that was all about. Well, there's James Wallace in his repaired number 260 car, trying to make his way through from the back of the grid start, chasing Jamie Good. He's got ahead of Ashley Gregory there in her 22 car. Let's have a look at the lead Charlie Hand has got now as they come over the line. Nearly 7.5 seconds up on the field is Charlie Hand. He goes through to complete his third lap. It is a long lap here at Snetterton. Here's the second place fight. 8.8 seconds down on Charlie Hand. Cripps, Walker, Caton in the Maximum Motorsports car. Team run by Stuart Lines, of course. Seen that in touring cars and in Britcar. Onto the brakes they go. Look at that 80 car of Aaron Walker almost nosediving as it breaks into the hairpin. Behind them we've got Alfie Jeekins. He's got a good run going up to 5th place. He started well back. Jeekins up into 5th position now. He's taken Tommy Gillam and Louis Hansel. There is Jeekins. Hansel, his teammate in the purple car, has got Oliver Cottam up behind him. He was up to 8th from the back. Harry Hickton is 9th. Harry Rice 10th. Then Deegan Fairclough. James Wallace is up to 12th. As up the inside, Aaron Walker attacks Cripps for 2nd place. Nearly gets the overlap. Is he going to get the move done here on the exit? Cripps gets his foot down. They're side by side. Up towards Hamilton's. I think Cripps is just about going to hang on there. There's a yellow flag out at Agostini. Somebody has had a moment there, I think. It's Harry Hickton. He's had some contact there, and the front bumper has come off the Saxo. So Harry Hickton's race is over. There's been a bit of contact in there. Somebody else is involved there, I think, as well. So we'll try and see what's happened there over at Agostini. Well, there goes our leader, Charlie Hand. He's away and gone for his looking set for his second win of the weekend. Here comes Harvey Caton on the inside, attacking Walker and Cripps. I don't think he'll get past both of them. You might get past Aaron Walker here down the inside. Don't think he has. Next is Alfie Jeekins. Hansel on the inside of Gillam makes up another place. 2.5 minutes to go. This is very busy indeed. Alfie Jeekins, you've got to hand it to him. He started on the 9th row of the grid and he's up into the top 5. This is fantastic stuff from him. Here's Aaron Walker to the inside at Coram. Still trying to take that second away from Matthew Cripps. Can he do it? Again, hard on the brakes, but Cripps has got the inside of the left-hander at Murray's. He goes through, and this could allow Harvey Caton to come in and get into a podium position as well. Well, Charlie Hand has gone through already over the line. Still 2nd place, and Harvey Caton almost pushing Cripps along there. Bump drafting NASCAR style. There wasn't any contact there, fortunately, as Cripps holds 2nd. Still holding off Harvey Caton in 3rd place. He's got ahead of Aaron Walker in the number 80 car. Down to the hairpin they come. Caton now lining up Cripps for 2nd. He's had a win this year, Harvey Caton, at Cadwell Park at the season opener. Further back in the order, there's number 92, Adam Parker, battling it out with 66. That's Ollie Handley. And behind them, number 27, that's, I think, 57, sorry, Ben Carter. It's behind them. There he is, with the white stripe. They're battling a bit further down the order. That's for 17th place, I think. Passing that bumper left behind by Harry Hickton. The 2nd place fight, and Caton has got through. Caterham up into second place, then ahead of Matthew Cripps. It's less than a minute on the clock now, so I think we may be going into the last lap this time, depending on when Charlie Hand crosses the line. He's way out in front still. Matthew Cripps not finished yet, though, trying to fight back against Harvey Caterham. There's Alfie Jeekins. Great run from him in this one. Much more measured run this time, up into 5th place from about 18th on the grid. Great drive. Here's the second place fight. Caterham ahead of Cripps. Down towards the left-hander at Brundle. He has a look. Caterham holds it. Through Nelson. Onto the curb on the exit, as does Cripps. Aaron Walker keeping a watching brief behind. Behind Jeekins is his teammates. Louis Hounsell. And Tommy Gillam down to 7th. It's Cotton, Fairclough and Good rounding out the top 10. Meanwhile, the first of the ladies is still Ashley Gregory. She's 15th. Well, there's your race lead up going into his last lap. The clock has counted down to 0. We've hardly seen him again all race. Charlie Hand, he's just so quick here at Snetterton this weekend. Here's the fight for second. Being cheered on from the pit wall, Harvey Caterham in the Maximum Motorsport car. Can Matthew Cripps find a way back into second place? Aaron Walker in 4th, despite getting clipped by Ruben Hage earlier on. Ruben is still going. He's down in 20th place. So I don't know what the problem was. Maybe just it cut out on him. Lock up there from Alfie Jeekins. He throws the car in the hairpin in 5th position. Well, Harvey Caterham has pulled away a little from the number 40 of Matthew Cripps now. Ruben Hage, I can tell you, was caught that little battle we looked at earlier between Adam Parker and Ben Carter. There's the midfield fight. Ashley Gregory in there ahead of Jamie Petters. There's Oliver Cotton. He's had a good run through the field. He's got ahead of Tommy Gillam now, up into 7th place. So good drive by Oliver Cotton. There's Harry Hickton on the right. His car abandoned at the barrier. Here comes our leader. Total dominance from Charlie Hand in the number 55 Westbourne Motorsport car. Nearly 13 seconds ahead of the fight for second. And he is coming in for win number 3 of the season to extend his championship lead. Second to Harvey Caterham in race 1 of the year. Unbeaten since then. Nobody getting near him in this race. So there in second place is still Harvey Caterham. Nobody within sight of him as he comes into Murray's for the final time. A perfect drive by number 55, the man from Crawley in Sussex, Charlie Hand. He'll deserve a big hand as he comes across the line, I'm sure. Here he comes, weaving his way down the straight in celebration, flashing the lights. Charlie Hand completes a perfect weekend, takes the win by a very clear margin. Well done, Charlie Hand. Well done, Westbourne Motorsport. That puts him clear at the top of the championship after the second weekend of the year in the Junior Saloon Cars. Second place goes to Harvey Caterham. Well done to him. Matthew Cripps in 3rd. Aaron Walker is 4th. And well done, Alfie Jeekins from 18th on the grid. Completes the top 5. Great drive through the field by the 754 car. Louis Hounsell in 6th place is the best of the rookies. 7th goes to Oliver Cotton from the back of the grid. Well done to him. Tommy Gillam is 8th. Deegan Fairclough coming through from towards the back takes 9th. And rounding up the top 10, Jamie Good in number 30 ahead of Harry Rice, Adam Harding, Jacob Heap, Jamie Petters. Ashley Gregory in the 22 is next home in 15th place. She's the leading lady. Ruben Hage comes back to 16th after his problems. Then behind him it's Ben Carter in the 57. Arwin Graham completes the top 20. Adam Parker 17th and Ollie Handley 18th ahead of them. 21st goes to Rhys Blakely from the back of the grid, the young Scotsman. Then 77 of Travis Chapman, who we heard from earlier. CJ Morgan. And behind them, a couple of retirements. James Wallace pulled into the pits at the start of the final lap. Unfortunately, more problems for him. We saw Chloe Grant and Harry Hickton fail to finish, sadly. Well done to the Junior Saloon Cars. An excellent race there and a totally dominant drive. Well done indeed to Charlie Hand. We'll hear from him in just a moment.
Well, we had another fantastic race here at Snetterton for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. And this man, Charlie, has been playing his hand today and he's put in a pair of aces. Charlie, magnificent stuff. It's just like earlier, it's deja vu, isn't it? You look fairly comfortable again in that one.
Yeah, if the car felt good again, obviously dry conditions, we got lucky. There was a couple of wet races earlier, so yeah, we definitely got lucky. And I think again, just a bit of a kerfuffle in the back, and I've just taken off.
You just got away, escaped. Yeah. I mean, at the end of lap one, you had a sizable lead, and you just maintained it, and then took it home. Did you feel comfortable the whole time round? No scary moments or anything?
No, it was pretty good all the way. I just like watching the other guys racing as they come out of Agostini. You can see him on the other side, so have a little look.
Well, don't get distracted, will you?
No, it's good fun.
Charlie, congratulations. A
Thank
pair
you
of
very
wins, great stuff there. And it's Harvey Cater. We had a chat with Harvey a little bit earlier, didn't we? And now he's on the podium as well. Harvey, congratulations.
Thank you.
Talk us through that race. It looked quite tense at times.
Yeah, I got a pretty good start and made up about 3 positions into turn 2. And then throughout the race, I just kind of watched behind Cripps and Walker to see what they would do. And I just took advantage of one of their mistakes and then got into 3rd. And then through it, just got into 2nd.
And you look like you just managed to maintain. You managed to keep it going. Any hairy moments out there? Was it all pretty calm, cool?
I had one little moment going under the bridge. Locked up, trying to overtake, and went straight across the grass. Luckily, I didn't hit anyone coming back on track, but yeah.
Good man. Congratulations, Harvey.
Thank
well
you.
done. 2nd place there. Let's grab Mr. Cripps as well, Matthew Cripps. We did have another chat with a man we had a little chat with earlier as well. Started today, remember, 14th on the grid before race 1 after qualifying. It actually happened yesterday, and here we are on the podium, Matthew. Well done.
Yeah.
Talk us through your race.
Well, starting P4, so way up on what we started in race 1.
Well, that's what I mean. You know, it's incredible stuff, really.
And then I was in P2 for a bit, and then missed a gear, and Harvey drove past me, and I just couldn't get him back.
Right, it's difficult, isn't it? We've seen a lot of slipstreaming in this. We saw, I mean, the toes are there, they are there, they can be too. We saw you actually in race 1 as well, where you started P14. You were this close as well to actually getting a 3rd place. The red flag paid to that. But you've done it this time, and you're happy?
Yeah, very.
Good. He is smiling, I promise. He is smiling. Cheers, Matthew Cripps. That's your top 3 for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Now it's almost time, isn't it, for Britcar is back. We're going to head to Dave Goddard, who's going to talk you through the 2nd trophy race of the day. Gearing up then for our final race of the day here at Snetterton on BARC TV. It is the 2nd race for the Goodyear Britcar Trophy. Goodyear Britcar Endurance Championship Trophy category. And we'll bring you the grid for this one. I've also got details of the pit stop penalties. This grid based on the 2nd fastest times in qualifying. It is the number 10 BMW
of Simon Baker and Ollie Rubin, which will start on pole position. Ollie Rubin taking the start at this time for Woodrow Motorsports. That car has a 15-second success penalty as the winner. It's class in race 1. Alongside them, number 40, the Simon Green Motorsport BMW, driven by Jasveer Sapra, stymied by a stop-go penalty in race number 1, of course. On the second row will be the number 2 Ginetta. Good effort by the class 2 car. Peter Spano will start that car, sharing with Andrew Bentley, the Ginetta. They have a 10-second penalty. They were second in Class 2 in Race 1, beaten on the last corner by Richard Evans. Alongside them will be number 20. That's the Peugeot RCZ, started by Rob Smith. Charlie Campbell will take over. The third row, number 74, that's Mark Lee, driving solo in his Ginetta. He has a 10-second success penalty at his pit stop. Second in class in Race 1. Alongside him will be number 93, that's Kester Cook in his Ford Fiesta. He has a 5-second penalty. Third in class 1. Third in race 1. On the fourth row, we have number 82, Richard Evans with his BMW. 15-second success penalty for the Quattro Motorsport BMW because he won class 2 in rather ebullient style in race 1 as the cars start making their way to the grid. Alongside him will be number 15, just going through the shot there, the blue Porsche of Richard Higgins. He has a 5-second success penalty. Third in class 2 earlier. The fifth row, number 5, Tony Prendergast in his VW Scirocco. Hopefully he's there. He had problems in race 1. Alongside him is JW Bird Motorsport teammate, number 31, Paul de Hadre in another Scirocco. The sixth row, number 4, which is the first of the Clios, Anton Spires and Darren Gerhardt. Darren Gerhardt will start the Westbourne Motorsports, the Spires Motorsport Clio, tearing with Anton Spires. That car retired in race 1. And starting alongside them will be at the number 35 VW Golf. Stephen Chandler is going first, sharing with Joel Wren. No success penalty for that car. On row 7 will be number 41, the Thompson family in their Clio. They have a 15-second penalty. Won the Clio class earlier. It's Aaron Thompson going first, alongside number 77, which is Matt Evans in his Scirocco. The 8th row is number 62, the Clio of James Coburn and Sarah Franklin. James is going first. They have a 10-second success penalty. Alongside them would have been Charlotte Birch, number 27, with her Ginetta, the Vinner Sport car. Unfortunately, that car's gearbox has failed, so Charlotte is a non-starter. On the 9th row, number 80, which is the Porsche Boxster of Anthony Hutchings. And alongside him will be number 67, the Renault Clio of Richard Coburn and James Black. That car has a 5-second success penalty. There it is on its way to the grid, the blue Clio. James Black taking the start. On row 10, number 19, the Class 3 winner from race 1, the Ginetta G20. Started this time by Jamie Vinelmeyer. That, of course, has a 15-second penalty. Alongside the number 177 Renault Clio, the PrepTech car, Ryan Firth going first, sharing with Andy Mollison. The 11th row, number 49, the Woodard family BMW Mini. Daniel Woodard again taking the start in that one, sharing with Sean. Alongside number 57, Barry McMahon in his Alfa Romeo Giulietta. The next row, row 12, is number 71, which is the Team Brit BMW, Luke Pound, driving solo in that car. Alongside number 46, the Jones-Taylor Golf, TSR performance car. That retired with overheating issues in race 1. Mark Jones taking the start this time. Row 13 is number 8, the Porsche Boxster of Gemco Racing. Lee Smart's taking the start, sharing with Kevin Hancock. Alongside the Cook family, number 83, Honda. Edward Cook again taking the start. Row 14 is number 34, Alistair Lindsay with the Saxon Motorsport Seat, alongside the Paul Sheard-run Mazda MX-5 of Ivor Mares, number 316. The penultimate row, number 47, the Gibbons Holden Ginetta of Reflex Racing. Derek Holden starts, sharing with Stuart Gibbons. Alongside the other Team Brit car, the number 70 BMW. A few problems in qualifying for them. Matty Streets takes the start, sharing with Andy Tucker. Watch for them coming through from the back. And the final row, a pair of Porsche Boxsters, number 39 Richard Bernard and number 33 of Andrew Porter. That concludes your grid for Britcar Trophy.
Right, hello everybody, welcome to one of the most beautiful grids you're ever likely to see. Let's take a little bit of a walk, shall we, and just have a closer look at some of the action. I want to see if we might be able to stick the microphone in some of the cars. I just wonder if we can. Car number 20 here. Can I can I open the door? Yeah, he's going to let us. Fantastic stuff. This is some sight you've got here, a clear track ahead of you. What's the outcome going to be going around turn 1? Stick around the outside, hold it?
Yeah, I think so. Apparently P2's not going to be there, so I've got a little gap. So see if we can hang it out around the outside of turn 1 and then try and get back into the queue with P2 going into the second corner.
But we've got the dry race we wanted. Any strategy changes for race 2 compared to race 1?
Not hugely. We've swapped the pit window, so our class is pitting later. So I'll run a slightly longer stint to try and go a bit further and build up a gap for Charlie.
Fantastic. Thanks for chatting to us. Thanks for taking the time. I'm just going to shut that door for you. There we go. I don't want to be the one responsible if that flies open down the starting straight. There's Mark Lee over there. Had a great race, didn't he? In race 1, we spoke to him. He's a good friend of ours as well. It's Mr. Cook, isn't it? He's giving us a thumbs up. Look at that there. We've got the rather fine looking Porsche. We will have to move now. Actually, we're going to have to get off the track. The hooter's gone. I'm going to hand back to Dave Goddard to take you through the race. It's going to be a thriller. And sit back, relax and enjoy this one. I know I'm going to.
Great to hear from Ian Down on the grid. It's always a great atmosphere being on the grid ahead of a motor race. Sally was on the grid for a few endurance races 2 years ago, and it really does get the nerves jangling even if you're not involved in the race. We seem to be missing Jasvir Sapra. His BMW is not there. There's a blank space next to where Ollie Rubin's sitting. So we're missing one of the contenders there. That's a shame. The green flag being shown at the back there, so it looks like everybody is almost ready for the rolling starts. Ollie Rubin starts the BMW number 10 this time, looking for its 4th win out of 4 this season. Off they go then. Great to see the Class 2 Ginetta up there. Just to repeat some details of the success penalties. In Class 1, the number 10 BMW has 15 seconds. Mark Lee's Ginetta has 10 seconds and Kester Cook in the Fiesta has 5. Class 2, the 15-second penalty is Richard Evans. Peter Spano and Andrew Bentley have 10. Richard Higgins' Porsche has 5. Class 3, 15 seconds for the Ginetta G20, Jamie Vinnell-Meyer and Steve Griffiths. 10 seconds for Steve and Edward Cook in the Honda, and 5 seconds for Ivor Mares. This is a 50-minute race, just to confirm. In the Clios, 15 seconds for the Thompsons, 10 seconds for James Coburn and Sarah Franklin, and 5 seconds for Richard Coburn and James Black. Those are your penalties. They'll sit stationary for an extra few seconds at their pit stops. So no Jasvir Sapra, unfortunately. Ollie Rubens caught and passed Mark Lee in race number 1. Now the pit windows are reversed in this one. The pit window opens 20 minutes into the race, but this time the Class 2 cars will pit first. And then 10 minutes after that, everybody else can come in. We've swapped it round this time to make it fairer. So you'll see the Class 2 cars make their pit stops first. The Goodyear Britcar Endurance Championship trophy category. There's Matty Street in the Team Brit BMW at the back. Kester Cook could be a dark horse here in that Fiesta, I reckon. Tony Prendergast got the Scirocco out there. He had problems in race 1. Mark Jones there in the black Golf. That car overheated in race 1, had to retire. Ivor Mares in the MX-5. There's the Peugeot. He'll try and get a run on the BMW early on, but I reckon the Ginetta 74 is going to be one to watch here. But can anyone stop Woodrow Motorsport and their incredible BMW? Will it be 4 out of 4? Rob Smith at the wheel of the Peugeot. Dropped back in the second half of race 1. What a great sight they make. 50 minutes of racing to round out our weekend here at Snetterton. Richard Bernard there at the back in the Porsche. Had trouble in qualifying. A BMW 1 Series M Coupe, a Peugeot RCZ, a Ginetta and a Ford Fiesta. That's not a top 4 on a grid you see anywhere else. Looks like just about everybody is there towards the back. There's Andy Porter in the 33 Boxster. Pace car pulling into pit lane then. 50 minutes of racing about to get underway in the sunshine of Snetterton. The sun coming out for our final race of the day. Let's hope it stays out. Let's hope for a brilliant race here from the Britcar Trophy category. Here they come up towards the line, waiting for the red lights to go out. Let's get ready to rumble. Here we go, and a great start by Ollie Rubin in the pole-sitting BMW. He'll lead them down towards Riches for the first time. Kester Cook's got a great getaway. Kester Cook up into second place in the Fiesta. I said that'd be a car to watch, and he's got ahead of the Peugeot of Rob Smith as they head up towards Wilson's hairpin for the first time. They've all made it round the first corner. Fine sight they make as the sun begins to set here at Snetterton. Kester Cook up to second, but look at the lead. Ollie Rubin's got already in that BMW ahead of the Fiesta. Rob Smith in third place. Then we've got Mark Lee in his Ginetta, side by side between Peter Spano in his Ginetta and Richard Evans. They're renewing their rivalry in Class 2 from earlier on, and Richard Higgins in the Porsche as well. As Ollie Rubin starts to move away. He's got that extra penalty at the pit stop, of course, but that's coming up later on. The Class 1 cars don't pit until half an hour into the race this time. That's with 20 minutes to go on the clock. The pit windows split into two to avoid congestion in the pit lane, as there was a collision in the pit lane, unfortunately, yesterday when everybody came in under the safety car. Kester Cook flying along in that Fiesta, but there's a gap there on the inside. He went a bit wide through Oggies, and through goes Rob Smith. He didn't need asking twice there. Through he went into second place. And Peter Spano's dropped back a few places in the Ginetta as well. He's lost the lead of Class 2 to Richard Evans in the BMW. It's the BMW that leads the way. Ollie Rubin going clear in the number 10 car. Here comes Smith fighting back with Kester Cook, who's slipstreamed in there. He's back into second place. That awesome little Fiesta, a very impressive little car, that is. The pocket rocket up into second place, but Rob Smith again fights back in the Peugeot RCZ. I can't think of another example of a Peugeot RCZ that's racing in the UK at the moment. Fourth is Mark Lee in his potent Ginetta G56. And they've pulled clear off the battle for fifth place now. There's fifth place in the background. That's Richard Evans. And up the inside, the Peugeot retakes the place into Murray's. That's a daring move on the brakes. There's Richard Evans, fifth. Richard Higgins in sixth. Stephen Chandler's Golf is seventh. Tony Prendergast is eighth. Matt Evans and, goodness me, Matty Street in the Team Brit BMW from near the back of the grid is up into 10th place already. That's a great first lap from Matty Street for Team Brit. Oh, somebody slowing there. Oh, it's Tony Prendergast. I said at the start he'd had problems earlier on. It looks like they've returned. The Sirocco is slowing down. Matty Street has got... Oh, he's... Yeah, a cloud of smoke there from Tony Prendergast. That's his race over already. What a shame for the VW Scirocco from JW Bird Motorsport. Ollie Rubens has the lead then, led by over 6 seconds at the end of the first lap ahead of Kester Cook in his flying Fiesta. Here's the Clio battle. Number 62 leading the class. That's James Coburn. Now, the Clio in the middle there is an interloper. That's Ryan Firth. That Clio is actually in Class 2 because it's a different spec to the others in the dedicated Clio class. It's a more powerful endurance Clio, as Prep Tech call it, and he's going to make up the place there. There's a challenge for the class lead, though, because Aaron Thompson is there. He is in the same class as James Coburn. That's for the class lead. This is great stuff. The battle for second is joined again. The Peugeot's back ahead of the Fiesta of Kester. And Mark Lee is in behind them as well in his Ginetta. He can sense a chance to attack here for third place. Oh, something flew off there. Now, I don't know whether that was a bit of debris that was on the track already or whether it's come off one of those three cars battling for second place. Well, Ollie Rubens checked out at the front in the BMW. Richard Evans is leading Class 2 in his BMW in 5th overall. The Clio class is being led only just by James Colbert in the black car. Class 3, that is being led by Jamie Vinall-Myers Ginetta, looking to keep their overall championship lead. Rob Smith up there in that lovely Peugeot RCZ. hand over to Charlie Campbell at the pit stop. The car wasn't quite ready in time for the first rounds at Silverstone. There goes the leader. He's gone out of sight of everybody else. Trying to build up as big a lead as he can so they can overcome that extra penalty at the pit stop, no doubt. As 5 seconds can make a difference. 15 seconds certainly can. In motorsport. There's the second place fight. Mark Lee, the transport company boss, at the wheel of his lovely Ginetta. Running partnership with SVG Motorsports, Ginetta specialists. Here's a nice little battle at the back. Derek Holden's Ginetta, Ivor Mayers in the MX-5, and Richard Bernard, who started on the back row in his Boxster. Also in there, Luke Pound in the Team Brits BMW, a man who has overcome considerable adversity to race after injuries suffered in a road accident a few years ago. Luke Pound at the back of the field in that BMW 1 Series. It's a very different 1 Series, the M Coupe that leads. Richard Evans leads Class 2. There's Ryan Firth closing up on Matt Evans in his Scirocco. There's the battle for the Clio lead. Still the TerraClean sponsored car of James Colburn that has the lead. He'll hand over to Sarah Franklin. Here's Mark Lee having a look for third place at Williams. Side by side with the Fiesta. He's going through. The power of the Ginetta tells, and he goes up into third place. Fiesta putting up a brave fight here still. This is really good stuff. There's Richard Higgins in his lovely Porsche, the 996. He's in 8th position. He's lost a couple of spots there. Chandler in the Golf has got through, and also Matty Street, who's continuing his charge, starting from the back after a few issues in qualifying. There's the fight for second. And there's our race leader. He's run away and hid up front. He's doing a Charlie Hand here, isn't he, like we saw in the Junior Saloon Cars, Ollie Rubin. Fastest lap is a 2:05.913. That's nearly 3 seconds quicker than everybody else has managed at the moment. The next two cars lapping in the 2:08s. There's the Fiesta. Down into 4th place. There's Matty Street ahead of Richard Higgins, 7th and 8th. Matty Evans, 9th. And there's the Clio up to 10th. That's Ryan Firth's Endurance Clio in Class 2. Still being led by Richard Evans in his BMW. There are the Clio class leaders. Nice little fight going on between those two. Aaron Thompson just keeping pace with Ben Colburn. With James Colburn, sorry. It was Ben and his brother in the car last time out at Silverstone. Ryan Firth runs a bit wide there. And there's somebody off. That's Derek Holden in the number 47 Ginetta. That's the Reflex racing car shared with Stuart Givens. He's had a moment up at the bomb hole. There's Matt Evans with the Scirocco. Different car to the one he raced at Silverstone. That got some damage in an opening lap, Schmozzle. Then the Clio leaders. Just outside the top 10, those two. One car that has dropped back is Peter Spano in the Ginetta G40. It started towards the front of the grid. That car will pick up again when Andy Bentley gets on board, the quicker of the two drivers in that car. There goes the leader. Comes through towards Murray's. Ollie Rubin will relay Simon Baker. We normally see Ollie racing, as we said earlier, historic sports cars with his father Nigel these days. Nigel Rubin, a seasoned club racer of many years standing. He's raced everything from Ginettas to Formula Jedi single-seaters in the past. Here's our Class 2 leader. That's a deceptively plain-looking BMW of Richard Evans, the Quattro Motorsport car. He leads Class 2 ahead of Stephen Chandler's Golf. There was only a second between them last time through. There's the Golf. Stephen Chandler, the ex-Junior Saloon racer. Started his career in, of all things, a Nissan Micra-based car in short oval racing, Stephen Chandler. Very different to that Golf. I believe that was down at Ringwood Raceway in Hampshire. He started his racing career, if memory serves me correctly, and now look at him alongside Joel Wren, sharing the Golf. 6th overall. They had a bit of a scrape at Silverstone, but in good form here. Chasing the Class 2 leader, Richard Evans. 3rd in Class 2 is Richard Higgins. There's the Porsche behind Matty Street. That's a Class 1 car. Just over 40 minutes of the race to go, so we're 10 minutes in. The pit window does not open for another 10 minutes in this one. The first pit window will be for the Class 2 cars only. It's great to enjoy the variety of cars, the spectacle of Britcar racing on this home of motorsport in Eastern England. There's the Alfa Romeo, that's Derek McMahon. Barry McMahon, sorry, Derek the team boss. That's running a bit further down the order at the moment. The only cars that have hit problems so far, we saw Tony Prendergast expire in a cloud of smoke on the Senna Straight, unfortunately. And we've also had Mark Jones into the pits a couple of laps in with the Golf, so more issues for the Jones-Taylor Golf. We saw that retire from race 1 as well. Well, here comes our Class 3 leader at the back of this group. Behind the Clio there is the little Ginetta G20. One time there was a one-make series for those. I believe Nigel Rubin, Ollie's father, raced in that. That is Jamie Vinnell-Meyer, Formula Ford ace. At the wheel of that, he'll hand over to Steve Griffiths at the pit stop. They've dominated Class 3 so far this season, looking for 4 class wins out of 4, which will put them into the overall lead of the championship. Ahead of the BMW, it's currently leading overall. Very beautiful little car, that is. They're currently running in 19th place. 2nd in Class 3 is the Cook family Honda, and it's the Alfa Romeo of McMahon 3rd. There's a battle between Matt Evans in his Scirocco and Ryan Firth in the Endurance Clio, as it's known, in Class 2. That's for 4th in Class 2 and 9th overall. Behind them are the Clio leaders, still James Colburn. There he is in the 62. Being chased by Aaron Thompson. There is your race leader. What's Ollie Rubin's gap now? 15 seconds up. Still lapping about 3 seconds a lap quicker than everybody else. Ollie Rubin. It's close for second, though. Mark Lee is still not able to get past the Peugeot for second place of Rob Smith. Kester Cook has dropped back a few seconds now into 4th position. Here's the battle for second place. That's very close indeed. Mark Lee is all over Rob Smith in the Peugeot. Up towards Wilson's hairpin. He's going to try and make a move here, is he? Gets the tighter line. The Peugeot just about holds it. This is good stuff. Strong run by Rob Smith, but Mark Lee knows he's got that pit penalty as well, so he wants to overcome that. The Peugeot does not have a pit penalty. So he didn't finish in the top 3 of the class in race 1. There's Kester Cook, who's dropped back a bit into 4th place after his strong run early on in the Fiesta. Rounding out the top 5 at the moment is Richard Evans in his Class 2 leading BMW. But in about 6 minutes' time, the Class 2 cars will be allowed to pit. Up towards Hamilton's goes the second place battle there. Over 15 seconds down now on Ollie Rubin, although a slightly slower lap for Ollie last time through, 2 minutes 7. Rob Smith did a 2 minutes 8.6, sorry. Where's the Ginetta? Derek Holden got going again after its spin at the bomb hole. Here comes our second place battle. Fourth behind them is Kester Cook coming over the rise there on the Bentley Straights. The sun starts to sink a bit lower in the sky here at Snetterton. Next in the order, there is the Class 2 leader. Headlights ablaze. That is Richard Evans. Richard Evans, the Quattro Motorsport car. Swings it through Nelson towards the bomb hole. It's clear, fairly well clear of Stephen Chandler's Golf. What's the gap last time through? 3.5 seconds, near enough. He stole the class win from Peter Spano on the last bend of race 1. Just seen coming out of Wilson's hairpin a very smoky Porsche Boxster. I think it's Richard Bernard, the Amigo Motorsport car. Now, he hit trouble in qualifying. Yes, there it is. Oh, that's a great shame. Richard Bernard, he's not had a happy day. Amigo Motorsport, adios, amigo, it says on the back of the car. And it looks like it's adios for him as far as this race is concerned. Sadly for Richard, he had trouble with that car at Silverstone as well. Yes, he's pulling into the paddock, unfortunately. So the Boxster is out of the race. There it is. The marshal will open the gate for him. Here comes the race leader, lapping Ivor Mares in the Mazda MX-5. Ollie Rubin continues his relentless pace. Although his last lap was a 2 minute 9. And Rob Smith a 2 minute 8.7. So the second and third fights did lap a second or so quicker than Ollie Rubin on that last lap. Maybe a bit of traffic holding up. There's Luke Pound in his BMW 1 Series. So maybe he's calming his pace down somewhat after that very fast start, Ollie Rubin. Best lap at 2 minute 5.9. So 3 retirements so far. Tony Prendergast, the Jones-Taylor Golf, is in the pits. And now Richard Barnard out in the Boxster. There's another Boxster, Anthony Hutchins. Pleased to get some racing in this weekend. There's Dan Woodard in the BMW Mini. Here's our Class 3 leader, Jamie Vinelmeyer. He's coming up on Peter Spano. Started on the front couple of rows of the grid. He's down to 17th now. Ginetta falling back. That car will quicken up in Class 2 when Andy Bentley takes over. There's the Woodards, raced in various events with that Mini Challenge car. Sponsored by the Buckets Manufacturing Company. Makers of buckets for excavators, of all things. Rob Smith has pulled away a little bit in the Peugeot from Mark Lee. It's a battle for second place overall and second in Class 1. Kester Cook is still fourth overall, ahead of Richard Evans. Matty Street is up into 6th place. He's got ahead of Stephen Chandler in the Class 2 Golf now. That was an amazing first lap from Matty Street. You have to give him credit. 19 places gained in 1 lap for the Team Brit driver. Here's the scrap. They're still scrapping these two. Matt Evans and Ryan Firth. Excuse me, says Ryan Firth, down the inside at Palmer. Just racing for fun. These two, they're in the same class, battling for 4th in Class 2. And the Clio class leader, there's James Colburn, has pulled away a bit from Aaron Thompson. Just over 31 minutes left on the clock, so the first pit window is going to open in about a minute's time. There's Ryan Firth still fighting it out with Matty Evans for 9th place overall, that is. And the black Clio behind them, that's James Coburn leading their class in 11th place. Down the, what used to be the Revit straight, now the Bentley straight, of course. The margin in the Clios last time through between these two was 2.5 seconds, so Colburn has been able to pull away a little. Lifting a wheel there through towards Coram. Still Ryan Firth holding off Matt Evans. A bit of debris there on the circuit. That's the entry to the Wilson's hairpin. I wonder who that belongs to. I think I've just seen who it belongs to. I think Richard Higgins' Porsche is missing a headlight. I think that's what that debris is. Thought it looked like a light. The pit window has opened for Class 2. Bit of dust being kicked up there, coming out of the hairpin in the background. Yes, there. Richard Higgins has lost a headlight, so that's what that debris is at the hairpin. Whether there's been some contact there, I'm not too sure. There we see it. It's at the hairpin, Richard. Collect it on your way past next time round. I jest, of course. The marshals will collect that for him. They'll probably spot that it belongs to him. Right, the pit window is open for Class 2. We've had some takers already. Anthony Hutchins has brought his Boxster in. There it is. The BMW Mini is in. Sean Woodard taking over from Dan. And Peter Spano, as expected, has brought the Ginetta in at first opportunity. There they are. Andy Bentley is going to get in that car. Here's the battle for second. Still, Mark Lee continues to hound Rob Smith's Peugeot. There's another 10 minutes until they can come in, because they're Class 1 cars. Class 1, 3 and the Clios all pit together in their separate window, because the majority of the entries in this race are in Class 2. There's the BMW Mini on the left in the pit lane as well. The Woodard family. At the outside, Mark Lee. He won't get through there at Rich's. Up towards Wilson's hairpin. Still Rob Smith continuing to hold. This is a great run by the Peugeot RCZ. Mark Lee will try again, I'm sure, as they come towards Palmer, but he's not close enough. He was ahead at the line, but the Peugeot got the place back into Rich's. Ollie Rubin is now 22.4 seconds up. There he is. He's lapped Edward Cook in the Honda Civic. So he's done enough here, Ollie Rubin, to overcome the success penalty. 15 seconds. He's 22 seconds ahead of his Class 1 rivals. It's looking good for the number 10 BMW already here. But this is motor racing. Anything can happen in the next 27 minutes. Coming up towards half distance now in this Goodyear Britcar Trophy event. There's the Clio, Darren Gerhardt's number 4. That car failed to finish race 1. It'll be Anton Spires who takes over. Matt Evans has lost a couple of places. The Clio battle has got past him, that's why. Paul de Hadre has pitted in the Scirocco. And the Hancock and Smart Porsche Boxster. Lee Smart handing over to Kevin Hancock. The number 8 Gemco racing car has come in as well. As Ollie Rubin continues to dominate this race for Woodrow Motorsport in their BMW 1 Series M Coupe. The second place battle, I should say, is still side by side. Peugeot and the Ginetta. There is the Peugeot ahead of the Ginetta. Richard Evans is still leading Class 2. He's yet to pit. Stephen Chandler has brought the Golf in. Hand over to Joel Wren. So that's promoted Richard Higgins up into second place in the class. And Ryan Firth's Clio to third, as still Rob Smith continues to hold off Mark Lee. Out towards Oggies, then Williams, and onto the back straights. We're at half distance, 25 minutes to go. Couple more pit takers. Matt Evans has come in this time. Andy Porter's Boxster is in as well for Class 2. But the class leaders have not yet come in. Richard Evans, Richard Higgins. The only one of the pace setters has come in, Stephen Chandler. It'll be Joel Wren making his first drive, I believe, in the Golf. There's Richard Evans. Continuing to lead Class 2. First time we've seen him out this year. And the Ginetta closer again to the back of the Peugeot of Rob Smith. Here they come towards Murray's. Is he going to slipstream him on the straight and try and pull away this time, get some air between himself and the French machine? Here they come then down the straights. You can just see the Ginetta hidden in behind the Peugeot there under his rear wing. Is he going to go around the outside here? Again, the Peugeot is later on the brakes. Rob Smith is enjoying this, holding off the car that got 2 podiums at Silverstone. Any more pit takers this time for Class 2? Doesn't look like it. Just keep an eye on the timing screen. Derek Holden's come in to hand over to Stuart Gibbons in the Ginetta. Marshall's keeping a watching brief from on their post. Oh, we've had a tangle there. Paul de Hadre, and that was Anthony Hutchings in the Boxster. That's at Nelson. You can see a bit of damage on the rear bumper. There's been some contact there. Paul de Hadre, the former VW Racing Cup driver, in his Scirocco, and the rear suspension's broken. You can see it's crabbing there as he tries to get away. That's going to be end of race for Paul de Hadre. It's not a good race for JW Bird Motorsport. They've already lost Tony Prendergast in a cloud of smoke on the second lap. You can see it crabbing there. The rear suspension is broken. Contact there with Anthony Hutchins. We'll wait and see if the Boxster has escaped that as well. It's going to crab its way back to the pits. That's going to be end of race for Paul de Hadre. Sadly, they won't get that fixed, I don't think, in time to get the car back out. And the former VW Cup car. And there is the Boxster. Yeah, that was the other car involved. Anthony Hutchings, he's out of the race as well. Not having a happy season. Failed to race at Silverstone. Now he's out of this race as well. That's at Coram. So the yellow flags are out there. The marshals checking he's okay. There's our leader. Still Ollie Rubin. The pit window opens for everybody else in 2 minutes. I can tell you Richard Evans, Richard Higgins and Ryan Firth have all just come into the pits. Yeah, Paul de Hadre is in. There's Ryan Firth. Paul de Hadre into retirement with his broken Scirocco. He's the 4th retirement of this race. That leaves 25 cars running. Not a happy day for JW Bird Motorsport. A little bit wide there. The Peugeot through the hairpin. Chased by the 74 of Mark Lee in the Ginetta. He's been chasing him all race long, virtually. So has everybody in Class 2 now made a pit stop? Let's have a look. The answer is yes, they have. So everybody in Class 2 has stopped. Nobody's missed the pit window. And in a few seconds, well, just under a minute, the pit window is going to open for everybody else, because we'll be 30 minutes into the race, and they have 10 minutes to make their stop, so expect a flurry of pit lane activity among the leaders. Class 1 cars running in the top 5 places. Rubens leads Rob Smith, Mark Lee in 3rd, Kester Cook is 4th, and Matty Street is now 5th in his BMW. Then we've got the 3 leading Clios. James Colburn is 6th overall, then Aaron Thompson, and then Richard Black in his Clio is 8th. The car shared with Richard Colburn, the father of James. Rounding out the top 10 is the Class 3 leader, Jamie Vinelmeyer, and in 10th place is Darren Gerhardt's Clio. So in 10 seconds, the pit window will open. It'll be all change. There's our leader. Oh, we've got a spinner. Look out. Oh, that's the Clio leader involved. Well, that's Ivan Mayers had spun the MX-5, and as he tried to rejoin, James Colburn has hit him. That means I think that he's lost the lead of the Clio class to Aaron Thompson. There's damage to the MX-5. You can see smoke coming off the tyre. That'll be bodywork fouling the tyre where he was hit. Now let's have a look what happened there. Round went the MX-5. Contact there with Andrew Porter. He's got damage, but it was as Mayers rejoined, swung it round, and the wheels spun, and he slid into the Clio of James Colburn, the leading Clio. Oh dear. That was very unfortunate. I don't think that was Ivan Mayer's fault there. He tried to rejoin, but the car got crossed up, and he was hit by James Colburn. There's the Clio. Look at the front end. And that was just as the pits window opens for the Clio class, along with classes 1 and 3. You can see the damage there. Hopefully that's just superficial damage, and James Colburn can keep that car going to hand over to Sarah Franklin. There are cars already pulling into the pits. Kester Cook has come in the Fiesta. Darren Gerhardt's in his Clio. Edward Cook to hand over to Steve in the Honda Civic. They're in. Well, there's Darren Gerhardt's car, and oh, the bonnet's up on that car as well. That car didn't come back out after its pit stop in race 1 either. Well, it looks like the bonnet has gone down, so I think Anton Spires is going to rejoin. Now, James Colburn is still going, so hopefully his Clio is all right. I hope Ivan Mayers is still going as well in the MX-5. The Thompsons have come in, Aaron Thompson to hand over to Steve, so that will give James Colburn the lead of the class back again. And the leader has come in. Ollie Rubin is in the pits to hand over to Simon Baker. There he is, the windscreen being cleaned on the BMW. And particularly coming down the centre straight, the setting sun is going to cause a problem for these drivers, I think. The car being sanitised, of course. That's why the pit stop's slightly longer than usual. Ollie Rubin gets out. Simon Baker gets in. There's the Cook family Honda behind them. Kester Cook in his Fiesta in there behind them. Don't know if they're any relation, Kester, Edward and Steve. And in comes Mark Lee as well. So that's put Rob Smith into the lead of the race. He's still out in the Peugeot. Mark Lee in the Ginetta is in. I think Rob Smith in the Peugeot will... get my names mixed up here. Rob Smith in the Peugeot will stay out as long as possible because he's the quicker of the 2 Peugeot pilots. There is a stop-go penalty board out. Not sure who it is. Maybe for a pit infringement for one of the Class 2 cars. There's the little Ginetta. Jamie Vinelmeyer still leading Class 3. He's up to 7th overall with all the pit stops, so he'll have to come in to hand over to Steve Griffiths. Ivan Mayers has brought his Mazda into the pits. I hope that damage isn't terminal for the 316 car. Okay, so the Peugeot RCZ of Rob Smith leads and has yet to stop. Matty Street is now 2nd in the BMW, the Team Brit BMW, and he's yet to stop. There is our leader. The gap between them is 52 seconds. Up to 3rd now is James Colburn's Clio. He leads the Clio class and has yet to stop. Hopefully they'll not suffer too much from that damage. And soon to go into 4th place is going to be James Black in Richard Colburn's Clio. There goes our leader. That's Rob Smith in the Peugeot RCZ. Now, will he come in this time? I would doubt it. He's going to leave it until the end of the pit window, I would think, Rob Smith. Okay, Ollie Rubens has Simon Baker in the car started by Ollie Rubin has rejoined. There he is. He's taking it easy. Heat the tyres back up. Served the extra 15 seconds. Mark Lee served the extra 10 seconds. They're now separated by 18 seconds on track. They've gone over the timing line. And there is the leading Peugeot. I can tell you Ivan Mares has rejoined after his stop. We've checked the car and the damage is not too bad. So I would think Baker and Rubin have done enough here. They're ahead of Mark Lee. Kester Cook is a further 20 seconds back on Mark Lee. There he is, behind the Peugeot. So with the extra 10 seconds, you lose pretty much a lap with the pit stop here at Snetterton on this long layout. But with the extra 10 seconds for Mark Lee, you can see he's dropped further back from the Peugeot. That's a good gauge as to how long a pit stop takes. Rob still leading ahead of Matty Streets. They're separated by 52 seconds. The Team Brit BMW, which started near the back of the grid. 14 minutes to go. 4 minutes of the pit window left. Who else has been in? It was the Golf that had the stop-go penalty, so presumably a pit stop infringement for Stephen Chandler and Joel Wren. They've had to serve a stop-go. There's Matty Street. There is Richard Evans. And he's just retaken the lead in Class 2. Of course, he had the success penalty. He's overcome it, and he's caught up with Richard Higgins. Richard only had a 5-second penalty at his pit stop. Richard Evans had 15 seconds, but he's made it up, and he's just retaken the lead of Class 2. It's the Golf third in that class. And the 10-second penalty was the Ginetta, of course, number 2. They're further back in 14th. So the lead has changed in Class 2. James Colburn has brought the black Clio in. And Rob Smith has now come in the Peugeot. He's in the pits to hand over to Charlie Campbell. There it is. In gets Charlie Campbell into the Peugeot. See the pit stop being timed there by the observers. Have to stay stationary for 2 minutes. No pit stop penalty for the Peugeot. So that'll put Matty Street for Team Brit into the lead until he comes in. Who else has come in? Right, so by the look of it, only 2 cars have now not stopped. Matty Street and James Black in Richard Colburn's Clio. They're the only 2 cars yet to stop. They'll probably have to come in this time around. Great to see Team Brit leading the race. Blue flag to the Ginetta of Stuart Gibbons. There is the much more powerful Ginetta G56 of Mark Lee. Oh, a bit of a slide there from Mark Lee coming through Williams' corner. There is number 67. That is James Black in Richard Colburn's car. If that doesn't stop this time, they'll be up to 2nd overall. They're now leading the Clio class, but that's one of only 2 cars that is yet to stop. Colburn Senior will take over the Westbourne Motorsport prepared car. It's Matty Streets leading the way. We mentioned Team Brit helping those drivers to overcome physical and mental health problems through motorsports. Matty Streets. In comes the Clio there, incidentally. Matty Streets, the autistic racer. Well, Andy Tucker, his driving partner, suffered multiple injuries a few years ago in a road traffic accident, and they fought back to be able to overcome their adversities and race here today. It's wonderful to see Team Brit leading the race at the moment. He's coming down into Brundle Corner now. He'll be the last to stop because the Clio has come in. James Black handing over to Richard Colburn. Mark Lee goes through. He's in 4th overall now in the Ginetta. Well, there was our leader. There's Richard Higgins, the back of this group. The front of this group is the white and purple team Britcar. There it is. Number 70, Matty Street. Now, I'd imagine he's going to come in this time because the pit window is about to close. He must come in this time. Yes, he has. He's just taken it right to the end of the pit window. Just a few seconds before it closed. Andy Tucker will take over. Good work, Matty Street, from the back of the grid up into the lead. And that's going to give the lead back to Simon Baker. In the BMW 1 Series, they've done enough to overcome their pit penalty. The number 10 car, it's just cutting into Nelson now towards the end of the lap. And the number 10 car will retake the lead with the Tucker Street car. There it is in the pit lane. Good work by Team Brit. Richard Colburn leaves the pit lane in the blue Clio. See where he slots in. It's still fairly close between the two Clios further down. Sarah Franklin and Steve Thompson. See where the gap is as they come through. 13 seconds I think they're separated by at the moment. And look, Mark Lee is right up behind Charlie Campbell again. He's surely going to go through this time in the Ginetta. He was trying to get past Rob Smith in that Peugeot all the way through his the first stint for that car. Yep, he's finally got it. And that will be for 2nd overall. There's Baker. There's Lee rather in 2nd place now. Now, how far behind Simon Baker's BMW is he? 15.257 seconds. So 15 seconds between them, and that's the pit penalty that Simon Baker had, coincidentally. So they're separated by 15 seconds. Of course, if we hadn't had the pit penalty, it'd be 20 seconds because Baker and Rubens had 15 seconds from race 1. Mark Lee had 10 seconds for 2nd place, so they're 1st and 2nd again. 3rd place is the Peugeot. It's Kester Cook in 4th position in the Ford Fiesta. Now, what's the gap between those two? Campbell and Cook, 21.5 seconds. There's the Fiesta, you see it in the background there. See if he can catch the Peugeot for 3rd place. There's our leader coming down the Bentley straight. Leading Class 2, it is once again Richard Evans, but he's less than 2 seconds ahead of Richard Higgins. He had to overcome his pit penalty, as we mentioned, to pass him. And 3rd in that class, despite a stop-go penalty, is the Chandler and Wren Golf. There is the Class 2 leader. Class 3, that is being led by Griffiths and Vin Olmeyer. Despite their pit penalty, they're 50 seconds ahead of the Cook Honda. And it's the McMahon Alfa Romeo. Barry McMahon in the Giulietta in 3rd in that class. So no catching Steve Griffiths and Jamie Vinolmeyer in the Ginetta. There's Mark Lee's Ginetta in 2nd place. Just getting past one of the Clios there. That's Richard Colburn. He's now in 15th place. The Clio class is being led by Sarah Franklin. She's ahead of Steve Thompson by 7.5 seconds. See if Steve can catch her. That rather battered black Westboard Motorsport Clio. There's the leader. Going up on Anton Spires. He's still going in his Clio. So 5 retirements so far. We lost Tony Prendergast, Jones and Taylor's Golf, Richard Bernard's Boxster in a cloud of smoke, and Anthony Hutchins as a result of that collision with Ivor Mares, and also, of course, Paul DeHadre. No, it was DeHadre that Hutchins collided with, I apologise. They were taken out down at Nelson. There's our leader. Just over 6 minutes to go now for Simon Baker. It's going to be 4 out of 4, surely, for the BMW. That lightning pace of Ollie Rubin certainly helping in the early stages, lapping 3 seconds a lap quicker than everybody else. He's lapping on the same pace as Mark Lee at the moment in second, 15.5 seconds apart. There's the Class 3 leader. I'd go as far as to say that BMW number 10 of Baker and Rubin, that car could hold its own, I reckon, in the endurance category of Britcar. Steve Griffiths at the wheel of the Ginetta now. Confident car control from him. If they win the class here, they'll be leading the championship overall jointly with the overall winning BMW. 4 class wins out of 4. As for battles for track position, it's fairly close for 8th and 9th between, guess who, Andy Mollison's Clio and Matt Evans' Scirocco. They were inseparable before the pit stops. They're 8th and 9th, battling for 4th, still battling for 4th in Class 2. And also, Andy Porter's having a scrap with Andy Bentley, the Porsche and the Ginetta, for 10th overall. They're all Class 2 cars. What's the gap looking like in the Clios now? For the lead of the Clio class, Steve Thompson is catching Sarah Franklin. We'll try and pick up on that if we can. Well, there are the Clios, and yes, Steve Thompson in the white car there has almost caught Sarah Franklin in the black car. He's going to try and make a move as they come down into Agostini. This is for the lead of the Clio class, and Steve Thompson goes through. Takes the lead in the SDT Contracts car. Sarah Franklin down to second in that rather taped together Clio started by James Colburn. Good to see Sarah back out racing. Valiant effort against the Thompson family. Looks like they could be heading for a class win, though. We've got just 3.5 minutes to go now. It's going to be overall victory by the look of it for Baker and Rubin, although the gap has closed a little. Mark Lee has got the gap down to 12 seconds now. There's the leader. There's the Clio fight behind him, and there's Mark Lee. Now, his last lap was a 2 minutes 8.9. The last lap for Baker was a 2 minutes 12.1. Mark Lee coming up on the Clios. Mark Lee through the bomb hole. Is he trying to chase down? I don't think he'll have time left to catch. Yeah, there's only less than 3 minutes left to catch the BMW. A little bit of a lock-up there from Steve Thompson. There's the Team Brit BMW of Luke Pound. There goes the leader up towards Wilson's hairpin. And here's a replay of some. This is up at Agostini. That's the Peugeot of Charlie Campbell. It's running in third place. Sean Woodard goes for the inside and contact. Oh, and Charlie didn't see the BMW there, and round goes the Peugeot. It looks like Charlie Campbell didn't see Sean Woodard there on the inside, moved across on him. But now, is that going to let Kester Cook catch up and take third place? Where's the Fiesta? We'll have to see when they cross the line. He has got going again, Charlie Campbell. There goes Kester Cook, and yes, he has taken third place. That's a shame for the Peugeot. Here he comes. Meantime, there is Mark Lee. He's got the gap down now to 8.3 seconds, but he's going to run out of time to catch Baker, who's backed off. He's lapping in the 2 minute 12s. It is going to be 4 out of 4 for the BMW. There it is. It looks as though it's going to be checkered flag this time. I don't think they'll get through in time to do one more lap. Well, the car started by Ollie Rubin this time. Simon Baker doing the second stint. He's coming up on Andy Tucker in the BMW from Team Brit down into 12th place. They led briefly before the pit stops. They were the last to pit. But who can stop this extraordinary BMW from Woodrow Motorsports, whether it's Kevin Clark in the car, whether it's Ollie Rubin or Simon Baker. There's just no stopping them. 2 wins at Silverstone, and it's going to be 2 wins here at Thruxton. Although the pace he's doing now, they might get another lap in here. Yeah, 30 seconds left. We're going to get one more lap out of this. I didn't think they would. Yes, we are going to have one final lap. I thought the countdown had reached 0 before he got there, but Simon Baker's even too quick for my reckoning. Into his last lap he goes. There is Mark Lee. Now, what's the gap this time? 3.7 seconds. Lee's just done a personal best of 2:07.4. Baker's still lapping in the 2:12s. It's a long lap here at Snetterton. I reckon Mark Lee could catch Simon Baker here. I wasn't expecting another lap, and I think Mark Lee's going to be right up with him towards the end of this one. This is going to be interesting. This race is not over yet. There's Mark Lee. He's reeling the BMW in now. Has that BMW got a problem, I wonder? Needs to be careful with the back markers. He's coming up on Steve Cook in the Honda there, and he's almost caught him. Look at this. We didn't expect this at all. I was certain the BMW was heading for 4 out of 4. Mark Lee's got other ideas. Here comes the Ginetta. I saw he was lapping in the 2-minute 12s, and I assumed that Baker had backed off. Perhaps they weren't banking on this final lap either. Look, Mark Lee, he's within about 3 car lengths now. Look at this. Has the BMW got a problem? Mark Lee, he's caught him. He's going to go for it down the Bentley straight. Here comes Mark Lee in the Ginetta. It may not be 4 out of 4 for the Woodrow BMW, because here comes Mark Lee in the SVG Motorsport Ginetta. He's ready to strike. We're on the last lap, definitely now. The clock is down to 0. They're coming into Brundle and Nelson for the final time. Can Simon Baker hold off Mark Lee? We're going to have a race to the line here after all. What a finish to the weekend here at Snetterton. Down to the bomb hole. Can Simon Baker hang on? Mark Lee is ready to attack. Baker's defending. What a drive by Mark Lee. He's going to go for it. Here he goes. He's onto the outside. He's trying to get the inside line away into Murray's. He's going to do it. He's up the inside. He locks the brakes up. He's done it. Oh, Mark Lee takes the lead into the very last corner. Woodrow Motorsport can't believe it. SVG Motorsport are going to be celebrating. Baker fights back. They're going to finish side by side. Baker's not done yet. He's got him back again. Incredible. I can't believe that. What a finish. Oh my goodness me, that is the best finish I've seen in ages. I can't wait to hear from the drivers after that one. After lapping 5 seconds a lap slower than Mark Lee for the last 5 or so minutes of that race, Lee catches him, passes into Murray's for the last time, and then Baker gets him back on the line. 0.3 of a second in it. What a finish. Meanwhile, we've got the classes to consider first of all before we celebrate too much. It's going to be Richard Evans. He's overcome his success penalty. It's going to be a double for the BMW from Quattro Motorsport. He's 5th overall. Kester Cook completes the podium. Well done, Kester. His Fiesta will take 3rd place. It's the Peugeot RCZ that's going to take 4th. A fine result for Campbell and Smith. Richard Evans will win Class 2. Ahead of Richard Higgins. He'll go to pick up his headlight from Wilson's hairpin in 6th overall. And Andrew Bentley, we said that Ginetta would fly through with Andy on board. He's going to finish 7th and 3rd in Class 2. Chandler and Wren in the Golf. Stop-go penalty for them in the second half of that race. Will finish in 8th place. Here they come over the line. 9th will go to Andy Porter in his Porsche Boxster. Good run through from him. He started at the very back of the grid after trouble in qualifying. And rounding out the top 10 will be the Mollison Firth Clio. There it is, Andy Mollison in the Clio. The Clio class will be won by the Thompsons. They finished a lap down in the number 41 car. And Class 3 will be won by the Ginetta G20 of Griffiths and Vinelmeyer. And they'll take the overall lead of the championship. Very nice indeed, thank you. Well, that just proves it ain't over till it's over. What an incredible finish for the overall win. I can't wait to hear from the drivers down in Parc Fermé after that one. What a cracker.
Wow, another high dramatic finish we had. That was incredible. It literally went down to the last corner, didn't it? But it was just that extra little bit of power in the BMW here that did it, didn't it? Let's go chat to the guys. Here we go, chaps. Having a little bit of deja vu here, but my word, that wasn't half close, wasn't it?
Oh, God, yeah. Yeah, very, very close.
Was everything okay with the car? Everything?
So Simon didn't know that he was approaching him so quick, so he was just taking it easy and just bringing it home safely. And then all of a sudden, he's just appeared on his back bumper. And it's like,
I didn't realise he was behind me, and then I looked in my mirror. I thought, what's he doing?
It was 3.5 seconds on the last lap, the lead, and then all of a sudden I was watching him come down the last corner. I couldn't believe what was going on, but the power just did it in the end,
well,
didn't
I think his tyres were probably a bit more worn out than mine, so I let him sort of go in deep, and then I just undercut him. So.
Because you've got Claire here who wants to give you your trophies, just to show them up to the camera for us, boys. Give us a bit of a hurrah, woo! There you go, double winners here. Congratulations, guys, magnificent stuff. Where's Mark? Go on, let's grab Mark, shall we? Mark, I don't know about you, my heart rate hasn't come down yet, blimey. 3.5 seconds was the gap heading into the last lap.
Is that what it
you
was?
had him at the final corner, but perhaps the power was just a little bit too much again.
Yeah, that power,
But just talk us through, that was some incredible pace in the second half there.
Yeah, well, look at my team just put out, I think about 3-4 laps to go. I think it's about 8-9 seconds, so I just thought, let's see what we can do. And obviously I started to see him, and then obviously it just thought it was a bit odd that he was coming close, but I think he just said he's had a problem, had a bit of a problem.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, in fact, I was just talking to him actually. He didn't realise you were catching so quickly, and then I think all of a sudden, last lap, you're suddenly there, and I think you caught them off guard, and you almost had it.
Yeah, well, I knew Caterham was the only place that I could get him on the corner. Obviously, the straight, you just saw what he could do, and I can't compete with that.
No,
cheers, Andy.
Fantastic racing. Congratulations, Mark. Double podium, 2 second places, and let's go get our good friend Kester Cook as well, because he's made it a true. In fact, it's a deja vu, isn't it? It's the same as race 1. It's just asking, going to put his balaclava on before he has a little chat with us. Kester, we've got to stop meeting like this, haven't we? People are going to start talking. That was another dramatic race one, isn't it? Certainly getting close towards the end of the race. Car felt good, pace was pretty strong throughout.
It's better handling, but once again, absolutely no brakes.
Really?
I had a couple of offs because I went for the pedal, it went to the floor, and I slowed right down. I said to the guys, I'm going to come in. Because it was just dangerous. And then the dash packed up early on, so I didn't know what gear I was in, no shift lights, battery warnings coming on, it was just entertaining.
So what you're saying is, Kester, you can go even quicker next time, is that what you're saying?
No, I've got to sort some brakes out first, because that's scary. That is it. That is scary.
Well, it's another podium. I think Claire wants to give you a trophy. Congratulations, Kester. Well done. Fantastic stuff there. Let's just have a little look at the rest of the field, shall we? Let's just pan the camera around just before I head back to Dave. What a beautiful sight it is. It smiles all around. It's been a wonderful weekend of action here at Snetterton. It is a deja vu, though, in the Britcar Endurance Trophy. It's pretty special. So what I think we're going to do, it was a wonderful weekend, but again, congratulations to car number 10. They've made it a double bubble. It's the same podium. High drama here at Snetterton for the Britcar Endurance Trophy. I'm going to hand you back to Dave Goddard, and he's going to take you through all the classifications for you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Ian. Yes, we will. We'll just give you the class results from that incredible final race. Class 1 was as overall, Baker and Rubin in first place, Lee second and Cook third. Class 2 was won by Richard Evans in his BMW in fifth place overall, behind the Campbell and Smith Peugeot. Richard Higgins second in his Porsche, then the Spano Bentley Ginetta G40. The Clio class, that was won by the Thompsons. They were down in 12th overall. 14th overall and second in class were James Colburn and Sarah Franklin. Third of the Clios, Ranton Spires and Darren Gerhardt. They finished 16th overall. You can see the full overall results there. What a remarkable race that was. I'm absolutely spent after that one. Class 3, meanwhile, that was the Steve Griffiths, Jamie Vinnell-Meyer, Ginetta. They take the overall lead in the championship as a result of that one. Second in that class was Stephen Edward Cook, and third was the Alfa Romeo of Barry McMahon. So well done to him. Well, what an incredible weekend that was. Absolutely brilliant, to say the least, here at Snetterton. Thank you very much indeed to everyone for watching this weekend. We must thank everybody from the British Automobile Racing Club for their assistance this weekend. Thank you to the Orange Army, the volunteer marshalling team. We could not go racing without them, and especially when they had to brave weather like it was yesterday morning in heavy rain. The pit lane was almost flooded at one point. Thank you also to the recovery crews, the medical staff, all the race control officials, everybody else as well. I must thank Gary James as well, my co-commentator on the Superkarts. Thank you as well to Steve Wood down in the Britcar paddock for his assistance, providing information on starting drivers and so on as well. And thank you everybody here at Snetterton for a wonderful weekend. Our next live stream comes from Donington on Bank Holiday Monday, May the 31st at Donington Park, the Classic Touring Car Club. Classic Touring Car Racing Club with all their various classes of saloons will be taking centre stage there. Thank you to all of you for watching on this weekend. We had loads of you on YouTube and Facebook, especially yesterday for the Britcar action, and what a finish for our final race. A wonderful way to sign off a wonderful weekend here at Snetterton. Thank you very much indeed, everyone, for watching. We hope you can all join us on May the 31st, but until then, this is Dave Goddard signing off here on BARC TV from Snetterton Circuit. Thank you very much for watching, and goodbye.